Hello everyone, and welcome to the Fictional Vortex. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Naruto had the nine-tailed fox as sealed inside. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Prologue. One night in the Hidden Leaf village, the villagers are having a great night until the giant fox with 9 tails called the nine-tailed fox suddenly attack. Many ninjas tries to protect their village. A few moments later, a giant toad come to face the nine-tailed fox in battle. One shinobi was on top of the giant toad's head, he the 4th Hokage, leader of the Leaf Village. He looked at the baby in his arms before he laid down the baby on the toad's head behind him and made several quick hand signs. Reaper Death Seal, 4th Hokage shouted, and with the flash the nine-tailed fox was sealed in the baby. The 4th Hokage slowly dying because to use the Reaper Death Seal. He did to sacrificed his own life. He used his last strength to jump off the giant toad before the giant toad vanishing. When he on the ground he looked at the baby again. You will be a great ninja and a great hero my son, Naruto Uzumaki. 4th Hokage said before he died. The 3rd Hokage walked over to the 4th Hokage and Naruto. He picked Naruto up and walked back to the village. On his way to his office of the Hokage Tower, the villagers saw the 4th Hokage and the nine-tailed fox battle and want to kill Naruto. Kill the demon, one of the villagers said. He 3rd Hokage sighs as he kept on walking. When he got to his office, he sent Anbu to get the orphanage owner. A while later the owner come. You want to see me? Owner asked. Yes, I want you to take Naruto to your orphanage. 3rd said. Are you insane? That is the fox demon. Owner said. The 3rd sighs again before he took out some money from his desk dresser and give to the owner. The owner takes the money. Fine, owner said before the 3rd give Naruto to him and walk off to the orphanage. Chapter 2, Naruto. Rewrite Chapter 1. 4 years later, a kid was thrown out of the orphanage. Get out kid, the owner said. Why? The kid asked. Look, you're old enough to take care of yourself, besides no one want to adopt you. The owner said before he walked back in his orphanage. Kid look at the orphanage for the moment then he walked away. He's got blonde hair and whisker marks on his face. He wears an orange jumpsuit. He name is Naruto Uzumaki. Why does everyone hate me? Naruto asked to himself. He walked through the group of villagers, the villagers give him few glares. A few moments later, his stomach gave out a loud roar of complaint. I'm so hungry, Naruto said before he smelled something. That smells good, Naruto thought before he followed the smell. He followed the smell for a few minutes then he stopped and looked at what he headed to. A purple-haired woman with a long WN trench coat sitting by the table outside of the restaurant, eating some dumplings. He walked to her to see if the woman does not hate him but still he kept his hopes low. Look, it the demon brat, a voice said behind him. Naruto slowly turned around and saw some group of villagers with some Chunin and one Genin. Get him, Genin yelled before he and the others ran to Naruto. Naruto run for his life. He ran past restaurant followed by group. He turned a corner, only to find himself in a dead-end alleyway. He slowly turned to face the group and backed up against the wall. The group was moving closer and closer to him. Then when they got near him they started beating him. Why? Naruto asked in pain. Because you deserve to die demon. Genin said. Leave him alone. A voice yelled. A same man Naruto saw at the restaurant drop off a nearby roof, landing gracefully in between Naruto and the group. Get out of the way, Anko. One of the Chunin said. Yeah, can't you see we are trying to kill the demon? One of the villagers said. What demon? All I see is a poor child being beaten by idiots like you. Anko yelled. Figures, no matter, one dead woman with the brat won't make a difference. Genin said. The group began to move towards the woman and child. Pure killer intent was raining down upon both of them. I'm warning you, back off. Anko yelled as she prepared to fight. Or what? One of the Chunin asked. Or else I'll get involved. A voice said. With a puff of smoke, various Genin now stood in between the attackers and ones being attacked. He had spiky, silver hair that defied gravity and a mask that covered the lower part of his face. His Konoha forehead protector was covering his left eye, leaving only the right one uncovered on his face. "That Kakashi. Let's get out of here," Genin yelled. With that, they turned and fled. The Kakashi sighed and turned to face Anko and Naruto. "Are you two all right?" Kakashi asked. Naruto and Anko slowly nodded their heads. "Good. Now then, Naruto, I need you to come with me," Kakashi said. Naruto looked at Kakashi in fear. What if this was another trick, for more people to hurt him? He clung Anko's legs with his arms and legs, making Anko to fall back on her butt. Kakashi just laughed. "I promise, nothing will happen, and if it make you safe, Anko can come," Kakashi said. Naruto slowly nodded his head and slowly let go of Anko's legs. Anko stood back up on her feet and scooped Naruto up in her arms. The two took off towards Hokage Tower. On the way, Naruto passed out from injuries. In his office, the third Hokage sat taking a break from the overflowing paperwork on his desk. He took one long puff on his pipe before trying to get back to work. He sighed. He picked up his pen to do some signing, when he heard a knock on his door. "Yes," the third Hokage called out. "Two visitors for you, Lord Hokage." The woman behind the door called out. "Please, send them in," the third Hokage said. The woman nodded, and through the doors entered Anko, along with Kakashi. Anko holding Naruto. "What happened?" the third Hokage asked. He was being attacked by a group of villagers with some Chunin and Genin. Anko arrived to aid in his protection first, and when I arrived, I were able to drive the rest of them off, Kakashi said. "Anko, how did you know that Naruto was in trouble?" the third Hokage asked. Anko slowly walked over to a couch nearby and placed Naruto on it to rest. "While I was enjoying some dumplings, I heard a noise. I saw a kid run followed by group. I followed them on the roofs. When I saw the kid getting beaten, I got mad and, did you say Naruto?" Anko asked after she realized what the third Hokage said. "Yes, his full name is Naruto Uzumaki," the third Hokage said. "Uzumaki, he's the kid with the fox demon sealed in him, right?" Anko asked. "Yes, as a result, many of the people see him as the demon itself, instead of a carrier for it," Kakashi said. "Just like me," Anko said to herself. "What was that?" the third Hokage asked. "Nothing. So what will happen now?" Anko asked. "A nurse is on the way to treat some of his wounds, after which I will place him in the orphanage again," the third Hokage said. "Again? You mean this isn't the first time he's been there?" Anko asked. "I'm afraid not. He must have been kicked out of the orphanage," the third Hokage said. "So why are you sending him back even though they'll just toss him back out?" Anko asked. "It is not easy to always be there for him. Most of the Jonin running missions and Lord Hokage working to restore order to the town after the demon's attack," Kakashi said. Anko looked at the boy with her eyes beginning to water. He was being forced to suffer because of the village's issues of not being able to look deep into who Naruto really is. It was just like her on so many levels. Even after becoming one of the youngest Jonin ever, she was still looked at as the scum of the village, much like Naruto. The nurse walked in and there was silence for the next 30 minutes. After she had done the treatment, she bowed and left, leaving the three and Naruto to themselves again. "Well, you should both retire for the evening. Thank you for protecting Naruto for me, Anko," the third Hokage said. "Wait, I want to adopt Naruto," Anko suddenly said. "You?" Kakashi asked in surprise. "Are you sure about that? I mean, it seems rather rushed that you just jumped to that conclusion," the third Hokage asked. "I'm sure. I want to protect Naruto from what I go through, and what path in life I took because of the pain of being alone," Anko said. The third Hokage scratched his beard and nodded. "Take the boy home tonight. Kakashi shall escort you both there. Spend time with him tonight and tomorrow, and then be back here around 6 p.m. to make your final decision," the third Hokage said. Anko nodded and walked to Naruto. She carefully held him in her arms, and in an act that surprised them all, Anko included, kissed him on the forehead, telling him that he would not have to be alone ever again. Kakashi escorted the two to the place she called home. It's the Lone Tower, which rested in the Forest of Death. When they get there, Anko put Naruto on her bed, then she went to her living room where Kakashi is. "I think that this will be good for the both of you, Anko," Kakashi said. "I know. It's just raising a kid is a lot of work. Anko said, "You'll be fine. If you have doubts though, I will be glad to take him off your hands for you." Kakashi said, "No way. I'd rather die than to see someone as innocent as him turn into a pervert like yourself." Anko yelled, "See, you're on the right track already. I must be off now. Make sure you go report to Lord Hokage tomorrow," Kakashi said before he vanished with a puff of smoke. Anko let out a small sigh as she returned to her bedroom. She pulled a chair to her bed and then sat back down. Naruto was drenched with sweat, as he began to kick in fear, as if he was having a nightmare. Anko slowly rubbed the side of cheek. His kicking slowed and then stopped, as if it had been enough to calm him down. Anko took Naruto's hand and held it tight. "How was that? When I saw Anko was alone in TV like Naruto, I thought Anko and Naruto should be one big family. In a few chapters, Anko will train Naruto. When she teach him the snake style, do you think Naruto will learn the summoning jutsu of snakes also? Do you think he can summon Manda? Please reviews me and see what you think." Chapter 3, Naruto. Rewrite Chapter 2. Naruto woke up. "Where am I?" Naruto asked. Naruto looking around his current location. He then saw Anko. Both of their eyes truly meeting for the first time. "Hi kid," Anko said with a smile. A part of her felt like kicking herself for shouting it like that. "My name is Anko. What yours?" Anko asked. "Naruto." Naruto said. "Naruto. Nice name." Anko said. "You the one who saved me, right?" Naruto asked. "Why, yes I am." Anko said. "Thank you." Naruto said. "Are you hungry? You look like you would be after sleeping for a long time like that." Anko asked. Naruto gave a slow nod. "Well, let's say we head to the kitchen and get you something to eat, okay?" Anko asked. Anko got of the bed and held her hand out for him to take. Naruto slowly took her hand. He climbed off the bed and slowly walked with her to the kitchen. When they in the kitchen, Anko took Naruto to a small table and sat him down. "All right Naruto, what would you like to eat?" Anko asked. Naruto looked down at the ground for a minute, and another small smile appeared on the child's face. Do you have any ramen?" Naruto asked. "Let me see," Anko said before she walked to the cabinets. Anko opened the cabinets and pulled a small cup out. "Well, yes I do," Anko said. Yuto's small smile grew a little wider at this. Anko chuckled to herself about the small boy's reaction. Anko prepared the ramen cup, and sat it down at the table. Next she walked over to the refrigerator. "Let's see. Ah, here we go. Every kid likes milk," Anko said as she got out the milk. Anko reached into the cabinet again and pulled out a small cup. After pouring the milk into the cup, she walked it over to him and sat down beside him. Naruto was quickly eating the ramen, like he never had a meal before. Anko sighed when she realized that he probably missed a lot of meals. She slowly put her hand in his hair and patted his head. Naruto jumped at the touch, afraid that he had done something wrong. Anko saw this. "Hey, easy, I just thought you'd enjoy the ramen more if you slowed down to taste it," Anko said. Naruto nodded, and slowed down to eat. He must truly enjoy the stuff. Anko made a note to herself to buy some ramen and milk when she went shopping tomorrow. When Naruto finished his ramen, Anko picked him up into her arms. "I think someone needs a bath. I bet I could write my name in the dirt that's on your face," Anko said as she pinched her nose for emphasis. Naruto giggled at this quietly, imagining the woman writing her name on his face by using her finger. Anko carried him to the small bathroom, and filled the tub a little bit. She then undressed Naruto and sat him inside of the tub. It took her about 15 minutes, but after a while she finished scrubbing the dirt off of his body. From there, she moved on to his hair. It was a tangled mess, but she had to clean it. Naruto's face winced a little as she scrubbed through the dirt in his hair. Did I forget to mention that Naruto was covered with dirt when he was thrown out and got beaten? When Anko finished bath Naruto, she pulled Naruto out of the tub and brushed his hair, just to find out that it extended just past his shoulders. The bangs were so long that they covered one of his eyes. "I have an idea," Anko said. Anko picked him up with the towel wrapped around him and took him back to the bedroom. She took one of the kunai from her coat pocket, and slowly lifted the hair that covered his eye. Naruto was a little scared at this. Was she going to attack him like the villagers did? He closed his eyes and prepared for the worst, only to hear a light slice. He opened his eyes and saw a small pile of hair form at his feet. Anko smiled. It'd be a shame to cover those eyes of yours. Now, let's get you some clothes on. I don't need to see you running around naked. Anko said. Naruto happily took her hand and they walked over to her dresser. She reached in and pulled out a long shirt. She then watched as he put it on, nearly disappearing from its massive size. She then reached into her top drawer and pulled out a small hair band, one like she used in her hair, and pulled Naruto's up into a ponytail, so it wouldn't get tangled while he slept. She sat Naruto on the bed, and excused herself to the bathroom, assuring him that she'd be right back. A few moments later, she returned wearing a long shirt similar to Naruto's. Anko then climbed in with him. He had a small grin on his face, one that was real instead of the grins he had earlier. Hey, Naruto, Anko asked as she turned off the lights. What? Naruto asked. How would you like it if we spent tomorrow with each other? I'll buy you some clothes, toys and maybe even some ninja supplies. Anko said. What a ninja? Naruto asked. Well, a ninja is a person who protects people. They fight to aid those in need, protect the village, and go on missions to various places. Seeing the world as they do. Anko said. Cool, I want to be that too. I want to be the greatest ninja ever. Naruto said as he yawned. Anko smiled and kissed the now sleeping Naruto on the forehead. She put her arms around him, and held him tight. There was no doubt about it in her head. She would raise and nurture this child just like he should be. The two leapt through the night with waking up once. Anko awoke early that morning, and went into the kitchen. She made a cup of coffee, and then sat down at the table, making a list of things she'd need for Naruto. Let's see. What things does the squirt need? Toys, clothes, a few books, some other things like food and milk. As much as I can't stand to say it, I doubt the runt could live on just dango and sake like me. Anko said to herself. Anko heard a loud yawn in the hallway and saw little Naruto walk into the kitchen. Morning squirt, did you sleep good? Anko said. Yup. Naruto yelled as he pumped his fist into the air for emphasis. Naruto climbed into the chair beside Anko. What are you, Miss Anko? Naruto asked. Just Anko is fine. Miss Anko makes me sound old. Now, to answer your question, I'm writing down some stuff we're going to get you today. Anko said as she patting him on the head. Really? Naruto asked. Yep. Tell me, what things you like to eat, Naruto? Anko asked with a wide grin. I like miso ramen, and beef ramen, pork ramen, and chicken too. Naruto said as he thinking about his favorite meal. Anko laughed at the thought. He was almost addicted to the stuff as she was to dango. Naruto smiled happily as Anko wrote down some of the different kinds of ramen he mentioned. They then hopped down from the table. Naruto sat in the bedroom, while the girl freshened up in the bathroom. After a small amount of time, she emerged wearing her normal attire, a fishnet bodysuit, khaki mini skirt, and long brown trench coat. She tied her headband around her head and scooped Naruto up in her arms. Ready to hit the town squirt? Anko asked. Yep, let's go Anko, Naruto yelled. She leapt her way through the forest, until the duo reached Konoha. It was still early, so there weren't many people walking the street. If there was, they weren't paying attention to the boy. Knowing that, Anko would kill them should they try to do something was enough to keep them at bay. They quickly made their way to the shopping district. The first thing they decided to do was to buy the boy some clothes. Right now, he was still wearing the long shirt he got from Anko last night. So Naruto, what kind of clothes did you wear at the orphanage? Anko asked as they walked into the clothing store. I had a bright orange jumpsuit. I washed it every month. Naruto said as Anko put him down and took him by the hand. Didn't you have any other clothes? Anko asked. No, just the one. Naruto said. If they only gave him one outfit, they should have let him wash it more than once a month. Anko thought in angry. Is something wrong, Anko? Naruto asked. She snapped out of her anger and smiled at the boy. Everything is just fine. Now let's get you some style, Anko said with a smile. They walked around the store looking at various things. After many trial and errors, they picked 8 pairs of baggy black pants, 6 sleeveless black shirts, a pair of black boots, and much to Naruto's begging and happiness, a long black coat like Anko's. Next stop was the bookstore. Anko picked out a few kiddie books for Naruto that had a few fairy tales in them. As she was paying for the books, a Genin with silver hair entered the store. He immediately recognized the two. Anko simply waved to him as she saw him move to the corner of the adult section of the store. "It that man who saved our lives." "Who was that guy?" Naruto asked. "That was Kakashi the pervert. You make sure to call him that every day, okay?" Anko asked with a smile. "Okay," Naruto said. They went to the toy shop next. Anko bought Naruto a stuffed fox, several toy ninjas and a teddy bear. It was about noon at that point, so they stopped to get the two some dango while they were on that side of town. Naruto had never had it before. His little hands picked up a stick, and he sniffed it like a little fox would. He then slowly took a nibble of it in his mouth and smiled happily. The two cleared 3 full plates in no time. Anko returned to the tower to drop off the things they had bought so far. Naruto played happily in the floor where a fighting ring of sorts was located. He was having his teddy bear and fox have a fight against the ninjas. Anko looked over at him from the balcony above and leapt over it, into the ring. "Having fun, Squirt?" Anko asked. "Yep," Naruto said. "We need to go run some more errands, okay?" Anko asked. "Okay," Naruto said. Anko picked up and tossed him into the air. Naruto giggled happily as she caught him in her arms and hugged him tight. She then put him on her shoulders and made her way back to town. It was about 6 o'clock p.m., so Anko made her way to the Hokage's tower. She walked through the entrance, and smiled as she passed Kurenai in the hallway. "Hello Anko, Naruto. Lord Hokage has been expecting you," Kurenai said with a smile. "What? I'm not in trouble, am I?" Naruto asked. Naruto's smile began to fade some. Anko hugged the child tightly in her arms. "You not in trouble, Squirt," Anko said. Naruto's smile returned. "Hey, Kurenai," Anko asked. "Yes," Kurenai asked. "I was wondering if you could keep an eye on my Squirt here while I talk to the old man." Anko asked. Kurenai was about to say something. "You can, thanks," Anko before Kurenai could even answer. Anko put Naruto down then kissed Naruto on the cheek. "You wait right there with Auntie Kurenai, and I'll be right back, okay?" Anko asked. "Okay," Naruto said before he turned back to Kurenai as Anko walked into the Hokage's office. The old man was working on the paperwork sitting on his desk. He looked up when he saw Anko come in and smiled. "Anko, I trust everything has gone well?" The third Hokage asked. "Yes, Lord Hokage. Naruto has enjoyed himself, and I did as well," Anko said. "Have you made a decision?" The third Hokage asked. "Yes sir, I wish to make the adoption of Naruto Uzumaki official," Anko said. "Very well, you may go," the third Hokage said. "What?" Anko asked. "He's your son now. Take him home, and treat him well. I leave Mitarashi Naruto in your care from now on," the third Hokage said. Anko smiled and thanked the Hokage. The two walked out of the office and saw Naruto sitting Kurenai's lap, telling her about Anko's and his day. Naruto saw Anko walk out the door and hopped of Kurenai. "Anko," Naruto yelled as he hugged her. "Naruto, do you always want a mother?" the third Hokage asked. "Yes old man," Naruto said. "Well then Naruto, you got your wish," the third Hokage said. "What do you mean?" Naruto asked. "Naruto, I adopted you today," Anko said as she took the boy in her arms and smiled. "Really? I have a new mother now?" Naruto asked. Anko nodded. Naruto looked at her for only one moment. He then latched his arms around her and cried happily. Anko hugged her son tightly, never wanting to let go. The Hokage and Kurenai smiled, and left the two alone. With her son in her arms, Anko returned home. They had dinner, and then went to bed. Naruto smiled, as he had never been happier before. "What you think? I'm still waiting for you answer about Naruto learning the summoning jutsu of snakes and can summon Mata." Chapter 4. Naruto. Rewrite Chapter 3. Anko awoke and looked at the small child sleeping happily beside her. She couldn't believe that she officially made Naruto her child yesterday, even so much as changing his last name to hers. Shish. He let out a slow yawn and decided to go ahead and get up for the day. Let's see, he could use a new playmate. It'd be nice for him to have someone his own age to keep him company. Anko said to herself, sipping a small amount coffee in her cup. What, mommy? Naruto asked. Anko turned around as she saw the little boy rubbing his eyes sleepily. She knelt down to his level and kissed his forehead. Just talking to myself, squirt. Did you sleep well? Anko asked as she ran her hand through Naruto's hair. Yup, mommy, you make a good pillow. Naruto said with a smile. Anko almost fell over when she heard that. She felt a strange pressure on her while she was asleep last night, but just shook it off as lying in a weird position. She had no idea that it was Naruto who rolled into her and began to use her for a pillow. Anyways, kid, I was thinking that we can visit some friends of mine today. They have a little girl about your age. I bet she'd love someone like you to play with. Anko said. Shish. He noticed that Naruto looked down at the ground and started to move his foot in a circle around the floor. She put her hand on his shoulder and looked into his eyes. A small amount of fear was in his eyes. What wrong, squirt? Anko asked. When I was at orphanage, none of kids would play with me. They would hurt me. What if she's the same way? Naruto asked in fear. Anko picked the boy up into her arms and hugged him tightly. He looked at her face and saw the smile that always made him smile back. He returned the hug. Naruto, they are my best friends, and if they like me, then they'll love you. Anko said with a smile. Really? Naruto asked. Of course, Anko said. Naruto giggled as she tickled his stomach some, and then put him down so he could go get ready. She sighed as she watched him run towards the room, following close behind. After helping Naruto get ready, she allowed him to play in the ring room, while she got herself cleaned and dressed. After finishing up, she made her way to Naruto's unofficial playroom, and jumped over the railing of the balcony. Naruto jumped into her arms and hugged her. Can I bring Jack? Naruto asked. He pointed down to the stuffed fox that he named Jack. Anko nodded, and picked up the fox. Naruto held onto it tightly as they jumped through the forest, towards Konoha. They landed in the village and began to head back for the shopping district of the village again. Naruto held her hand tightly as he noticed a few glares coming towards him. Relax, squirt. No one's gonna want to try and hurt you with me here. Anko said. Naruto lightened his grip some. As they turned the corner, Naruto noticed that they were heading for a small weapon shop. Not that he could read the sign, but the large picture of a katana and several ninja stars told him that it was that kind of shop. Anko opened the door for him and then followed the boy inside. Naruto's eyes widened at all the various weapons that aligned the walls and display cases. He had never seen so many things like this before, though he remembered hearing about a few of them from a story Anko read to him last night. Behind the counter, he spotted a man working on polishing a katana. We'll be closing for lunch soon, so unless you have business, I ask that you please come back later, the man said. Come on, John, is that any way to talk to a lady as sexy as me? Anko asked with a huge grin. What? Oh, it's just you, Anko. John said. So how's business going? Anko asked. A little slow, but once the Chunin exams start back up in a few weeks, things will pick up. John said. As at that moment that John saw Naruto hiding behind Anko's leg. He peeked out from behind it as the man knelt down beside him and smiled. Naruto sheepishly smiled back. The man rubbed his hair and stood up to Anko's level. Who the kid? John asked. This is my squirt, Anko said as she picked Naruto up and held him in her arms. Your squirt? I don't remember you having a kid. John said. That because I adopted him yesterday, Anko said with a large grin. Really? John asked. Suddenly, a fist was sent to the back of his head. A slightly small woman looked at him with anger, which then turned to one of happiness as she saw her best friend. Anko walked up and hugged her friend. How are you doing, Kenny? Anko asked. More or less. The little one is getting excited about starting at the academy next week, Kenny said. Speaking of little one, call the kid, I got someone for her to meet, Anko said. Kenny nodded and walked out back. She was gone for about 5 minutes, and finally returned with her hands on a small girl's shoulders. The small girl had her hair up in two small buns. Her little brown eyes seemed focused on the small boy in Anko's arms. She wore a simple pink, Chinese-styled jumpsuit. Anko walked over to the girl and smiled. "Have you been good, little girl?" Anko asked. "Yes, ma'am," the girl said while jumping. "Good, then as a reward, you get to have a playmate for a while." Anko said. "Who is it?" the girl asked. "Naruto, this is Tenten." "Tenten, this is my boy, Naruto," Anko said as she put the small boy on the ground. Tenten walked towards him, studying him as she walked around. "Your name is funny, and you have whiskers on your face," Tenten said. Naruto looked down at the ground in shame. "You look like fun, though. Let's go play outside. We can play ninja," Tenten yelled. "How do you play that?" Naruto asked shyly. "I'll show you, silly. You can bring your friend too," Tenten said as she pulled him along and pointing at the stuffed fox. Anko smiled as she watched Naruto be led outside by Tenten. His cheeks were blushing as he turned for a second to see Anko wave and blow him a kiss. She sighed as she sat on the couch and relaxed for a moment. "So, how did it happen?" John asked. "What do you mean?" Anko asked. "The adoption of Naruto. We all know who he is, and that he was at the orphanage, but how do you manage to get a hold of him?" John asked. "He was attacked the other day. We know why, but I can't stand it. It sickens me the way people treat him, because of something inside of him, without even stopping to think about how they are really two different beings," Anko said in a low voice. "So you decided to take action?" Kani asked. Anko nodded. "Good. Naruto deserves someone with a good heart like yours to raise him," John said with a smile. "Thanks. By the way, I have a favor to ask you," Anko said. "Of course. Naruto is welcome anytime to come and play with Tenten, and we'd be happy to watch him during a mission for you, should you need to leave," John said. Anko thanked the two and walked over to the back, looking out the window at Naruto and Tenten playing. "Do you see him?" Tenten asked. "Yep, he's got a lot of people around him," Naruto said as his small face peeked out from behind the bushes. "Naruto, they're the bad guys. You need to remember that," Tenten said. "Sorry, so how do we save Jack?" Naruto asked. "We sneak attack," Tenten said. "Sneak attack?" Naruto asked. "Yup. That means that we fight them without being seen. Here, take these," Tenten said as she reached into a small pouch on her belt and pulled out 10 shuriken. Handing them to Naruto, Naruto looked at them with a question in his eyes, and then back at Tenten. He was confused. "What do I do with these?" Naruto asked. "Naruto, you silly, you throw them at the bad guys. Try to hit as many as possible, okay?" Tenten said with a giggle. Naruto nodded. Both he and Tenten got on the ground, and crawled closer to the bad guys, which were really just practice dummies. When they stopped crawling, Tenten nodded at Naruto, who nodded back. Anko began to watch with sudden interest. They both rose up and threw 10 shuriken each towards the dummies. Tenten hit the dummies with all of her shuriken, something that was to be expected, since she was the daughter of a weapons expert. Naruto, however, surprised her. He threw all of his and managed to hit the dummies with 8 of the 10 shuriken. "Anko, that was amazing. Have you been training him or something?" John asked as he looked out at Naruto and Tenten celebrating the rescue of Jack. "I thought about it, but I haven't done anything yet. The only time I mentioned the idea to him of even becoming a shinobi was the other night, and that was just to help calm him down and such for the first night at the tower," Anko said. "Maybe you should. He seems to have some natural talent, and he seems to enjoy playing ninja with Tenten as well," Kani said. Yeah," Anko said. Anko let Naruto and Tenten play for about another hour, and then the two went elsewhere. Naruto promising Tenten to play again later in the week. Tenten happily agreed. Anko walked with Naruto's hand in hers, listening to Naruto's story of the ninja game. They stopped by the ramen stand, where they had some lunch, before she took Naruto to the park to play. "Have fun, Squirt," Anko said as she sat on a bench. Naruto nodded and ran off with Jack in his arms to play. He was making his way around the park, noticing several kids playing with each other. A small girl with pink hair was playing tag with a little girl with blonde hair. Another boy with a lazy look in his eye was swinging beside another boy who was eating a bag of chips. They all looked happy, but something caught Naruto's eye. Inside the small sandbox sat a girl with a sad look on her face. She had pale eyes and short hair, which was a little shorter than Naruto's. She wore a small, brown jacket. Naruto walked up to her and sat beside her. "What wrong?" Naruto asked. What do you mean?" the girl asked as she looked at him. "You look sad. Jack said that I should see if you were okay." Naruto said. "Oh, I'm okay," the girl said. "No, I know that look. You're lonely. So, why don't we play together?" Naruto asked. Why you'd play with me?" the girl asked. The girl began to push her index fingers together and fidget with them. "Yep, my name is Naruto Mitarashi." "Who are you?" Naruto asked. My name is Hinata Hyuga," Hinata said, shyly. Anko smiled as she saw the two engage in little conversation. The girl stuttering through almost every word. Naruto encouraging her to be more open. She laughed at the sight. "Well, what do you know? Look like Naruto can make friends with anyone if they're willing to accept him as the boy and not as the demon. Be it a family of weapon merchants or the daughter of one of the most prestigious clans in the village." Anko thought. Naruto and Hinata had just finished building a sand castle. "Hey, Hinata, do you want to go on the swings?" Naruto asked happily as he pointed at the swings. "Sure," Hinata said. "Hop on, I'll push you," Naruto said as he held the swing so that Hinata could sit on it. Hinata sat down and Naruto began to slowly push her, and then he pushed her higher. "Ah, Naruto, please, not so high up," Hinata said as she tightened her grip on the chain. "Sure thing," Naruto said. "Hey freak," man yelled as he approached Naruto and Hinata. Naruto's eyes filled with fear as he felt himself being pulled up by the neck. "My kid wants to swing, so get lost," man said while he glared deeply at Naruto. "Hey," a voice yelled behind the man. The man turns around and saw Anko standing with a kunai in her hand. "Get away from my son," Anko yelled. "Or what?" the man asked. "Or else I'll get involved," another voice said behind the man. The man turns around again and saw Hinata's father, Hiashi Hyuga, the head of the Hyuga clan. The man gasped in surprise. He didn't expect to see him here. He left. He knew better than to mess with Lord Hyuga. "You okay?" Hiashi asked. "Yes, father," Hinata said. "Are you alright, Naruto?" Anko asked as she checked up on him. "Yes, mommy," Naruto said. "Mommy, I thought Naruto doesn't have a parents," Hiashi said. "I adopted him yesterday, Lord Hyuga," Anko said with a bow. "I see. Hinata, why do you go play with Naruto while I talk with his mother?" Hiashi said. "Oh okay, father," Hinata said before she and Naruto walk off to play. "So, you adopted Naruto?" Hiashi asked. "Yes, Lord Hyuga," Anko said. "Good, I was hoping that Naruto will have a mother," Hiashi said with a smile. "You don't hate him?" Anko asked in surprise. "Of course not, his father was my teammate and my best friend," Hiashi said. Anko smiled about this. "Tomorrow is Hinata's 4th birthday, how about you and Naruto come over?" Hiashi asked. "I think that a great idea. We'll be there," Anko said. Anko smiled as she walked over to Naruto, who jumped into his mother's arms. He said goodbye to Hinata, promising to be back again another day to play. "Did you have fun today, Squirt?" Anko asked as the two headed home. "Yes," Naruto said with a yawn. There was a silence as the two returned home. Anko prepared Naruto a light dinner, gave him a bath, and read him a story. "Squirt?" Anko asked. "Yes, mommy," Naruto asked. "Tomorrow is Hinata's birthday. Would you like to wishing her a happy birthday?" Anko asked. "That will be great," Naruto said. Anko and Naruto climbed into bed and turned out the lights. Anko fell asleep almost instantly, but Naruto lay there, staring at the ceiling. The thoughts of him going to Hinata's place for her birthday raced through his mind. Naruto let out a low yawn, and allowed sleep to take over for the night. What you think? If you guessed that when Hinata is kidnapped by the Cloud Ninja on the next chapter, then you were right. I know it's supposed to be on Hinata's 3rd birthday, but I got another idea. Naruto is kidnapped as well by the Sound Ninja. Okay, hear a vote or whatever it called, about Naruto learning the summoning jutsu of snakes and can summon Mata. Yes. 4. Number 0. I'm still waiting for you to answer until the few chapters. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 5. Naruto. Rewrite Chapter 4. Anko and Naruto awoke and had some breakfast. Then they got dressed. Anko picked Naruto up and held him in her arms. Ready to go squirt? Anko asked. Yup. Naruto yelled as he pumped his fist into the air for emphasis. They jumped through the forest, towards Konoha. They landed in the village and began to head to the Hyuga clan. While they on the road of the Hidden Leaf village, they got the sight of people cheering. Anko saw Kurenai and walked to her. Hey Kurenai, what all the cheering about? Anko asked. The ninja from the land of lightning come to signing to bring peace treaty between the two nations. Kurenai said. Ah, that's right, I forgot about that. Anko said. Then, where are you going? Kurenai asked. We off to the Hyuga clan for Lady Hinata's birthday. Anko said. Naruto make a friend with the heiress of the Hyuga? Kurenai asked in surprise. Yes, yesterday at the park. Anko said. Excuse me, a voice said behind Anko. Anko. Naruto, who's still in Anko's arms, and Kurenai turned around and saw a Leaf Genin walk towards them. He was wearing a pair of glasses, with a gray shirt and a gray pair of pants. He also wore gray fingerless gloves and shinobi sandals. He ran a hand through his silver hair as he smiled at them. Is that Naruto Uzumaki? A Genin asked. It's Naruto Mitarashi now. And you are? Anko asked. Oh, how rude of me. My name is Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto said. Well Kabuto, we really must get going. Anko said before she with Naruto walk off to the Hyuga clan. Kurenai walk off to the crowd. Kabuto walked to the alleyway. Making sure he's alone. So, Anko adopted Naruto. Lord Orochimaru will like to hear this. The boy could become one of us. Kabuto thought before he vanished with a puff of smoke. Anko walked right to the Hyuga clan with Naruto in her arms. When they at the Hyuga clan, Anko put Naruto down and took him by the hand. When they in the Hyuga clan house, they were greeted by Hiashi with Hinata behind his leg. Welcome and thank you for coming. Hiashi said. It is our pleasure, Lord Hyuga. Anko said with a bow. Hinata moves behind her father's leg shyly. Hi-n Naruto. Hinata said. Hi Hinata. Naruto said. So, that Naruto Mitarashi that my brother told me about. A voice said. Anko and Naruto turned to see a man version of Hiashi and a small boy. A year older than Hinata. Anko. Naruto, this is my twin brother, Hisashi and his son, Neji. Hiashi said. Nice to meet you. Anko said. You too. Hisashi said. Hi Neji. Naruto said nervously. Hi. Neji said. Hisashi, it is time to take Neji under my wing. Hiashi said. Yes, of course. Hisashi said. Somewhere in the forest, Kabuto is waiting for something or someone. The white man came. Kabuto bowed to him. Lord Orochimaru, I have some news about your ex-student, Anko Mitarashi. Kabuto said. What about her? Orochimaru asked. She adopted Naruto Uzumaki, or should I said Naruto Mitarashi. The container of the nine-tailed fox. Kabuto said. Orochimaru was surprised. His student has adopted the demon brat. I see. Orochimaru said. Do you want me to kill Naruto? Kabuto asked. No, I will personally see my student and her son. Orochimaru said. But Lord Orochimaru, do you truly think this is wise? Kabuto asked. Of course, I would like to see Anko and Naruto. Orochimaru said. Are you planning to put the cursed seal of heaven like you did on Anko? Kabuto asked with a smile. That not a bad idea, Kabuto. Orochimaru said with an evil smile. Back at the Hyuga clan, Hiashi was train Hinata along with Naruto. Your kicks are still weak you too, but that why we training? Hiashi said. Yes sire. Hinata and Naruto said at the same time. Naruto and Hinata run right to Hiashi. Hiashi dodged and blocked their attack. Anko, Hisashi and Neji are sitting near the wall. Neji's head is covered in bandages where the bird cage seal is. Neji, do you understand about your destiny? Hisashi asked. I understand father. Neji said. Hisashi looked at his son for the moment then smiled before he looked at Anko. Anko, are you planning to let Naruto to the academy next year? Hisashi asked. I'm not sure, I mean I plan to but I don't think so. Anko said. I think you should. I think he will be a great ninja, right Neji? Hazashi asked. Right father. Neji said. Hiashi has trained Naruto and Hinata for hours. Alright you two, we are done training. Hiashi said before he walks off. Hinata and Naruto walk outside and sit down. And Naruto, are you going to academy next year? Hinata asked. What academy? Naruto asked. TDA Academy is where they begin to train new ninja. Hinata said. That cool, I'm going to ask mommy about that. Naruto said. A servant had come in to announce that dinner was fully prepared. Lady Hinata, dinner is ready. It's time for supper, servant said. Oh okay, we will be there in a minute. Hinata said before she and Naruto stand up. Hinata lead him to the dining room. Anko and most of the Hyuga family was already seated around the dining table. Once Hinata and Naruto entered the room, Hinata led Naruto to where they would be seating. Hinata sat right next to her father. Naruto sat next to his mother. A few hours later, it was nighttime. Anko picked Naruto up and held him in her arms. Thank you for inviting us. And happy birthday Lady Hinata. Anko said with a bow. Bye Hinata. Happy birthday. Naruto said. Thank you Naruto. Hinata said. Anko and Naruto headed home. Naruto fall asleep on the way. Before they got to the forest of death, cloud of smoke appear in front of them. A Chunin with glasses and a headband tied on top of his head like a bandana. What do you want? Anko said. Lord Hokage would like to have a word with you. Chunin said. Alright, tell Lord Hokage that I be there as soon as I put Naruto to bed. Anko said as she walked on home. When they at home, Anko put Naruto to bed. Then she bit her thumb. Made some hand signs and she put her hand with her bleeding thumb on the ground. Summoning jutsu. Anko said. Suddenly a large cloud of smoke puffed through the area, revealing a 25-meter snake. Why did you summon me? Snake asked. Raziel, I've got a job for you. I need you to watch my squirt. Anko said. You summon me to rat ssssit. Raziel asked. Babysit. Just a few hours. Anko said. Fine. Raziel said. Thank you, I'll be back soon. Anko said before she head to the Hokage Tower. Raziel sighed as it settled down to watching the boy. At the Hokage Tower, the third Hokage had just finished his worst enemy, paperwork. He looked out the window. Do you want to see me Lord Hokage? A voice asked. The third Hokage turned around and saw Anko. Yes. I want you train Naruto to be able to enter the academy, and become a Genin. The third Hokage said, if I refuse, I'm not fully sure if I want Naruto to become one. Anko said, if you refuse, Kakashi will take Naruto to raise and train on his own. The third Hokage said, fine, I'll begin Naruto's training first thing in the morning. Besides, he'd better a better ninja with my influence than Kakashi's. Anko said, okay, dismissed. The third Hokage said. Anko walked off to her home. When she at home, she walked to her room. She thanked Raziel and Raziel muttered while vanishing. Anko walked to her son and slowly rubbed the side of cheek. Naruto, you'll be a great ninja. Anko said. Just then, there was a noise in the ring room. Anko went to look around. She then walked back to her room. Suddenly, 4 ninjas come out of nowhere and ambush Anko. Anko managed to beat 3 ninjas but the 4th ninja grabbed her arm and twisted it behind her, and then had her arm wrapped around Anko's neck. Anko tried to struggle out of ninja's grip. Well Anko, it's been a while. Voice said before he came out of the shadow. It was Orochimaru the snake Sanin, which means that the ninjas are sound ninjas. Not just the sound ninjas, they are the sound 4. Sakin and Ukin on the right side of Orochimaru, Jirobo on the left side of Orochimaru, Kidomaru hanging upside down on the CE. Illing and Tayuya was the one who holding Anko. Orochimaru, why are you here? Anko asked in artery. Ah, why so cold? I thought that you would have been happy to see me again after all these years. Orochimaru said. Lord Orochimaru, I got him. A voice said behind Orochimaru. Orochimaru turned around and saw a new member of the Sound 4, Kimimaro Kagaya, and he got Naruto locked in his arms. Naruto tried to struggle out of Kimimaro's grip. Mommy! Naruto cried. Naruto! Let him go! Anko yelled. Now Anko, you shouldn't yell at your sensei like that. Orochimaru said. What do you want? Anko asked. I just want to see my former student's son, also make a run in family. Orochimaru said with an evil smile. Anko's eyes widened, as she know what he mean. Don't you dare put that cursed seal on my son. Anko yelled as she tries to get free. Why not? I think he'll be great with it. Orochimaru said. What a cursed seal? Naruto asked in fear. Oh, you find out boy. Orochimaru said. Orochimaru made a set of hand signs, his neck shot forward. It slithered around, resembling a snake as it aimed straight for Naruto. Before Naruto could do anything, Orochimaru had latched onto the back of Naruto's neck. Biting down with his fangs. He sat there for a moment, before slowly pulling away from Naruto's neck, and then the Sannin's own neck returned to its normal place. He smiled, as the black marks appeared on the back of Naruto's neck where the Sannin bit. Naruto cries in pain. Naruto. Orochimaru, you monster. Anko yelled. I just give him a family gift. Orochimaru said with a smile. Anko finally got free, grabbed a kunai from a pocket on her coat and tossed a kunai at her former sensei. Orochimaru simply caught it between his fingers. Too slow, Anko, Orochimaru said. Orochimaru formed a one-handed seal to activate the curse seal on Anko to render her helpless. Anko dropped to her knees from the pain emanating from the seal on her shoulder. Let's see what he want the most, family or power. Orochimaru said before he walks back to the shadow and vanished. We'll meet again Anko and Naruto. Chiyuya said before she and her members vanished with a puff of smoke. Anko quickly rose to her feet. Run to Naruto and pick him up. Naruto is unconscious. Anko raced towards the hospital as fast as her legs would let her. 5 hours later, Anko sat by the narrow hospital bed, looking down at Naruto with sad eyes. The third Hokage was in the meeting at the Hyuga clan about the death of the head cloud ninja after he kidnapped Hinata. Naruto, I'm so sorry. I failed, Anko said as she cries. Just then, she heard the door open behind her. Anko turned around and saw the third Hokage, Hiashi, Kakashi and Kurenai. How is he? Hiashi asked. I don't know. He might be dead. Anko said. Mommy, a voice asked behind Anko. Anko turned around and saw Naruto sitting up and surprisingly, no cursed seal markings all over his face. Anko hugged Naruto and kissed his forehead. I'm here, son, Anko said. What happened? Kakashi asked. We were attacked by sound ninjas and Orochimaru. Anko said. Orochimaru? The third Hokage asked. Yes, somehow he knows that I adopted Naruto. Anko said. Anything else? Hiashi asked. Well, Orochimaru put the cursed seal of heaven on Naruto like he did to me. Anko said. Cursed seal of heaven? Kurenai asked in shock. Yes, Anko said. How do you feel, Naruto? The third Hokage asked. I fine. A little bit hurt but fine. Naruto said. May I see your neck? The third Hokage asked. Naruto looked at the third Hokage for the moment then nodded. The third Hokage looked at the back of Naruto's neck and saw it, the cursed seal mark same as Anko's. Hiashi wondered how the cursed seal didn't do anything. He activated his Byakugan, look at Naruto. Oh for the moment then deactivated his Byakugan. Guys, could we talk outside? Hiashi asked. One by one others walk out. Anko kissed Naruto's forehead. I be right back, Anko said before she walk out. When she outside of the room, she look at Hiashi. When I look at Naruto with my Byakugan, I saw a red chakra as blocking the cursed seal. Hiashi said. Red chakra, that the chakra of the nine-tailed fox. Kakashi said. So, Naruto is safe? Anko asked. Look like it, Kurenai said. Well, I better take Naruto home. Anko said before she walks back in the room. Remember Anko, you have to train Naruto for the academy. The third Hokage said. Yeah, Anko said. When she got in the room, she picked Naruto up and held him in her arms. They head home. When they got home, Anko took a deep breath. Naruto, how would you like to go to the academy? Anko asked. Yeah, I want to do it, I want to be the ninja ever. Naruto said. Anko smiled at his enthusiasm. He reminded her of herself when she was little. Anko smiled and hugged him tightly. Alright, we'll begin your training in the morning. We're behind your friends so we have a lot to catch up on. Anko said. Anko and Naruto climbed into bed and turned out the lights. Anko fell asleep almost instantly, but Naruto lay there, staring at the ceiling. The thoughts of him being a ninja raced through his mind. He pictured himself in CE of the ninja in the story they read the other night. He was saving the village, being cheered by everyone in the village. Naruto let out a low yawn, and allowed sleep to take over for the night. What you think? If you hate that Naruto got the cursed seal of heaven, then sorry, but I thought that'd be so cool if Naruto has one. If you want to know when he used the cursed seal, then wait for the few chapters. Okay, here a vote or whatever it called, about Naruto learning the summoning jutsu of snakes and can summon Manda. Yes. 7. Number 0. I'm still waiting for you to answer about summon Manda. Naruto will learn the summoning jutsu in 2 chapters for the family style like Sasuke with fire style, fireball jutsu. Okay. Chapter 6. Naruto. Rewrite Chapter 5. Anko awoke early. She had to admit that she was a slight bit worried for what could happen to Naruto in life. If she trains Naruto, the cursed seal will get stronger. At the same time though, she was excited. Naruto could earn wide acceptance from the village. Maybe even being regarded as a hero. He could also get to interact with other kids his age, allowing him to make even more friends. She quietly got herself ready, and began to get things ready for the 2 of them to begin training. She took charts and weaponry to the room below, aka Naruto's playroom. She then brought various training dummies out and sat them around the ring. When that done, she went upstairs to get her squirt in training. She entered the room and looked at the small boy sleeping. She gently bent down and scooped him up in her arms. From there, it was straight to the ring room below. She smiled. Slowly the sleeping form of Naruto was turned upside down, Anko now holding him by his ankles. Naruto, Anko said out dreamily. Naruto opened his eyes slowly. Time to wake up, rat. Anko yelled. Naruto's eyes suddenly flashed wide open as Anko dropped him. He hit against the ring below him. He yelled in pain and looked up with a small of anger in his eyes due to his rude awakening. What was that for, mommy? Naruto asked. Anko smacked him in the back of the head. Wrong. Every morning, from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m., we will be training for your entrance into the academy. During this time, you will address me as Anko-sensei, not mommy. You got that, rat? Anko asked after yelling. Why yes, Anko-sensei. Naruto said. Good. Now let's start things out with a few trial and errors. First, let's see what kind of chakra you got. Anko said. Chakra? Naruto asked. You know, like the story. Anko said. Oh, that easy. Naruto said. He stood closing his eyes for a minute, and then began to look like he was concentrating on something intently. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, as if he was in a struggle to do this. After about 2 minutes a very faint blue wave came from him. Anko was afraid of this. He lacked a mass amount, and what little bit he could produce, he had trouble getting out. At the same time though, she was happy that the cursed seal didn't cover his body. Just like I was afraid. You lack the ability to be able to easily produce chakra. Anko said, his blue eyes full of question. Anko walked over to a small chart and pointed at the picture. See, the body has something called a chakra network. It carries chakra through the body, allowing us to use skills that ninja use, like the ability to make copies, teleport, things like that. In other words, to become a successful ninja you need to be able to produce more chakra through these. You got it? Anko asked. I think so. Naruto said. Don't worry, it'll become easier to grasp as we begin to train more. Let's move on to the next test. Anko said. Naruto nodded and followed her over to a small case. She bent down and opened the box revealing kunai and shuriken. Anko noticed Naruto's eyes widen as he saw all of these. She realized that he must have been thinking back to when he playing with Tenten earlier. You remember using these, rat? Anko asked. Yes, Anko-sensei. Tenten and I used them when playing ninja. Are we going to play too? Naruto asked. Anko once again smacked the back of his head. We not here to play, rat. We're here to train. Now grab 10 of those shuriken. I need to make sure that you didn't just get lucky when you hit the targets few days ago. Anko said. Naruto nodded and took 10 of the shuriken. He then walked over to face one of the dummies, standing directly across from it. He closed his eyes for a minute and then opened them up. On my count, Anko said. Naruto is getting ready to throw. 1, 2, 3. Anko yelled. Naruto threw all the shuriken at the dummy. He closed his eyes as he listened to them make their impact. Next he slowly opened his eyes, to see how he had done with this part of the test. Anko was already over at the dummy writing something down on a notepad. She looked back at Naruto. 6 out of 10, rat. Not as good as few days ago, but you are definitely further along than you were with chakra. Grab 5 of those kunai and try to hit the dummy with them now. Anko said. Naruto nodded and walked over to the case. He grabbed 5 of the said weapon, and then once Aga. In return to his previous spot to resume the test. He once again took a deep breath and threw them towards the dummy. Anko walked towards the dummy, and once again jotted something down in her book. 4 out of 5, not bad for a rat, Anko said. Naruto smiled at his accomplishment, but a stern glare from Anko told him not to be celebrating yet. He quieted down and waited for the woman to instruct him on what came next. Anko marked something down in her book. Alright, your skills with weapons are definitely above average for your age. Don't let it go to your head though, maggot. It's still far from perfect. Now, let's test your strength, Anko said. Anko and Naruto walked out to another dummy. A wire suspended this. It swung lightly back and forth as if it was suspended just a while ago. She noticed a small amount of confusion in Naruto's eyes again and sighed. This is to see how strong your taijutsu is, Anko said without being asked. Taijutsu, Naruto asked. Fighting skills. How well you fight using your hands and legs. We'll know how hard we'll need to train you, Anko said. Naruto nodded and walked forward and stood in a stance of sorts. Right away, Anko noted that it was absurd. Should he have been in a real fight right now, he'd have been taken at least 6 times before his opponent would even need to blink. She made note of this and then watched as he began to strike the dummy. It barely, if even that, moved. To make matters worse, Naruto was clearly putting everything he had behind his blows. The sweat that was forming on him. Despite his shortcomings, the boy was trying, and she knew his lack of skills was not completely his fault. With always being on the run from someone, it would be hard to improve oneself. She decided to take a more relaxed tone. Alright, Squirt, your weapon skills are good, a little more training and you'll be the best one in your class. However, your command of chakra and taijutsu are not so good. You are very weak in both categories, Anko said. Naruto looked at the ground. But, that's what this test was here to do. To find your strengths and weaknesses and practice to make them stronger. Can you handle the training? Anko asked. Yes, Anko-sensei. I want to be a ninja. I do it, Naruto said. Good. Now go get dressed. We have a lot of things to do, Anko said. Naruto nodded and ran to the bedroom to get dressed. Anko watched as he ran off. A few minutes later, Naruto appeared on top of the balcony. Anko shot him a smile and leapt to the balcony and took Naruto in her arms. The two left the tower. What are we doing here? Naruto asked as they arrived at the training ground areas of the village. Laps. Every day, we will begin your day by running laps around Konoha. Anko said. How many times do I have to run around it? Naruto asked. You know, Squirt. I don't recall saying. Now move, Anko yelled. Anko tossed a kunai at him, causing Naruto to run. Anko took off after him. Anyone who happened to be in T. He area of the training grounds watched as the two ran. This continued on until Anko ordered him to stop after about the 16th lap around the village. How do you feel? Anko asked. She looked a bit flushed. But Naruto was drenched in sweat. My legs sore. Naruto managed to get out. Good. Get up. It's time to work on your taijutsu, Anko said. Anko pointed to a nearby training dummy. 100 leg strikes, using each leg. 100 times each, followed by 100 punches, using both arms, 100 times each. After that, 100 more of both arms and legs, but alternate between each blow. In other words, 1 strike for left leg, then right leg. Then right hand, and then left hand. Anko said. Naruto nodded and ran to the dummy. He began to kick it just like she ordered. Anko shouted each number as he kicked. Then he began the punching drills. Anko sitting in front of him, eating a cup of ramen, just to make him mad. The real point was to use the anger to increase the power he was using, thus making the blows stronger. Immediately after that, he moved right on to the final part of the taijutsu exercises. Anko tossed a kunai at him with a sadistic grin every time he started to slow down. Naruto sighed as he fell to the ground after the drills. Sweat was literally pouring off his body. Here, Anko said as she handed him a bottle of water. Naruto took several sips and smiled. Anko wrapped his hands to slow the bleeding, knowing the fox would aid in healing. What's next, Anko-sensei? Naruto asked. Anko smiled and reached into a bag. A large pile of books appeared on the boy's lap, his eyes were as large as plates from the sheer number. Anko laughed at his expression. It was too easy not to. What are all these books? Naruto asked. Books that you'll need to learn so you can begin to grasp the beginning of the techniques you'll learn with me. These teach the basics of poison and snakes. Anko said. Poisons, snakes. Can I see? Naruto asked with intense interest. Fine, but I'm only going to show these once, for now. Anko said. Anko stood up and made several quick hand signs. They went by too fast for Naruto to tell what they were, but as soon as she finished, she shot her NDS forward and two large snakes shot out of her jacket sleeves, one snake per sleeve. She smirked as she saw Naruto's amazed face. Like that? Anko asked. Naruto nodded. You'll love this. This is what you will learn before going to the academy. Anko said. Anko bit her thumb, made some hand signs and she put her hand with her bleeding thumb on the ground. Summoning jutsu. Anko said. Suddenly, a large cloud of smoke puffed through the area, revealing a massive snake. Anko explained that she was just demonstrating something and the snake muttered while vanishing. Anko looked over and laughed. As Naruto flipped open one of the books immediately, she knew that training him would be more fun than she thought. Slow down, Squirt. These books won't do you much good on your own, until you learn how to read. Anko said as she pulled him onto her lap. Anko began to read from one of the books while Naruto paid close attention. She finally called the training to a close for the day. Stopped off for some ramen, and then headed for home. After all his training, Naruto felt sore, and she could tell it. Anko laughed as he drugs himself into the bed. Tired, Squirt? Anko asked. Yeah, Naruto said. A low yawn escaped him. Then get some rest, because we'll be doing this every day, for 1 year. Anko said as she pulled the covers on him. Naruto watched as she walked across the room and pulled out some weights. Starting next week, I'm going to attach these to your arms and legs. They weigh about 10 pounds each. Anko said. When will we finish? Naruto asked. Next year. Rest up, rat. We're doing all this again tomorrow. Anko said. After about 2 months, Naruto was making progress. His strength and stamina have definitely improved as a result of his taijutsu training, coupled with his weights and laps around the village. His chakra was becoming stronger as a result as well, also due to a meditation period he did each night before dinner. Anko watched with intent eyes as her son's strength and power was increasing before her eyes. He was so much different than he was at the start of the training. Naruto already mastered transformation jutsu and substitution jutsu. The clone jutsu is tricky, but he slowly mastered it, sometime. Anko had finally decided that he was ready to learn the summoning jutsu. Alright, Squirt, you mastered the academy jutsu. Now it's time for you to learn the summoning jutsu. For the family style, Anko said. Summoning jutsu? Naruto asked. A jutsu that the user signs a contract with their own blood, each contract differing depending on what creature is to be summoned. Once this is done, the summoner need only perform the proper hand seals and offer a few additional drops of blood with the same hand they signed the contract with to perform the summon. Anko said. Cool. Naruto said. Okay, now watch closely, Squirt. Anko said. Anko bit her thumb, showed him the hand symbols and she put her hand with her bleeding thumb on the ground. Summoning jutsu. Anko said. Suddenly a large cloud of smoke puffed through the area, revealing a 20-meter snake with the snake contract scroll. The snake gave the scroll to Naruto, What you do is sign your name in blood and leave a hand print of the hand you used to summon them. Anko said. Naruto opened the scroll and signed his name in blood along with a handprint of his right hand. Good. Now, do the hand signs like I show you. Anko said. Naruto repeated what she did and put his hand with his bleeding thumb on the ground. Summoning jutsu. Naruto said. Suddenly a large cloud of smoke puffed through the area, revealing a massive red snake. Who has SSSS summon me? Red Snake asked, which it's a female. Wow, a talking snake. Naruto said. Red Snake looked at Naruto. Who are you, kid? Did you SSS summon me? Red Snake asked. I'm Naruto Mitarashi and yes I did summon you. Naruto said. Well, this SSSISSSS the first SSSST time anyone ever SSSSS summon me. Red Snake said. Cool. Naruto said. Well, I have to go. Later kid. Red Snake said before she vanished with a puff of smoke. Well done, Squirt. Let's go home for some training. Anko said. Naruto was on his way home with Anko, when suddenly a loud, obnoxious voice seemed to scream out from the distance. Anko, it's nice to see you. The power of youth is burning in both of you and your son. A voice yelled. That voice. Why now? Anko asked to herself in annoying. What is it, Mom? Naruto asked. I figured you meet them sooner or later. Might as well get it over with, Anko said. Slowly Anko turned around with her hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto's eyes widened at the spectacle. Before him stood a man, with massive eyebrows, a neon green jumpsuit, and tacky orange leg warmers. Beside the large man, stood a miniature version of himself. Mommy, who are these people? Why do they have caterpillars on top of their eyes? Naruto asked in whisper. The tall man in green crashed onto the floor anime style. Anko was on the ground laughing wildly. She managed to get back to her feet, holding her sides from laughing so hard. Her face was red from the laughter. Naruto, this is Mighty Guy, and his clone Rock Lee. Anko said. So you're Naruto. It is an honor to meet you. Lee, don't be shy. Introduce yourself. Guy yelled. Yes, Guy-sensei. Naruto Mitarashi. It is an honor to meet you. I can see the fire of youth burning within you. I would be honored if you were to spar with me. Lee yelled. Lee, that was beautiful, Guy said as a tear ran down his face. Lee looked at Guy. Both of them smiled as a sunset appeared out of nowhere. Lee, quote, Guy-sensei. Lee, Guy-sensei. Lee, Guy-sensei. Anko slipped her hands of Naruto's eyes so he wouldn't have to see the next part of Lee and Guy hugging each other in the sunset. Anko sighed as the display ended and she cleared her throat to get the two's attention. Guy turned around and looked at the two. Listen, Guy, if there isn't anything you need, I need to get Naruto home. We still have a lot of training, Anko began. Ah, training for the Ninja Academy no doubt. Guy yelled. Well, yeah, Anko began only to be interrupted again. I sense a strong power within you, Naruto. Please fight me. Lee yelled. Can I have a sparring session, Mom? Naruto asked. Naruto looked at Anko with his big blue eyes, something that Anko found almost impossible to resist. Anko sighed. Fine, just one moment. Anko said. Anko walked up to Guy and pulled him away for a minute. She took him away from the others and pushed him up against the wall. She looked at him like a lion about to catch its prey. Listen to me, Guy. Lee is a lot stronger than Naruto. Should any major harm come to my kid, then it's going to be you who pays for it, and all. Make sure you never teach another Genin or Academy student again, you got it? Anko asked as she pressed a kunai against Guy for emphasis. Of course, I assure Lee will not harm your son. Guy said. Good. Now, let's get over to training ground 13. Anko said. The four made their way to the said area. Naruto and Lee both stood in the middle of a ring of sorts. Guy stood in the middle, while Anko stood off to the side. Picking her teeth with a dango stick, Guy announced the rules of the fight. Taijutsu would be the only means of combating. No ninjutsu was to be used. Anko cleared her throat and shot a glance at Guy. The man then added that should either he or Anko say the match was over, and then it would be over. The match started, and ended 5 minutes later. Naruto was no match for Lee, which was expected, seeing as how the best taijutsu masters of the village were training him. Lee was running complete circles around Naruto, slamming his legs and fists into the poor child. Still, Naruto climbed to his feet and insisted on continuing. It wasn't until Anko had to hold the boy in her arms that he stopped trying to fight Lee. Anko was worried. He didn't just lose to the child, he was devastated. She expected Naruto to call it quits, that he'd want to stop his training. She couldn't have been more wrong. Naruto shouted out to Lee that he better watch out, because next time he would be the winner. Lee smiled and accepted. Anko smiled. Naruto had made yet another friend. Why she would have preferred it not to be one of the green-clad clones, if it made him happy, that was all that mattered. Anko with Naruto in her arms went home for the day. What you think? I know that I said that Naruto would learn the summoning jutsu in 2 chapters, but I changed my mind. Okay, hear a vote or whatever it called. About Naruto learning the summoning jutsu of snakes and can summon Manda. Yes. 8. Number 0. I'm still waiting for you to answer about summon Manda. Chapter 7. Naruto. Rewrite Chapter 6. Naruto continued to train for the remainder of the year. He worked until he had the 3 basic jutsus mastered except for when it came to clone jutsu. It was then that Naruto decided that clone jutsu was his worst area, and he tried to avoid it whenever possible. His weapon skills were amazing, and thanks to the now combined efforts of Lee and Hinata, he was quite good at taijutsu. Time sped forward until Naruto reached his first day of the Ninja Academy. He felt nervous, his stomach in knots. He had just finished packing his bag for the big day. How you doing, Squirt? Anko asked. Naruto jumped at the sound of her voice and threw a kunai at her immediately. Anko simply caught it between her fingers. Too slow, Anko said, grinned. After living with the woman for a full year, it would be an understatement to say he picked up a few habits. He was now almost, if not as sadistic as Anko. He loved making big entrances, and began pulling pranks with the aid of Anko. So you all ready for your day? Anko asked. I guess, Naruto replied as he put his bag in the corner of his room. After begging the Hokage, a new room was built into the tower to separate Nko and Naruto, giving them each a bedroom. Really? Then what's wrong? You're my son. I know when something's bugging you. Anko said. It's just, I want to make a big entrance. Something that'll let them all know that I'm not your average ninja in training, Naruto said. Trust me, kid, I have just the thing for you to do, Anko said. Naruto looked at his mom with question, but listened to what she had to say. As she explained it, the grin on his face grew wider and wider. Soon the day came. A man by the name of Orochimaru was walking through the hall to his classroom. He had a small class, probably his smallest class ever, only having about 9 students. He entered the classroom. Noise and laughing and such were blasting through the room. He always hated the first year with a new class. He had to memorize a bunch of new names, figure out what made each of them tick, and how to get each one under his control. He sighed as he walked to the front of the room and slammed his books on the table. The noise was so loud that everyone in the room looked like the crap themselves upon hearing the noise. Now that I have your undivided attention, we may begin. My name is Orochimaru. Why? Oh, you will address me as Orochi-sensei and not by anything else. I want to make one thing clear to you all. This is not a babysitting service. I have people in this class that want to learn, and as such I will remove you from the class if you appear to be holding the rest back. Orochi said. The class all nodded in agreement. Now that that's all out of the way, let's take roll. Orochi said as he pulled out a sheet of paper from a notebook. Choji Akamichi, Orochi called. Here. A large boy called with his mouth full. Sakura Haruno, Orochi called. Here. Called a pink-haired girl, who was glaring at another girl with blonde hair. Ino Yamanaka, Orochi called. Here. The blonde girl called, returning her glare back to Sakura. Hiba Inuzuka, Orochi called. Here. Called a loud kid. Sasuke Uchiha, Orochi called. The black-haired boy said. Sakura and Ino both drooled over him. Shikamaru Nara, Orochi called. How troublesome, the lazy-eyed boy said. Shino Aburame, Orochi called. A boy with sunglasses simply raised his hand. Hinata Hyuga, Orochi called. Here, Hinata said. She was looking around, wondering where Naruto was. Naruto Mitarashi, Iruka called. Silence. No one was answering. Hinata was beginning to get nervous. Did Naruto change his mind? Did he decide not to join the academy after all? No, that wasn't Naruto's style. She was sure he would come. Iruka looked at the window just in time to see a giant black mass blast through the glass. The students all rose to their feet as somebody just broke through a window. The person stood up, resembling a boy with blonde hair, which hung in a ponytail. He wore a large, black trench coat, a fishnet shirt, black baggy pants, and a pair of black combat boots. Suddenly a large flyer flew out behind him. In huge red letters, it read, Naruto Mitarashi, future Genin. Iruka walked up behind Naruto and smiled. Naruto Mitarashi, Iruka asked. That me? Naruto yelled. Good, Iruka said. He then smashed his fist into the back of Naruto's head. Get in a seat and sit down. Iruka yelled. Naruto laughed and shrugged his shoulders. He made his way to the back of the room with a grin. He made sure everyone would know who he was. He was so happy that he failed to notice everyone giving him glares. Iruka sat mumbling under his breath as he pulled out another sheet, trying to find who was the parent or guardian of his new favorite student. He finally matched them up, and almost turned ghost white. Anko. I thought he looked familiar. This is going to be one interesting 7 years, especially with a kid being raised by that psycho. It's bad enough that I have the damn fox demon, but now that woman is raising him too. What did I do to deserve this? Iruka thought. Alright, let's get started, Iruka said. Meanwhile, Anko and Kurenai were sitting at a dango restaurant, enjoying a late breakfast. Anko was telling her exactly how she set up Naruto to greet his new class. The grin never left her face during the whole thing. You really had him do that? Kurenai asked. Of course. He wanted to make a big entrance. All I did was push him in the right direction. Anko said. Iruka will kill you later, the Jonin said. Both girls looked right at each other and nearly fell in the floor laughing. Iruka was smart, but his skills were lacking, one reason that he never made it past the Chunin level. At any rate, there was nothing to do but kill time until the school day was over. They finished their meal and began to walk from the restaurant. I really wonder how Iruka will take Naruto as a student, Kurenai asked. Who knows? Why don't you ask Naruto when he graduates? Maybe he'll end up on your team, Anko said, throwing a dango stick into the trash. Don't even joke like that. That's all I need is a mini you on my team, Kurenai said. Meanwhile, back at the academy. Now we need to get an idea of your abilities. To begin with, can any of you use a jutsu? Iruka asked. Iruka didn't expect anyone to raise his or her hands. At this age only someone who was a genius would be able to mold chakra. But to his very great surprise not one but 3 hands rose. Very well. Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Naruto, come down here please, Iruka said. The 3 boys were soon standing before him. All right, who would like to go first? Iruka asked. Man, this is a drag, let me go so I can rest again. Shikamaru said. You should be well rested when you come here each day. There is no excuse for not being ready for a full day when you arrive here. In any case, please show me your jutsu, Iruka said. Shish. Ikamaru nodded and went through some hand signs. Shadow possession jutsu, Shikamaru said. Shikamaru's shadow flowed 5 feet until it merged with Iruka's. Iruka was compelled to put his hands on his head and begin dancing around, mimicking Shikamaru and greatly amusing everyone in the class. All right, that's enough, Iruka yelled. Shikamaru ended the jutsu. Thank you, Shikamaru, that was very impressive, Iruka said. Shikamaru nodded and slouched back to his seat. Sasuke, why don't you go next? Iruka asked. Can we go outside? It's a fire jutsu, Sasuke said calmly. Iruka nodded. All right class, we're going outside, Iruka said. After about 5 minutes the class and instructors had assembled on the asphalt outside. Sasuke ran through the hand signs. Fire style. Fireball jutsu, Sasuke said. From Sasuke's mouth a boulder of fire at least 5 feet across appeared. He let it land on the asphalt. He heard the other kids all shout and applaud, of course. He calmly turned back to his stunned instructors. Both of them were gaping at him. Very, very impressive, Sasuke. Iruka said. Sasuke headed back to rejoin the other students. Alright Naruto, let's see what you can do. Iruka said. Naruto were soon standing before his classmates. He bit his thumb, made some hand signs and put his hand with his bleeding thumb on the ground. Summoning jutsu, Naruto said. Suddenly a large cloud of smoke puffed through the area, revealing a 21-meter snake. Naruto, how on earth did you do that? Iruka asked in yelling. My mom teaches me, Naruto said while his snake vanishing. Very interesting, Naruto. All right, let's get back to the classroom. Iruka said. At the Hokage Tower, the third Hokage watched through his crystal ball. Anko teaches him the summoning jutsu. The third Hokage said with a smile on his face. What you think? Hear a vote or whatever it called, about Naruto can summon Manda. This is the last vote. Yes. 11 number 0. Naruto will summon Manda in the next chapter. Chapter 8. Naruto. Rewrite Chapter 7. After about 2 weeks, no one in the academy knew quite what to think about Naruto. Sasuke thought he is an annoying, talentless loser. Hiba thought the same. Ino and Sakura both hated him because he didn't worship the ground Sasuke walked on. Shino didn't care much one way or the other, as was the same with Shikamaru and Choji. Iruka thought he was just like Anko, and cried for the future when two of her running around. Of course, Hinata was his best friend, so she had to like him. Naruto didn't really take much at the class or school seriously over the years. Most of the things Iruka taught, Naruto already knew from training with his mom. As a result, Naruto would often let his mind wander or fall asleep in the class, and his basic grades showed this. However, when it came time for tests, Naruto was one of, if not the best, except for when it came to clone jutsu tests. It was then that Naruto decided that clone jutsu was his worst area. And he tried to avoid it whenever possible. Alright class, I have permission slips that all of you will have to bring home and have signed. Iruka said. What are they for Iruka-sensei? Ino asked. This weekend you will be going on your first field trip. We will be conducting a 2-day survival exercise in the woods outside the village. Iruka said as he gave them all a smile. We're going outside the walls. Naruto said excitedly. Iruka nodded. Sounds troublesome. Shikamaru said as he lifted his head from his desk. Each of you will be placed in a separate section of forest and expected to find water, food, and shelter for 48 hours. None of the regular training grounds are large enough for our needs. None of you need to be concerned. Though we will be outside the village walls, it will be quite safe. Iruka said. With that, the kids are heading home. Naruto returned to the tower. As he went inside, he saw Anko sitting in a simple robe reading on the couch. She smiled at him as he walked inside. How the academy, squirt? Anko asked. Fine, Naruto said while he showing her the permission slip. Survival exercises, Anko said as she looked at the permission slip. Yes, mommy, Naruto said excitedly. Well then, let's get you ready. Anko said as she taking a pen and signed her name to the paper. The next day, under Iruka's and Mizuki's watch they left Konoha and made their way to a section of forest that had been set aside for the exercises. Each student was taken to a different section of forest and told to remain there until 8 a.m. Monday morning, each student was left alone and was expected to manage on his own. As soon as Iruka dropped him off, he got to work. He set out hacking down tree limbs to build a shelter, looking for a water source, and hunting. In short order he had a rough but efficient hut set up, a small spring found, and a campfire with a nice fat rabbit cooking over it. Finding the rabbit had been the easiest part. He seemed to have a natural gift for it. He didn't know about the other students, but he was sure to have no trouble managing a couple of days. Having eaten, he took a little time to just enjoy the rather unique experience of being on his own for once. Just then, Naruto heard a scream. He knows that Hinata's voice. He runs to where the scream comes from. When he got to the cliff and saw Hinata hanging on root, the root was going to give way soon. Hinata, Naruto yelled. Naruto, help, Hinata yelled. The root gave way and Hinata is falling. Naruto jumped after her, got hold of Hinata. Naruto bit his thumb and made some hand signs. What Naruto didn't know that the red chakra has started to wave around his body and the cursed seal is glowing. Summoning jutsu. Naruto yelled. Suddenly a large cloud of smoke puffed through the cliff. A massive tail got out of the smoke and grabbed hold of the rock outside of the cliff. Naruto and Hinata land on its head, though the smoke. The smoke cleans, revealing a GNT purple snake with black stripes. Manda. What this? Manda asked as he looks around. Back at the village, the third Hokage, Anko, Hiashi, Kakashi and Kurenai could sense the chakra and know exactly where it comes from. Naruto. Anko yelled as she ran to find him. When she and others got there, they saw a purple tail. They looked down and saw Hinata and Naruto on Manda's head. They okay, Kakashi said. Look like Naruto saved Hinata. Hiashi said, yes, but Naruto accidentally used the red chakra and somehow used the cursed seal to summon him of all things. Anko said. Back with Naruto and Hinata, they got up. Naruto rubbed his neck where the mark is. Are you okay, Hinata? Naruto asked. Why yes and Naruto. Hinata said. They look around, they notice they on the snake. Wow, I summon a really big snake. Naruto said as he dancing. Suddenly, Manda had his head down so Naruto and Hinata fall right to his nose. Naruto and Hinata look at Manda's eyes. You little rat, just who head you think you can dance on? Let me tell you something, I am Manda the King Snake. Now shut up, Manda yelled. What was that all about? He looks cool but scary. Naruto said. Just I was starting to wonder where I am. I find some rats dancing on my head. Orochimaru. Where are you, Orochimaru? Manda asked with some yelling. Back with Anko, the third Hokage, Hiashi, Kakashi and Kurenai, they were hiding behind the trees. Not good. Even Orochimaru can't control Manda, I mean he's scary. Kakashi said. We better get out of here. The third Hokage said. What about Naruto and Hinata? Anko asked. We can't help them here. We'll head back to the village to make some plans. Hiashi said before they walk back to the village. Back with Manda, Naruto and Hinata. Manda is still looking for Orochimaru. He looks at Naruto and Hinata. Hey, rat, Manda asked to Naruto. Why yes, Naruto asked. Where is Orochimaru? Manda asked. Who Orochimaru? Naruto asked. Don't play dumb. I'm talking about white man with snake eyes. Now where is he? Manda asked. He's SS scary. Hinata said in fear. Look, if you tell me where is he, I might make you my henchman. Now answer me, Manda yelled. Okay, if you mean the scary white man with snake eyes, he's not here. Naruto yelled. Not here. Manda asked. Can I ask you? Hinata asked. What? Manda asked. What do you have against with the man? Hinata asked. That the same question I want to ask that snake. I mean, why did he bring me here? He knows I don't like being summoned. Manda said. But. Naruto said. Now, what? Manda asked. Well, I'm the one who summoned you. You see, my friend, Hinata fall from the cliff. I jumped to save her and I thought you will help, so thanks Manda. Naruto said. Manda look at Naruto for the moment then laugh. Yeah right. There no way a little rat like you could have enough power to summon me. Manda said. But I did. Naruto said. Manda kept on laughing. Not get off, you snake. Naruto yelled. Manda stop laughing and look at Naruto. You can make fun of me all you want, but I did summon you. Believe or not, Naruto said. You got some nerve rat. I like it. Which village are you and your friend from? Manda asked. The Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto said. Alright, hang on, Manda said. With that, Manda dig though the side of the cliff. A few moments later, Manda got out in front of the Leaf Village. Anko with the others in the Hokage Tower heard something and look out of the window. Well, look like they got back, thanks to Manda. Anko said. Back with Manda, Naruto and Hinata. Manda look at Naruto. Well rat, I started to believe that you summoned me. Now let get your friend down and start the test. Manda said as he used his tail to pick up Hinata and put her on the ground. Test? What test? Naruto asked. The new summoner will have to stay on my head until the sunset. If you stay on my head until sun goes down, all except you as my partner, but if you don't, it will be 100 human sacrifices. Manda said. Cool, I accept your test. Naruto said. Alright then, let's start. Manda said. With that, Manda started to move faster than ever. Hinata watched them. Anko, Hiashi and Kurenai run to Hinata. Are you okay, Hinata? Hiashi asked. Yes, father, Hinata said. Where's Naruto? Anko asked. He's with that snake, something about the test. Hinata said. Meanwhile, Manda swim underwater with Naruto on his head. He's good, I give him that. Manda went out of the water and kept on moving. A few moments later, Anko, Hinata, Hiashi and Kurenai watched them and saw the sun is about to set. Do you think Naruto will pass? Anko asked. I don't know. He doing okay so far. Hiashi said. Back with Manda and Naruto. Manda look at the setting sun. The sun is about to set. And the rat is still on my head. Alright, one more try. Manda though. Hey rat, what your name? Manda asked. Naruto Mitarashi. Naruto said. Well Naruto Mitarashi, this is the last test. Manda said before he dig underground. Anko, Hinata, Hiashi and Kurenai wonder where Manda and Naruto are. Hiashi activated his Byakugan and look around. They are heading to the village. Hiashi said. When they at the village, Manda got out of the ground and look at the sun. The sun is down. Well done, you pass rat. Manda said. Yeah, I pass. Naruto yelled. Just then, Naruto pass out and fall off of Manda's head. Manda got Naruto with his tail. Well rat, look like you tired out. You should have a good rest. Manda said as he put Naruto on his head. Naruto Mitarashi, what does that last name sound familiar? Manda asked himself. Meanwhile, Anko, Hinata, Hiashi and Kurenai saw it. I don't believe it. Naruto passed Manda's test. Anko said. Maybe we should tell Lord Hokage. Hiashi said. Don't bother Hiashi, I'm already here. A voice said behind them. They turned around and saw the third Hokage with a paper in his hand. Anko, may I borrow your kunai? The third Hokage asked. Anko looked at third Hokage for the moment. Then she took out her kunai from her pocket and gives it to him. The third Hokage tied the paper to the kunai, then tossed a kunai at the tree in front of Manda. When it landed, Manda looked at the paper. Adopt form. Anko adopted rat. If I had a guess, I say she the one who teaches him the summoning jutsu. This rat is better than Orochimaru. I think I better to take him to the hospital. Manda though before he dig underground. Hiashi activated his Byakugan and look around. They are heading to the hospital. Hiashi said. Anko, you get there as fast as you can. Kurenai, would you mind get that paper back? The third Hokage asked. Kurenai nodded and went to get it. Hiashi took Hinata home and Anko run to the hospital. When she get there, Naruto is on the ground unconscious in front of the hospital and a giant hole behind him. She picked him up and went in the hospital. What you think? Manda is mad at Orochimaru because Orochimaru didn't pass Manda's test. Do you think Naruto want to be a new snake Sannin and want revenge against Orochimaru? Please reviews me and see what you think. Chapter 9. Naruto. Rewrite Chapter 8. Naruto was now 6, and it was his second year at the academy. Every day after class, he and Hinata would meet up with Lee and Tenten over at Training Ground 13, where they would just waste time talking. Maybe doing some light training, things like that. Afterwards, Naruto would head home for his next lesson with Anko. She had finally decided that he was ready to learn special jutsu, and as a result, the training that night took them into the middle of the forest. What are we doing here, mommy? Naruto asked. I think you're about ready to start learning some of those snake jutsus and stuff I showed you when you were little. There's only one thing we need to work on before that, Anko said. Naruto paid close attention to Anko. We're going to work on chakra control. You spend way too much doing the basic jutsu still, and if you want to learn any of these, then you need to be able to cut back drastically. Anko said. How do we do that? Naruto asked. Climb the tree without using your hands. Anko said. Climb trees without using hands. Naruto asked. Let me show you what I mean. Anko said. Anko took a deep breath. Naruto watched as chakra began to flow around her feet, and then suddenly ran up the tree all the way to the top. Naruto's eyes widened as she stopped at a branch, walked out to it, and then flipped over the side, looking at him upside down. See, All you need to do is focus chakra in your feet and run towards the tree, but it's got to be the right amount, or else. Anko said with a wink. I try, Naruto said. He ran straight to the tray. Ian took one step on it before flipping upside down and falling to the ground. Anko nearly fell off the tree while laughing at this. She jumped to the ground and walked over to the boy with a huge grin. Not enough chakra, Anko said. Naruto picked himself off the ground and ran back to his starting place. Taking a deep breath, he ran back towards the tree. This time he made it up the tree about 2 feet, before his foot pushed into the tree, causing him to fall back to the ground. Anko sighed and bent down to where he landed on the ground. You used too much. At any rate, I can only give you the advice to readjust your chakra output and try it again. Anko said. Anko reached into her pocket and tossed a kunai at him that just missed hitting him. I'm going to go grab some dango and then call it a night. Meanwhile, you keep at it and use that kunai to mark how far you get. Oh, and you have to use your feet only for climbing. Don't worry about the villagers attack you while you're alone because my friend there is going to watch you, Anko said as she pointed a snake sitting on a tree stump. Later squirt, Anko said before disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Naruto and picked up the kunai to continue his lesson. Now under the watchful eye of one of Anko's snakes. He kept trying and falling. It kept on like this for the rest of the night. Anko checked back in at one point to say that Naruto had made it about 20 feet up the tree. Anko suggested him resting for the night, but Naruto refused, saying he would have this mastered by the morning. Anko shrugged and walked into the tower, leaving Naruto on his own. Anko walked out the next morning discovering that Naruto was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly a kunai flew right by her face, gracing the side of her cheek. She looked up, and saw Naruto smiling standing upside down on the branch she stood the previous night. Well done, Squirt. Now get down here and I'll teach you one of my jutsus. Anko yelled. Naruto hopped down and ran to Anko. She showed him the hand symbols, and then shot her arms out, shooting out 5 snakes from her sleeves. Naruto repeated what she did and shot his arms out. He managed to send 2 snakes out, which was enough to make him happy. He realized that he was going to be late and ran towards the academy. Anko sighed as she looked up at the tree, and then headed to town for some breakfast. She would later hear talk about how 2 snakes crawled into Ino's dress in class that day. When academy ends, the kids are waiting for their parents to pick them up. Naruto is waiting for his mommy. When will mommy pick me up? Naruto asked himself. Your mommy is on the mission, a voice said behind him. Naruto turned around and saw Kurenai. Auntie Kurenai, Naruto yelled. Naruto run to Kurenai and hug her. Kurenai was shocked that Naruto called her auntie. How long is my mommy will be? Naruto asked. She be back in a week, in the meantime you will sleep at my place. Kurenai said. With that, they went to Kurenai's place. On the way, they passed the statue of Jiraiya and Tsunade with a broken statue of Orochimaru. Auntie Kurenai, who are these statue guys? Naruto asked. Well, they are the Sannin. That mean the legendary 3 ninja. There's the Toad Sannin, Slug Sannin and Snake Sannin. Kurenai said. Cool, that's what I'm going to be. Naruto yelled in excitement. Huh, Kurenai asked. I'm going to become the new Snake Sannin, then everyone will have to stop disrespecting me. Naruto said. The new Snake Sannin. What will Anko think of this? Kurenai though. Well, being the Sannin is not easy. Kurenai said. So, I going to be a new Snake Sannin. Naruto said. Well, let just head to my places. Kurenai said. With that, they went to Kurenai's place. Naruto looked back at the statues and the thoughts of him being a Sannin raced through his mind. He was saving the village, being cheered, and befriended by everyone in the village. He runs to catch up with Kurenai. What you think? Hear a vote or whatever it called, about Naruto become the new Snake Sannin. Yes. 4. Number 0. I'm still waiting for you to answer about want revenge against Orochimaru. Chapter 10. Naruto. Rewrite Chapter 9. It was Naruto's 3rd and the last year at the academy. A couple Chunin chases Naruto. You can't catch me, Naruto yelled while jumping from roof to roof. Inside the Hokage tower, the 3rd Hokage is painting but stops as hears approaching footsteps. Lord Hokage. Two voices yelled behind him. The third Hokage looked annoyed at the disruption while he was painting. What now? And don't tell me it's Naruto. The third Hokage said. Both of the men who entered the room looked nervous. But it is Naruto. One of man said. The Hokage rolled his eyes. What did he do this time? The third Hokage asked. He defaced the statue of the legendary three ninja. Another man said. Losers. Figures you'd fall for that. Naruto said. Oh yeah, Naruto. A voice yelled behind him. Naruto is so startled he falls down. He turns around and saw Kurenai. Auntie Kurenai, what are you doing here? Naruto asked as he is rubbing his butt. No, what are you doing here? You should be in class. Kurenai said. Back in the classroom, most of the kids are snickering as Naruto is brought in all tied up. Kurenai walk off. Alright Naruto, since you decided to skip the lesson we will review the transformation jutsu. Iruka said. Collective. Oh, rang out from the other students. Sakura here. Transform. Sakura said before transforms into Iruka. As Iruka checks her off his list. Sasuke Uchiha is next as Sakura attempts to get his attention with her ability to transform. He ignores her and transforms himself into Iruka. Don't screw this up Naruto. Shikamaru said. We always pay for your screw-ups. Ino said. Like I care. Naruto said. Down the line of children Hinata was watching Naruto. Naruto, do you best. Hinata though as she was pushing her fingertips together. Transform. Naruto said before he transforms into Anko. Tomorrow will be your finals. So practice hard. Iruka happily said as the students left for the day. Naruto was washing the paint off the Saint Atue of the legendary three ninja with Kurenai watching him. You are not going home until you wash the paint off. Kurenai said. Naruto kelp on washing. Hey Naruto, after that, I take you with your mommy to the ramen stand. Kurenai said. Alright, I have these statues clean in no time. Naruto yelled. A few moments later, Naruto, Anko and Kurenai are at the ramen stand. Naruto was eating miso ramen. Naruto, why would you do that to the legendary three ninja statues? I mean you know what they are don't you? Kurenai asked. Yeah, everyone knows. The Sannin are widely regarded for their great skill and power. Each on the level of a Kage in their own right. Their name is known in countries all across the world. Naruto said. Then, why did you? Kurenai asked. Because I going to be a new Sannin. Naruto Mitrashi. The new snake Sannin. Then everyone will have to stop disrespecting me. I kind of want to ask you Auntie Kurenai. Naruto said. You want another bowl? Kurenai asked. No, I want to try on your headband, please. Naruto asked. Oh this? Kurenai asked as she points her headband. No way. You can only wear the leave headband when you graduation at the academy and become a ninja. Kurenai said. You are so mean. Naruto said as he pouted. Anko look at Naruto for the moment. Squirt. I have a mission tomorrow, so I can't see you until tonight. Anko said. Naruto was but he knows that Anko is a ninja and a Jonin. They pay for the ramen and went home. The following day the class is assembled for the day. Okay today the final will be on the clone jutsu. Iruka said. A universal round of, came from the class. Oh no, that my worst jutsu. Great, I never go to pass. Naruto though. Naruto is called into the next room to take his test. He begins to build up chakra, and attempts to create a clone. Clone jutsu. Naruto said. A pathetic almost comical version of Naruto was laying face down next to him. You fail, yelled Iruka. Naruto looked very sad and downtrodden. Come now, Iruka, he did manage to make at least one. Can't you let him pass with that? Mizuki asked. I understand Mizuki-sensei, but we cannot pass him. All the other students made at least 3 replications. He was only able to make 1. And look at it, it's pathetic. I am sorry but we cannot pass him. Iruka said. Naruto wasted no time. He didn't want to hear the jeers coming from all the class. He didn't want to hear Iruka telling them to be back at the class at 10 tomorrow to meet their Jonin instructors. He didn't even want to wait for Hinata. Naruto ran straight out of the school. Straight to the swing in the back of the academy schoolyard. He watched as all the parents celebrated with their children about passing. Anko was on a mission today so she wouldn't be back until late tonight. Naruto sighed as he was about to head home, when he saw Mizuki in front of him. Naruto, what if I knew of a way that you could pass the Genin exam for sure next time? Not only that, but it has techniques that would make anyone respect you. Mizuki said. What is it? Naruto asked. Mizuki smiled. He bent down and whispered. Naruto started grinning. He couldn't believe that something like that was in the village. He nodded, and agreed to meet Mizuki in the woods near the tower at 10 p.m. Mizuki walked away from the excited Naruto, face beaming with pride. Night fell in the village. Anko had finally returned from her mission and entered the tower, only to find it quiet. Squirt. Guess he not here. Anko said. A smile crept around her lips. She took off out the door to go find him. After all, today was the day he graduated from the academy, and she wanted to hear all about it. She landed right in front of the Hokage tower, just in time to see several ninja run out. She made her way to the old man's room, to see what was going on. Lord Hokage, what's with all the Anbu? Anko asked. The third simply raised his eyes at her. It's Naruto, the third Hokage said. In the woods in a training ground near a shack, Naruto has a scroll and is opening it. Now let's see. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Ah, man, I would have to be a clone jutsu, my worst jutsu, Naruto said. A few moments later, Naruto leaned up against one of the trees in the clearing, breathing deeply as he tried to regain his breath and stamina. He'd been training for hours, and now he was completely exhausted from the exertion he had put on himself. Suddenly, though, Naruto heard something beside him. Thinking it was Mizuki, Naruto stood up, and was prepared to tell Mizuki he had done it, to see, Iruka. Just kidding. Anko standing in front of Naruto. You in big trouble, Squirt. Anko said, really mad. Naruto froze for a second, before scratching the back of his head and laughing sheepishly. Hi mommy. Back from your mission? Naruto asked. He's been practicing. Anko though. Mommy, I'm going to show a jutsu from the scroll and pass. If someone learns a jutsu from this scroll they automatically pass, right? Naruto asked. What do you mean? Anko asked. Mizuki-sensei told me about this. He told me where to find this scroll in this place. Naruto said. Anko feels strong ki. Ling intent and suddenly pushes Naruto to the side. Look out, Anko yelled. Anko is hit by a dozen kunai. Naruto looks on as his mother is now bleeding from several wounds. The smell of blood and killing intent is thick in the air. I should have known, Mizuki. Anko said in angry. Naruto, give me the scroll. Mizuki said. Don't do it, Naruto. Mizuki's only going to take the scroll and betray the village. Anko said. Come now, don't you want to pass? Mizuki asked. Naruto, he's lying to you, don't believe him. Anko yelled. Mizuki laughed. I'll tell you about lying. Mizuki said. No, Anko yelled. They have been lying to you all your life, Naruto. Mizuki said. What do you mean? Naruto asked. Don't tell him. It's forbidden. Anko yelled. 12 years ago the nine-tailed fox was sealed inside you, Naruto. You were the nine-tailed fox. You were the demon. Now die. Mizuki yelled as he pulls a large shuriken off his back and throws it at Naruto. Anko reacted the only way she could. A scream echoed out into the area. Naruto looked up to see Anko over top of him, a large shuriken sticking out of her back. You alright, Squirt? Anko managed to ask, before she could even get an answer. Mizuki kicked her to the ground. Maybe, I'll finish you first, Mizuki said. Naruto's eyes widened as he watched Mizuki pick Anko up by her hair, and hold a kunai to her throat. He felt anger. Naruto rose to his feet, growling. Get away from my mommy. Naruto yelled. Mizuki's eyes widened. Naruto's eyes were now red with black slits. Mizuki smiled. What are you going to do, demon? Mizuki asked. Naruto said nothing. He performed several hand signs. The red chakra started to wave around his body and the cursed seal is glowing, and suddenly, 100 Naruto appeared behind him. All 100 ran forward. And before Mizuki could even scream, he began to literally be ripped apart. Anko quickly rose to her feet and grabbed the real Naruto, before he could go any further. Iruka and some Anbu arrived at the scene. Mizuki lay clinging to life. Anko, though wounded, held the angered Naruto, stroking his hair while hugging him, slowly calming him down. What happened? Iruka asked. Mizuki tricked him. Mizuki is the traitor, caught by Naruto, who saved my life as well, using the shadow clone jutsu. Anko said. Iruka nodded and he bent down to Naruto's eye level. I apologize for everything. You arose with the true essence of a ninja, ready to put your life on the line to protect those who mean the most to you. Iruka said. Iruka-sensei. Naruto asked. I want you to have this. Iruka said as he reached in his pocket and pulled out a small headband. The headband? Naruto asked. Yes, Naruto. You showed that you are ready to be a ninja after all. I apologize for everything, Naruto. Be at the school tomorrow at 9 a.m. to officially begin your career as a genin. Iruka said. Naruto tied his headband around his head, and despite his cool act he was trying to put on, he began to dance happily. I'm a ninja, Naruto yelled to his mother. Anko smiled at the boy's happiness, but at the same time, a thought ran through her mind. Does he not even remember what happened? Anko thought. Anko and Naruto returned home for the evening, but not before running into Lee, Hinata, and Tenten to enjoy some ramen as a celebration. Meanwhile, the three Jonin chosen to lead the new graduates arrived at the Hokage Tower. Glad that you all made it on time. Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma, please be seated. The third Hokage said. All three sat in the chairs in the office. I trust you haven't you all three gone over the information in the folders on the 8 graduates? The third Hokage asked. Yes, Lord Hokage. However, it will be difficult to lead a team of only 2 genin. Kurenai said. With a sad look about Naruto did not pass. Suddenly, Iruka ran into the room. The sudden arrival of him surprised the others, but he apologized and walked to the third Hokage. Iruka, what are you doing here? The third Hokage asked. I apologize for coming during this meeting, but I have to deliver this to Kakashi and the others. Iruka said. He handed them all a piece of paper, as well as one to the third Hokage. This Naruto Mitarashi, I was informed that he did not pass the genin exam. Asuma said. Naruto passed. He took his test late, during the Mizuki and Forbidden Scroll incident. No, he only was able to save the scroll and Anko, but he mastered the shadow clone jutsu. Iruka said. That is a Jonin level technique, Kakashi said. Indeed, but I witnessed the whole event. The third Hokage said, pointing to his crystal ball. Kurenai was happy that Naruto passed. I approve of Naruto's graduation. If any have any reason as to why he should not graduate, then feel free to talk to me after this meeting. Iruka, you may leave, the third Hokage said. Iruka bowed and left the room. Now then, let us begin. Kakashi, since you have held the Jonin level the longest, you may make the first pick of who you want on your team. The third Hokage said. I'll have Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno and Kiba Inuzuka. Kakashi said. Very well, Asuma. The third Hokage said. I'll have Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akamichi and Ino Yamanaka. Asuma said. Which leaves Kurenai to take Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame and Naruto Mitarashi. Now, I will go over some minor things, just in case anyone has forgotten. In order for the genin to be officially taught by you, a test must be passed showing that the team you have chosen is capable of working together. If one of them should fail, the whole team must be returned to the academy until a new genin is capable of taking the member's place. After you finish your test, and if they should pass, return the day after the test to begin running your D-rank missions. Now, you are all dismissed. However, Kurenai, please remain here for a moment. The third Hokage said. Kakashi and Asuma bowed and left the room. What is it, Lord Hokage? Kurenai asked. I'm sure you know. Naruto is the container for nine-tailed fox. The third Hokage said. Kurenai nodded. Now, as you know, this information must remain a secret. It could be a disaster should his team find out at the start. While I doubt Hinata would care, we can't predict how Shino, much less the rest of the genin would react. The third Hokage said. I understand, Lord Hokage. It shall remain a secret. Kurenai said. Good, now go. The third Hokage said. Kurenai bowed and left the room. What you think? Hear a vote or whatever it called, about Naruto want revenge against Orochimaru. Yes. 3. Number 0. Only seeing Orochimaru. 2. Only seeing Orochimaru. means that Naruto is not act like Sasuke. I'm still waiting for you to answer about Naruto want revenge against Orochimaru. Chapter 11. Naruto. Rewrite Chapter 10. The next day, Naruto arrived to the class on time no less. He immediately received various surprised glares as he walked down the stairs and sat near Hinata. She noticed the smile that was spread on his face. Having a good morning? Hinata asked. Yeah, Mom taught me a new jutsu. I made Genin, and I learned a clone jutsu that is far superior to the one you all know. Naruto said. I think you just got lucky, loser. There's no way a loser like you could make Genin. Sasuke said. Without even wasting a minute. A kunai was suddenly sent flying by Sasuke's cheek. Naruto walked over to a wall, pulled out the kunai, licking the blood that was on it. Sasuke and the whole class looked at him like he was crazy. Tastes like fear and failure. Naruto said. Naruto. Ino and Sakura yelled as they both ran towards him. Naruto simply slid out of the way and watched as the both ran into the wall. You two should really watch where you going, Naruto said. Naruto returned to his seat and talked to Hinata until Iruka came into the class. Everyone who was still standing returned to his or her seats. Ino and Sakura did their daily battle over who would sit by Sasuke until Shino walked in and took the seat. Alright, class, my final act as teacher is to assign you all to your new Genin teams. Each of these 3 teams will consist of 3 of you, and be led by Jonin. During this time, you are to obey their commands, as they are now your leader. In other words, please do your best. Now that you are Genin, you officially represent Konoha. Iruka said. The 9 Genin nodded and Iruka looked at the team sheets he was given. Team 7. Kiba Inuzuka, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha. Iruka called. Sakura cheered, as she would be paired with her precious Sasuke. Sasuke remained silent and Kiba was talking to Akamaru. The small puppy barked happily as Kiba petted him on the head. Team 8. Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame and Naruto Midarashi. Iruka called. Naruto and Hinata looked very happy and Shino impassive. Team 10. Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akamichi. Iruka called. Choji is munching on some chips, Shikamaru mumbling something about troublesome girl. While Ino cried about not being with Sasuke. You are free to do as you like until you are to meet your new Jonin teachers after lunch. Goodbye and good luck, Iruka said as he leaves the room. I would like to get to know my teammates some before we meet our new sensei. Would this be acceptable, guys? Naruto asked. Sure, Naruto, Hinata said. Shino just nodded. All get up and head out to one of the practice fields on the academy grounds. They eat and talk a lot, getting to know each other. When they finished lunch, they headed back to the classroom. When the Y entered, they saw the other students sitting as teams, quietly chatting amongst themselves. While they were waiting, Asuma came in followed by Kurenai. Team 10 come with me, and Team 7 get comfort. Table, your sensei won't be here for a while, Asuma said as he left with his team. Team 8 please come with me to the roof, Kurenai said. Naruto, Hinata, and Shino followed their new Jonin instructor to the roof of the academy. She decided that she was going to play by ear to decide what she would do today with the squad. She needed to give them the test to see if they were ready to be a team, and it would be helpful to know more about them as well. Once they reached the roof, she instructed them to have a seat before. Alright, I'm going to come on out and say that you all are the first team I ever led. But get one thing memorized if you learn nothing else. I'm not here to babysit you all. I have better things I could be doing, so I expect you all to behave like grown shinobi, got it? Kurenai asked. Kurenai glared at Naruto for a moment who wasn't even paying attention. He was busy balancing a kunai on the tip of his nose. Anyways, why don't we get started by introducing ourselves? Tell me your name, likes, dislikes, hobbies and any goals, Kurenai said. Why don't you start us off? We at least slightly know each other from class, but we don't know squat about you. Naruto said. Kurenai cursed Anko for raising Naruto to have her personality, but had to admit he had a point. Fine then, my name is Kurenai Yuhi. I like using genjutsu, talking with friends, tea and reading. I dislike people who harm others for fun, cold weather, and people who treat friends and teammates with disrespect. My hobby is reading. My goal is to become the best genjutsu mistress in all of Konoha. Kurenai said. Kurenai looked at Shino. Okay, you go first. Kurenai said. I am Shino Aburame. I like quiet. I dislike the needless killing of insects. My hobbies include collecting and categorizing insects. My goal is to be the head of my clan. Shino said. Okay, you're up, kid. Kurenai said to Naruto. My name's Naruto Mitarashi. I like my friends and mom, ramen, snakes, and dango. My dislikes are liars, people who think they're better than everyone else, fangirls, people who mistreat snakes, and the 3 minutes wait for ramen to cool. My hobbies are eating ramen, training with my friends and mom, and learning new jutsus. My goal is to be the new Snake Sanin. Naruto said. Kurenai looked at Naruto as he grinned. He reminded her so much of Anko. She had the same obsession with snakes when they were Genin on the same team. But that was a long time ago. Kurenai snapped back into reality. Okay, Hinata, you're up. Kurenai said. My name is Hinata Hyuga. I like my friends, flowers, and tea training with my friends. I hate people who judge someone before they get to know them, and my hobby is pressing flowers. My goal is to get acknowledged by my cousin and someone else. Hinata said. Kurenai thought for a moment. Her team consisted of what seemed like a miniature Anko, a girl who was incredibly shy when put on the spot, and a boy with little to no emotion. It was quite an unusual team. She nodded for the team to rise and she smiled. Now that we've finished introducing ourselves, it's time for a test to see if you're ready to become Genin. Kurenai said to them. I thought we already took the graduation exam. Naruto said. This is more of a survival test of sorts. Meet me at training ground 11, tomorrow morning. Kurenai said before he disappeared in a cloud of smoke, leaving the 3 Genin standing on the roof. They went home, thinking about the test. What you think? Hear a vote or whatever it called, about Naruto want revenge against Orochimaru. Yes. 4. Number 1. Only seeing Orochimaru. 4. The next chapter will be the last vote. In the next chapter, what will Kurenai do about the test? Please reviews me and see what you think. Chapter 12. Naruto. Rewrite Chapter 11. The moon's light leaked through the blinds of Naruto's window. His sleep was restless, tossing and turning. His dream had turned into a nightmare of Orochimaru pressing his teeth into the tender flesh of Naruto's neck. Shooting up, he cradled the throbbing mark. He got out of his bed and went to his mother's room. When he in Anko's room, he walked to Anko's bed where Anko is. He shook Anko, who slowly waking up. Anko looked at Naruto in tiredness. Squirt, what wrong? Anko asked. I have a bad dream about. Naruto said before he rubbed his back neck where the cursed seal is. Anko knows what he talking about and hugs him and kissed his forehead. Mommy, who was that man who bite me? Naruto asked. He was a traitor, that's what, and I hate him. He was my sensei until he used me as a tool and gives me the same mark as you have. His name is Orochimaru the Snake Sanin. Anko said. Naruto looked hurt but he quickly covered it up. He then gave Anko a grin. Mommy, if I ever run into Orochimaru, I will kill him for giving us that mark and become a new Sanin. Naruto said. Anko looked at the grinning Naruto. She felt much better when he said that. Well, it's not that easy. Anko said. Well, I train harder until I become the Snake Sanin. Naruto said before yawn. Anko smiled and picked now sleeping Naruto up and put him on the bed. She climbs on the bed, put her arms around him, and held him tight. What you think? Hear the last vote or whatever it called, about Naruto want revenge against Orochimaru. Yes. 10. Number 1. Only seeing Orochimaru. 4. At least Naruto is not acting like Sasuke. I'm still waiting for you to answer about Kurenai test like the bell test or something. Chapter 13. Naruto. Rewrite Chapter 12. The next day, Naruto, Hinata and Shino arrived at the training ground to see Kurenai already waiting on them. Good, you're all on time. Now that you're here, we can begin the test. Kurenai said as they arrived. What is this test anyway? Naruto asked. Simple. I'm going to go hide, and you all have till noon to find me. Kurenai said. What? We're playing hide and seek. What kind of test is that? Naruto asked. Oh right. My apologies. I forgot to mention, if you don't find me and catch me in noon, you all get to go back to the academy. Time starts. Now, Kurenai said with a smirk. Kurenai disappeared in a puff of smoke. Okay, so I'll go find her, and you both do whatever. Naruto said. Naruto took off running into the nearby forest. Sad. He's so excited that he doesn't even realize she went this way, Shino said. Shino turned and headed in the other direction. Wait. Naruto. Shino. Guess I'll go this way, Hinata said. Hinata ran through the field looking around. She looked all around, but didn't see her anywhere. Kurenai was a Jonin, so both Shino and Hinata knew that this wasn't going to be easy tracking her down, but Naruto was sure that this would be nothing for him. After wandering the field for the third time, Hinata stopped for a minute and activated her Byakugan. She took a look around the field, and then saw her. Kurenai was using genjutsu to disguise herself as a bush. Hinata smiled and leapt into the trees. She would sneak up on the woman, and catch her from above. Hinata made her way stealthily through the leaves, pausing on the branch above Kurenai. She smiled and then jumped down, aiming straight for her. Sorry, Hinata, it's going to take more than that, Kurenai said with a smile. Kurenai disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving Hinata to catch nothing but air. Hinata reactivated her Byakugan, and scanned the field again. Kurenai was nowhere to be found. Hinata quickly ran forward, and began to track her down. She moved some into the forest and looked around. However, Kurenai had grown bored of Hinata, and decided to see what Shino could do. The bug user was standing at the center of the field. A calm, relaxed face was on him, or as much as one could be seen. Which wasn't much. Shino looked over his shoulder, and bugs began to fly out of his jacket. He looked at them all and nodded, sending them all flying in various directions. One group of bugs flew by a tree and spotted something. The group remained behind, while one flew back to Shino. I see, Shino said. He slowly walked over to the tree, and sent a mass amount of bugs from his jacket to the trees. The bugs flew up and soon, Kurenai came falling down from the trees. Shino walked forward, just in time for the woman to explode, sending Shino skidding away from the tree. The bugs followed behind him, and returned to his jacket. He stood back up and looked at the area of the explosion. Genjutsu. She disguised a kunai with an exploding tag as herself. Working alone will not make this easy, Shino muttered. Naruto was going nuts. He had been at this for nearly an hour and still hadn't seen heads or tails of Kurenai. He was making his third lap through the forest near the training grounds, when he got an idea. Man, I can't believe I didn't think of this, Naruto yelled. Naruto made several hand signs. Shadow clone jutsu, Naruto said. 10 shadow clones appeared around him. Alright, here's what we'll do. Everyone split up and find her, Naruto said to the clones. All the shadow clones nodded and turned to look for the woman, only to drop their jaws when they saw her standing right in front of them. The real Naruto jumped forward and smiled. We got you now, Kurenai-sensei. Let's get her, Naruto yelled. The clones jumped forward and began to catch her. 2 jumped at her, but Kurenai simply ducked underneath them, causing them both to crash into each other and vanish. Another 3 ran forward, but Kurenai grabbed one of them and slammed him back into the other 2. Naruto nodded to the remaining 4 and all of them leapt to her. Kurenai sighed as she leapt into the air and tossed her kunai at all 3 at rapid speed, causing them all to vanish minus the real one who got the kunai in his butt. Naruto leapt out of the forest and landed right in front of Shino and Hinata. Damn it! I almost had her, Naruto said sitting up. This eye isn't working. We only have 20 minutes left to see catch her, Hinata said helping him up. Give me 5 more minutes and I'll get her, Naruto said as he pulled out a kunai with one of Anko's sadistic grins on his face. Only for Shino to stop him. It won't work. The object here isn't just to catch her. If it was, we would have done so already, Shino said. So it's teamwork then? Hinata asked. Of course. Why else would we be divided into groups of 3? Naruto asked. We need to combine our strengths to catch her. Naruto tell me, How many shadow clones can you make at once? Shino asked. Right now I can make about 10. Naruto said. Can they perform the striking shadow snake? Shino asked. Of course. They have all the abilities I do. Naruto said. Hinata, you can keep track of her with the Byakugan. Correct? Shino asked. Why yes. Hinata said. Good. Then here's what we'll do, Shino whispered. Kurenai was sitting on a rock in the forest, wondering where the others were. They only had about 5 minutes left, and she was getting rather bored. She really had hoped that the three of them would pass, but perhaps they just weren't ready. Suddenly 2 snakes slithered by. Kurenai smiled, however that smiles quickly faded. 2 groups of 5 Naruto jumped out of the bushes on the left and right. Kurenai was preparing to get some space to deal with them, only to see Shino and a wall of bugs blocking her path. She then turned around, only to see Hinata standing in her path, with more of Shino's bugs with her. Close. Kids, you forgot about teleporting though. Kurenai said. And you forgot about my snakes. Naruto yelled. Kurenai looked down to see snakes wrapped around her hand, making it impossible for her to make her hand signs needed to escape. Kurenai looked down and sighed. But then a smile slowly crept across her face. Alright, then, looks like you all successfully caught me. You all pass, Kurenai said. The bugs returned to Shino, and the clones and snakes vanished. Kurenai and the Genin all returned to the training area to listen to what she had to say. Congratulations on passing. Now, can anyone tell me what the point of this lesson was? Kurenai asked. To get us to work together as a team. Hinata said. Right. The only bad part was that you failed to realize this until near the end. Hinata, you were too shy to ask for Shino to help. And let Naruto do whatever he pleased. Naruto, you were so busy showing off, that you disregarded Shino and Hinata when they needed you. Shino, you need to be more open. If you find something odd or having trouble, don't keep it to yourself. Kurenai said. All 3 of the Genin nodded and Kurenai looked at her watch. Alright, we'll be getting our first mission tomorrow, so make sure you all meet back here at 9 a.m. Kurenai said. They all nodded and Kurenai left to fill her report on the success of Team 8 to the 3rd Hokage. Shino also excused himself, saying that it was time for him to head home. Naruto and Hinata decided to meet up with Lee and Tenten in the usual spot, and headed for the ramen stand. Hey guys, what's up? Naruto asked as he and Hinata sat down. Naruto ordered miso ramen, while Hinata was there just to socialize. About time you two showed up. Where have you been? Tenten asked. We had our first meeting with our Jonin leader T today. Kurenai S. Sensei made us takes some test T to see if we were ready T to be on a T team. Hinata said. You pass with flying colors on doubt. I can see the fire of young burning in you both. Lee yelled. Yeah. Naruto said. He held his left ear in which Lee just screamed. He reached onto a plate and pulled off his 6th stick of dango. She said we got to meet her at the training grounds tomorrow at 9 a.m. for our first mission. Naruto said. Naruto looked at his watch and realized he was late. Damn, I got to go, or else mom will make do the target practice test again. Naruto said. Anko sure does make you train a lot. Tenten said. I guess that's normal though when your mom is a Jonin though. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Naruto said. They watched as Naruto sped away from the restaurant. He made his way to the Forest of Death, back to the tower he and Anko called home. He opened the door just in time to see a kunai whiz past his face. Naruto sighed as he pulled it off the doorframe and walked towards the balcony. Sure enough, there was Anko leaning against the railing with a huge grin. Can't you just say hi like normal parents? Naruto asked as he threw the kunai back at her. That won't be fun, would it? Besides, you're late, Anko said. Yeah, sorry about that, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head. So, did you pass Kurenai's test? Anko asked. Yeah, Ow, it was weird. I mean, our test was like a giant game of hide and seek. Naruto said. Really? That's the same test that our sensei used to give us when we were on a Genin team. It took us all 3 hours to find him. Anko said. You mean Orochimaru? Naruto asked in angry. Yes, him, but right now you got training to do. Anko said with a smile. Anko suddenly kicked Naruto over the railing, back to the floor below. You know, I can make it down here without you kicking me like that, Naruto mumbled. Meanwhile, Hinata had just arrived home. She quickly ran up to the bathroom in her room, bathed and freshened up, and then headed downstairs for dinner. Her father, Hiyashi, along with her sister Hanabi and cousin Neji were already there when Hinata arrived. There was silence as the meal began. Hinata was probably the quietest there, barely making any noise, almost as if she was not even breathing. So, how was your day, Neji? Hiyashi asked. Same as always. Some light sparring with my teammates. Opening little room to improve myself. Neji said. Yes, I could see where a stronger team may benefit you. Tomorrow morning I will see if any of the other Genin teams have an open slot. Hinata, what about you? How was your first day as Genin? Hiyashi asked. It was fine, father, Hinata quietly said. Who is on your team? Hiyashi asked. Shino A Aburame and N Naruto M Midarashi, Hinata said, looking down at her plate. Though Naruto didn't pass. Hiyashi said. He passed the exam later. He was able to make more clones than anyone. During the test with Kurenai sensei, he made 10, Hinata said. Really? 10 clones? He one great kid, I give him that. Then you see him, tell him I said congratulations. Hiyashi said with a smile. Will, Hinata said. Hey sister, after dinner. Can we spar together? Hanabi asked. Sure, Hinata said. Things were a little more reserved and, as to be expected, morbidly quiet at the Aburame house. Shino was asked about his day and team. However, his family was mainly quiet when informed of Naruto Midarashi being a teammate, or at least to his ears. Upon finishing his dinner and retiring to his room for the night, Hino's parents talked about the repercussions of Naruto being involved with their son could have on him as well as the family. They would ask the Hokage in the morning about keeping close watch on Naruto, to prevent the power inside of him from harming him. Shino didn't need to hear it, however. The mere mention of Naruto's name caused a slight detection of worry on his father's usually emotionless face. The gears in Shino's brain began to turn, making him wonder what it was that made the adults worry at the mention of Naruto. I trust all the tests went well. The third Hokage asked the 3 Jonin as they entered his office. More so than I originally planned. I even hear old Kakashi finally passed a team, Asuma said, only because they were the first to truly understand the point of the bell test. Kakashi said. Kakashi wasn't really paying attention that much. He appeared to be more interested in his new book. How about your squad, Kurenai? The third Hokage asked. They all did quite well. In fact, their innate skills seemed to correspond well with each other. The combined force of Hinata's Byakugan, Shino's bugs, and Naruto's shadow clones and snakes are. Kurenai said. Snakes. There are only 2 people I know who can use snake-style jutsus, Asuma said. It is to be expected, seeing as how his mother is Anko, who also teaches him at night. Kakashi said. Anyways, I believe you have the first missions for us. Kurenai asked. Of course. These are the basic jobs for newly formed Genin teams. Home repair, shop aid, babysitting, and things of that sort. All of you pick one and have the teams report to my office once they finish. The third Hokage said. All of them picked out one of the cards. Kakashi got one about running a flower shop for the day. Asuma picked one about a trio needed to watch a set of triplets. Kurenai picked one out about a missing cat. She remembered how the team had to pass a test that involved finding her, and now their first mission would be finding a cat. She could see Naruto drawing out his kunai to slice anything that crossed him. She sighed at the thought as she went home, to rest up for a full day with her new team. What you think? This is the test I made up. I hope you like it. Chapter 14. Naruto. Rewrite Chapter 13. Have you found the target, Whiskers? A female voice asked. Of course. How about you two, Pale Eyes and Bugs? Whiskers asked. Why yes, I mean Whiskers. Pale Eyes said. I see him. Bugs said. On your word, Red Eye. Whiskers said. All right. Now, Red Eye yelled. Out of the bushes jumped Naruto, followed by Hinata and Shino. The cat immediately screeched and began to run. Naruto's eyes widened. Reacting on instinct of his training with Anko, he pulled a kunai and tossed at the running feline. Hinata gasped and covered her eyes. Shino simply arched an eyebrow. Kurenai heard the cat screech and immediately ran to her team. What she saw upon arriving almost made her faint. There hung the cat by his collar. The collar was hung on a low part of the tree so he wasn't choking, but it was stuck to the tree by a kunai. Not bad, huh? Naruto asked. Shut up, Kurenai yelled. Anai hit Naruto on the back of the head and walked over to the cat. Carefully, she pulled the kunai back at Naruto and picked the cat up in her arms. Naruto was starting to resemble Anko so much it scared her. She walked past her team and nodded. That's it for this mission. Let's go back and get another since it's still early, Kurenai said to them. Shino walked behind her, while Hinata made Sir Naruto was okay before she scolded him for being so reckless. The team was managing to complete about 2 jobs a day. However, to be honest, most of them were all boring in Naruto's point of view. He didn't see the importance of having ninja do jobs like gardening, dog walking, babysitting, and especially searching for lost cats. They had been Genin for a little over 2 weeks now, and this was the 7th time that they had to look for the same cat. Just like always, they returned to the Hokage Tower, with cat in tow. My precious kitty, a rather fat woman yelled while grabbing the sad cat. Actually eyeing the cat, and then the woman again, Naruto began to get an understanding about maybe why the cat kept running away. Without even so much as a word of thanks, the woman walked out of the office leaving Kurenai and the Genin with the Hokage. Deep down, every one of them said their apologies to the cat. The team then turned to face the 3rd Hokage, as well as Iruka who was working as an aide to the man for the day. Well, despite the number of times you all appear to complete this mission, well done. Now then, let's talk about your next mission, the 3rd Hokage said. Naruto sighed. He really didn't know why the missions were like this. Even if they were rank D missions, they should hold a little more importance than this. Regardless of his current feelings, Naruto stood at attention as the old man looked through various scrolls. He scratched his beard, and took a long drag off his pipe. Okay, the next mission we have are babysitting, weeding the garden, walking the dog, the 3rd Hokage said. God damn it, Naruto muttered. Is something wrong, Naruto? The 3rd Hokage asked. Kurenai rolled her eyes. She knew what was next. You're goddamn right, there's something wrong. All this time, we've been doing these summer vacation jobs. Come on, you old man. How about a real mission? One where we actually get to fight or something. My kunai are starting to cry from all these pointless bores. Naruto yelled. Naruto. Kurenai yelled. What? You can't tell me you enjoy these missions. Naruto yelled. That's not the point, Naruto. You have to complete a various number of D-rank missions before you can do the more difficult missions. Take your job and go. Iruka yelled. Our ninja skills are going to go to waste though. Come on, old man. Just one high-rank job, come on. Naruto yelled. Naruto, that's Ino. Iruka began. Ha. No, Iruka. He's got a point. All right, Naruto. You want a tougher mission. I'll give you your wish. Here is a C rank I think your team can handle. The 3rd Hokage said with a smile. Now that's what I'm talking about. This is going to be fun. Naruto yelled. Calm down, Naruto. We don't even know what the mission is, Shino said. Who cares? Anything is better than the crap we've been doing. Naruto yelled. Shino sighed. He had to admit that Naruto was right. These missions that the team had been doing recently were the pits. Hinata didn't say anything, but she was on the same page as the others, although Naruto could have put it a different way. Kurenai, on the other hand, was struggling not to beat the living crap out of Naruto. It was times like this that she thought about what it would have been like if she had taken Kiba instead. Now, everyone calm down and I'll give you the information. The mission is to serve as escorts for a bridge builder. You will take him from this village, to the land of waves. The 3rd Hokage said with a chuckle. A bridge builder? You got to be kidding me. Not a princess, or a lord, or anything like that. Naruto asked. Judging from the likes of you, this'll be the end of me, a voice said. Naruto and the others turned to see an older man walk into a room. Naruto could smell the liquor on his breath. He had to be drunk. It was the only way he would make such a comment about Naruto was if he was blind. The old man scoffed. Lord Hokage, with all due respect, you got to be kidding me. This is nothing but a group of kids. There's no way they could protect me on the way to my homeland. Especially the blonde kid, he's an idiot, old man said as he shot a glance at Naruto. As if on cue, Hinata, Shino, and Kurenai grabbed a hold of Naruto. Rule number 1 of an escort mission, Naruto. Killing the client means failing the mission. Kurenai said with a sigh. Seeing as how I'm pressed for time, I accept their aid. My name is Tazuna, and until we reach the land of waves, you guys are under my orders, Tazuna said. Actually Tazuna, this team is my responsibility. I will make it our duty to protect you, but should something seem odd, I will have them return to the village for their own safety. Kurenai said. Whatever, let's just get a move on. Tazuna said. Get about a week's worth of supplies. Bring only the necessities, and don't overpack. Kurenai said to the team. Naruto and the others nodded and made their way to their homes. Naruto bounced happily along the trees of the forest. He burst through the door and launched himself into the living part of the tower. Anko looked up from a book she was reading. Squirt, what's so excited about? You nearly took off the damn door. Anko yelled. Can't talk. Got to pack. Naruto yelled. Pack. Pack for what? Anko called as Naruto dashed to his room. Anko put the book down and walked down the hall to his room. She opened the door just in time to see clothes flying out of his wardrobe. Several kunai and throwing items lie scattered about the room, as well as a few scrolls. Naruto packed his bag like a madman, as if he was going to be on the run, and only had 5 minutes to escape. Naruto, Anko called out. Naruto didn't respond. Oh, Naruto, Anko called again in a dreamy voice. Still Naruto didn't answer. Finally Anko tossed a kunai that nearly grazed his cheek. Hey, Squirt, Anko yelled. What the hell is it? Naruto asked. You tell me. You broke the damn door down. Run th. Rough the house screaming like a little schoolgirl, and then start ripping your room apart. What the hell are you doing? Anko asked. Oh right, sorry about that. I'm going on a mission to the land of waves. I'm going to be gone for about a week, Naruto said. When did you find this out? Leaving the village makes a mission at least a C rank mission. You and the others only became Genin 2 weeks ago. Anko said. What can I say? I'm just that damn good. Naruto said with a smile. Anko smiled back. What the hell are you waiting for then? Get the hell out of here, and make sure you kill one for me. Anko yelled. Naruto nodded and hugged her before running out the door to rejoin the others. Hinata, Shino, Kurenai, and Tazuna were all waiting at the gates when Naruto arrived. Tazuna looked annoyed. About time, Runt, let's go. We're running behind as it is. Tazuna said. Kurenai looked as the bridge builder began to walk, and nodded to the Genin to come along. She couldn't put her finger on it. But something didn't seem right about this. Why was this man in such a hurry? This was a C rank mission, so even if there was any danger, it shouldn't be anything that they couldn't handle, even if they were a team of Genin. As they walked along the path leading away from the village, Naruto took a deep breath of the air, as he looked around. He had never been outside of Konoha before, so he had to admit that all of this was new to him. He only calmed down for a minute when he noticed something close. A puddle. It hasn't rained in weeks. Something isn't right about this. Kurenai say. NSEI must notice it too. Naruto though. Suddenly out of the puddle, jumped out 2 ninjas. Almost if by reflex, Shino and Hinata pulled Tazuna behind them. The 2 ninjas surround Kurenai, and wrap her in chains. They both look at each other, and nod. With one tug, the chains snag, and Kurenai is ripped to pieces in front of her team's eyes. Man, as cool as that looked, it wasn't good. Naruto muttered as he pulled out a kunai. The 2 ninja turned and faced Naruto and the others now. Naruto looked back at his team. Shino was emotionless as normal, but a simple nod let him know that he was ready to move at a moment's notice. Hinata's eyes were wide with fear. Naruto cursed. It was just he and Shino for this fight. Shino sent out a wave of bugs, which encircled Tazuna and Hinata. He then found himself engaged in a taijutsu fight with one of the ninja. Shino was not expert at hand-to-hand, but he was decent enough, thanks to training he received. His family believed that should bugs fail in a battle, taijutsu should be a backup measure. Your taijutsu is lacking, Shino said. I'm just letting you keep up, the ninja said. The two continued to exchange blows. Shino was not able to land many blows, but he didn't seem to mind, as if he had a different plan. The ninja began to wonder what Shino was finding so amusing. Finally he got fed up. What the hell is so funny? The man asked. The fact that you made ninja, but pay so little attention to things around you, Shino said. The ninja looked down to see a swarm of bugs, quickly inching their way up his body. He screamed and panicked, as each one began to crawl on his skin. He passed out, almost immediately. His fear of the bugs snapping and devouring him was enough to take him down. Shino sighed and called his bugs off, moving to rejoin Hinata and Tazuna. Naruto smiled as the bug ninja returned to the others. That was sad. Naruto said to the remaining ninja. Your friend just got lucky. Besides, we took down that woman in one move. The enemy ninja said. You're an idiot, you know that. She's up in that tree. Naruto said. Naruto pointed to a tree behind him, and sure enough, Kurenai came hopping off a branch. So that makes the score 1-0 you, Naruto said. The ninja wasted no time in charging Naruto. Naruto smiled and pulled out a kunai. Kurenai's eyes widened. She knew that smile. Anko used it every time she fought an enemy ninja. They never survived. Naruto ran forward and leapt over the ninja as he swung at him. With rapid speed, Naruto threw the kunai into his back. He landed behind the stunned ninja. He was surprised that a squirt like Naruto was able to move with such speed. Naruto smiled even more sadistically. Anko's influence on him was beginning to show even more now. The poor ninja never had a chance. Naruto called forth a shadow clone. With only a nod, they both rushed forward, and began to slice away at the ninja. Shino's eyebrows arched. Kurenai gasped and covered her mouth. Tazuna pulled his hat down. Hinata closed her eyes. Naruto smiled as the ninja was ripped into pieces. The shadow clone vanished and Naruto put his kunai away. After securing the remaining living ninja, Kurenai thought it was time to bring up her concern to the bridge builder. Tazuna, what is the truth about this mission? There should have not been any confrontation. You haven't been telling us the truth about this whole mission, have you? Kurenai asked. Tazuna remained silent. Fine then, I see this mission as being too difficult for my team to finish, and we shall return to the village, Kurenai said. Fine, the truth is, that this is not a basic escort mission. My life is in danger. Do you know who Gato is? Tazuna asked. Gato? You mean Gato of Gato Shipping and Transport? Shino asked. What would a businessman of one of the most successful companies in the world have to do with this? Kurenai asked. The businessman Gato is simply a mask. There's much more to the surface than that. The real Gato is a murdering, ruthless criminal. He hires shinobi and gangs to do his dirty work, and also specializes in drugs and contraband. He takes over company after company, until he gains control of an entire country. He came to the land of waves a little over a year ago on a business venture. However, no sooner had he arrived, that a wave of violence broke out. He managed to take control of our shipping company, which is the largest and most valuable company to the village. We've been under his thumb ever since. Tazuna said, I understand that you all must be suffering. However, I still fail to see where you fall into place in this. Kurenai said, as you all know, I am a bridge builder. Well, there is only one thing that Gato fear, which is the completion of the bridge I've been building for some time now. It connects the land of waves to the main land. Tazuna said, south, so the bridge would become a major aid for the village. Hinata said, yes, the bridge will be a major aid in encouraging trade and such with other villages. New businesses could come, allowing the economy to repair, and drastically weakening Gato's power. Tazuna said, does that mean the two losers me and Bug Boy beat up are part of his hired guys? Naruto asked. Most likely. They were most likely expecting Tazuna to come alone. Though you and Shino managed to fend them off easily. They had to be at least of the Chunin level. If what he says is true, there'll probably be many more of them to come, probably stronger than those two were. Kurenai said. Kurenai turned and looked at her team, and then back at Tazuna. You'll have to forgive me, but the mission has seemed to become a great deal more dangerous. I cannot make a decision that will willingly put my team in danger. I have to take their feelings into consideration, Kurenai said. With that, Kurenai looked back at Naruto and the rest. I want to know what you all think. If you find that the mission may prove to be too difficult, then we'll return back to the village and find a more suitable escort for him. If you think that you are willingly to continue though, and put it all on the line to complete the mission, then we shall continue onward. Kurenai said. I'll do it, Naruto said without any hesitation at all. You could at least think that through first, Naruto. It's one thing to want to fight and show your toughness. But in the process of making this decision, you not only put your own life on the table, but Hinata's, Shino's, Tazuna's, and mine. Kurenai said. It has nothing to do with proving strength. I have a promise to keep. I don't turn my back. If someone had done the same thing 8 years ago, I wouldn't be here right now. She taught me better than that, and I am not going to betray what she taught me. Even if it means going alone, I will finish this mission, and protect Tazuna. Naruto said. Kurenai smiled. She knew exactly what Naruto was talking about. If Anko had turned her back on him that night, the villagers would have killed Naruto. She understood why he was so determined to continue on, regardless of the danger. She turned back and looked at Shino and Hinata. Shino simply nodded and moved toward Naruto. He was on his side. That left Hinata. She sat there for only a moment before nodding. I think we should keep G going, Hinata shyly said. Fine. However, we should keep a close watch on Tazuna, Kurenai said. The team nodded and began to move forward once more. Naruto lagged behind a little bit, to wait for Hinata to catch up. She looked at him for a moment, before gazing back to the ground. Naruto looked at her curiously. Hey, what's up? Naruto said. I'll let you A and Shino D down. If they were S stronger, they C could have E ended up H hurting you B both. Or W worse. I'm S so worthless, Hinata said. Hey, shut up. You are not anywhere close to being worthless. You froze up. Big deal. It's going to take a hell of a lot more to kill me and Buggy off anyways. You're strong, Hinata. Stop berating yourself. Besides, if you get in trouble I'll come help you. I'd put my life on the line for my friends. Naruto said. F friends. Hinata said. Hinata want Naruto to be more than a friend. She want him to be her boyfriend, but she's too shy to said it. The two ran to catch up to the others. Hinata was glad that Naruto was on her team. Someday, she tell Naruto that she love him. There was a long silence as the group made their way to the land of waves. It was almost nightfall, so the team decided to set up camp, and continue on later in the morning. What you think? Naruto and Hinata will make a cute couple. In a few chapters, Naruto will use the cursed seal. Chapter 15. Naruto. Rewrite Chapter 14. Morning came. Soon the group found themselves on a boat heading for the land of waves. Naruto and the others seemed to notice that Tazuna was becoming more and more tense with every passing moment. Naruto, as balancing a kunai on the tip of his finger, decided to kill some time and break the awkward silence. Hey, old man, what's this place like anyways? Naruto asked. Naruto, you will address him as Tazuna at the least, do you understand? Kurenai asked. Fine, Tazuna, what is the land of waves like? Naruto asked. Well, to be honest, it used to be a land of promise and opportunity. Before Gato came along, it was a prosperous port village. We mainly specialized in shipping and trade, but it was also a relaxing place to relax on a vacation perhaps. Tazuna said. I suppose this all changed when Gato came along. Shino asked. Yeah. He originally showed up with the promise to be able to help our little village become even stronger. His plans that were showed to the mayor of the village and the council were pretty sound. For a time, they were as well. Gato was actually given control of the place since he was doing so well. That's when things went straight to hell. Tazuna said as he took a sip of his sake. I think I see what happened next. The money that was flowing into the village started going somewhere else. Kurenai said. Bingo. It went straight to Gato's pockets. Trade began to decrease, taxes rose. The council and mayor were given the boot, and before long, Gato essentially became a self-proclaimed king. Tizuna said, if he was so bad, why didn't the village get rid of him? Hinata asked, the land of waves isn't like one of the other major countries. Instead, it seemingly acts as an independent state of sorts. Because of this, while they do have a military force, it is not strong. Also, if Gato had as much money as Tizuna-san says he does, he was probably able to buy the favor of some of the military, or even hire his own. Shino said, you're pretty smart for a runt. At any rate, that is the truth. Gato has quite an army of rouge ninja, samurai, and the likes. They also manage to blend into the town rather seamlessly, so you guys will have to be pretty alert when we get there to do your job. Tizuna said, we know. Naruto said, it's not like we need you tell us how to do our job. Naruto thought. The boat eventually slowed to a stop and the team disembarked and began to make their way across a forest path towards the village. Tizuna led the way with Kurenai right behind him. Both the three genin followed suit by forming a triangle of sorts around them. As they trudged on, the air around them began to get misty and thick. Kurenai began to move a little slower, causing the others to follow. Strange. It's mid-afternoon. It shouldn't be getting foggy and such like this right now. Kurenai said, you're right. Very unusual weather for this time of year around here. Tizuna said, you guys know what to do. Kurenai said, as if by instinct. Hinata activated her Byakugan. Shino sent several of his bugs to scout the area around them, and Naruto summoned a small snake to move ahead some to see what was there. Tizuna let out a low whistle as he saw them do this without a single word being mentioned. Not bad for a bunch of runts, Tizuna said. Tizuna, with all due respect, give my team credit. If the Hokage didn't think they were ready for an escort mission, he wouldn't have sent them. Kurenai said, Kurenai-sensei, we are not alone. Shino said as his bugs returned. All right then, I'll take point now. Naruto, Shino, Hinata, you three form a triangle defense around Tizuna. Kurenai said as she moved to the lead. The three followed their orders immediately. Once they ensured that he was safe, the team began to move again, cautiously. They were nearing a river when suddenly Hinata came to a stop. She looked around before she suddenly gasped in surprise. Everyone down, Hinata yelled. Naruto pushed Tizuna down to T. He ground quickly as the rest of the team ducked just in time for a giant cleaver's sword to impale itself into a tree. Kurenai looked up at the sword just in time to see a man wearing a village hidden in the mist headband land by the tree and rip the sword out. He wore bandages over his lower face, a blue jumpsuit of sorts, and had no eyebrows on his face at all. The most standout thing about him as the fact that his headband had a slash through the village hidden in the mist symbol. Damn, just missed them. Looks like old, pale eyes there can see pretty well in this mist. The man said as he set the sword against his back. What the hell are you doing? And who the hell are you supposed to be? Naruto asked. Shut up, brat, you're annoying. The man said. That's it, I'm going to kick this guy's butt. Naruto yelled. Naruto, stand down. You wouldn't be a match for him at your level, isn't that right, Zabuza Momochi? Kurenai said as she walked forward. So you've heard of me. I'm impressed. Zabuza said. Don't be. Being a wanted criminal is nothing to be proud of. Listen, things may get a little rough from here. I need you three to hang back with Tizuna and protect him. Leave Zabuza to me, Kurenai said. But Kurenai-sensei, Naruto yelled. No buts. You aren't ready for an opponent like this, none of you are. Kurenai said. Look, I really don't like beating up ladies if it's possible to avoid. So just give me the old man over there, and I'll get out of your way. Zabuza said. Sorry, but that's not an option. Kurenai said. Have it your way, just don't expect me to go easy on you. Zabuza said as he charged forward and sliced at Kurenai. The genjutsu specialist nimbly jumped out of the way as he attacked. She formed several hand signs as she landed, and Bega N to blow a line of fire at the swordsman. He quickly countered by making several hand signs. He spiral of water fired out of his hands at the fire, canceling the attack out effectively. Not bad. See, On sailing out my fire style. Phoenix flower jutsu with water style. Giant vortex jutsu. Kurenai said. Don't get too full of yourself. I'm just getting started. Zabuza said. Zabuza made several more hand signs. Water clone jutsu. Zabuza said. Zabuza was joined in battle by a clone of himself. A clone. That's his big plan. Naruto asked. Yes. Did you not notice it? He used the water in the nearby river to form the clone. In a way, it's like your shadow clones. It'll be able to attack and use jutsu like he can. Shino said. The two Zabuza grabbed their blades and ran forward towards Kurenai. Each one let forth a mighty swing in the opposite direction, each blade slashing right through the Genin. Kurenai smiled as her body began to waver and disappear upon being slashed, causing Zabuza's eyes to widen in shock. An illusion? Zabuza asked. Suddenly a kunai flew through the air and pierced the clone, killing it instantly. They don't call me the Genjutsu mistress for nothing. Kurenai said as she appeared behind Zabuza. I guess that's true, but likewise, I'm not called the demon of the mist of no reason either. Zabuza said. The remaining Zabuza that stood before her fell apart into water. Suddenly, right after that, another Zabuza appeared right in the middle of the Genin and Tazuna. As he swung his sword, Kurenai seemingly appeared out of nowhere as well. She quickly managed to push them all out of the way, and quickly forced a kunai through Zabuza's back. She smirked as she saw the water falling out of his body where the kunai struck. Behind you, sensei, Naruto yelled. Another Zabuza rose from behind Kurenai. With a flick of the wrist, he swung his blade down, smiling as it sliced right through her. Hinata sighed in relief though, instead of seeming worried like Naruto did. What is it, Hinata? Shino asked as he noticed the Byakugan activated on her eyes. It was only a shadow clone, Hinata said as her eyes deactivated. A clone? Zabuza asked. Yes, it's over now, though, Kurenai said. Kurenai quickly formed several hand signs and vanished from sight. Zabuza's eyes widened as tree roots began to grow around his feet, before an entire tree was raised from the ground. Branches expanded forward, binding around his arms, preventing him from moving whatsoever. Zabuza struggled to get free, but to no avail. He cursed as he stopped struggling. What the hell is this? Zabuza asked. Genjutsu. Sylvan fetters. Now that you are completely unable to move, killing you off will be a breeze. Kurenai said as she slowly appeared from the tree trunk. It would be, if it were actually me. Zabuza said. Kurenai-sensei. Hinata yelled. Hinata quickly reactivated her Byakugan and gasped in horror. Run! Hinata yelled. Her warning came too late. The DS man body suddenly reverted to water and fell to the ground. Kurenai's genjutsu immediately dropped as she looked around, only for the swordsman to appear out of a tree and punch her across the face. She fell over the river, barely managing to gather chakra to keep herself on top of the river. She had barely pulled herself up onto her feet when Zabuza attacked by swinging his sword at her feet. Kurenai jumped over the blade and then let herself fall into the water in order to try and put some distance between the two. Got you, Zabuza said with a smirk as Kurenai suddenly swam back to the surface. What is this? The water is heavy. Kurenai struggled against the water as Zabuza began to make several hand signs at a rapid rate. Kurenai, as well as the water around her rose into the air and surrounded her until she was trapped in a floating ball of water. She tossed a kunai against the walls of her prison, only to be greeted by a chuckle from Zabuza. Sorry, babes, Oop, there's no escape from my water prison jutsu. Now be a good girl and wait there while I finish off the old man and your brats. Zabuza said. A clone of Zabuza rose from the water and began to make his way towards the Genin and Tazuna. Now then, which one of you wants to go first? Zabuza asked. Man, he took down Kurenai-sensei like it was nothing, Naruto said as he pulled a kunai out of a pouch on his belt. And Naruto? Hinata asked. What are you two waiting for? It's up to us to save the day. Naruto yelled. Naruto ran straight for the clone, kunai in hand and attacked. The clone simple. Y jumped back before launching a kick that landed straight into Naruto's stomach. The Genin skidded away from the swordsman clone, his headband being knocked off in the process. Naruto shakily stood up and grabbed his kunai that lay by his side. Zabuza smirked as he stomped his foot onto Naruto's discarded headband. What are you all doing? I told you, you're no match for him. Take Tazuna and run. Kurenai yelled. No way. If I ran away every time things got tough, then I wouldn't be a genin today, Naruto said. Naruto once again charged straight for Zabuza's clone. Kurenai's eyes widened as her friend's son was throwing his life away on some silly whim. The blonde genin launched another attack at the clone, who once again kicked him away. This time, Naruto came straight to a stop in front of his teammates. You idiot, listen to your sensei and run. Kurenai yelled. Kurenai's sensei is alright. Naruto, we're O only genin, W were no M match for H him. Hinata said. Hinata. Look, Shino said. Hinata looked as Naruto stood back up on his feet. In his hands was his headband. He tied it around his forehead and grinned as he looked back at his teammates. Shino pushed his glasses up on the bridge of his nose. Hinata looked at him as a small smile appeared on her face. Naruto then turned back and looked at Zabuza. It'll take more than that to kill a leaf shinobi. Naruto said to Zabuza. Naruto, I trust you have a plan. Shino asked. Oh, yeah, it's party time. Naruto said. What's wrong with you all? This fight was over the second he caught me. Don't forget your mission about protecting Tazuna. Take him a. Kurenai was cut by Tazuna with a chuckle. Tazuna, Hinata asked looking back at the bridge builder. Let's face it kids, we're all in this mess now because of my lies. I've had a real long life. And it would be wrong for you kids to all die just trying to protect me. So go ahead, give this freak everything you got, Tazuna said. So that's it then, Shino said. Why yeah, Hinata said. Okay guys, I need you to cover me long enough, can you do that? Naruto asked. Yes, Shino and Hinata both said. Good, Hinata, I need you to fight the Zabuza clone. Shino, STA. Why back and guard Tazuna-san just in case? Naruto asked. As if planned from the start, the Hinata ran straight towards Zabuza. She began to attack in her gentle fist style, Zabuza's clone barely managed to stand one small hair ahead of the girl. She would strike with her palm that he would barely manage to duck under. Eventually, he grew tired of the attacks and managed to kick her back. Hinata fell to the ground and barely rolled out of the way in time for Zabuza's sword to strike the ground where she was laying. As she began to rise to her feet, the clone was already on top of her with another attack. The sword began to drive right down into her, only to be blocked by a wall of bugs. What the? Zabuza asked. Wall of insects jutsu. I don't need to be close to you to aid in the fight. Shino said from beside Tazuna. Kid, did you just? Tazuna said. Yes. I attacked with bugs that just happened to live inside of me. It's fine if it makes you sick, but please hold off on throwing up until we're safe. Shino said. Thanks, Shino. A dual set of familiar-sounding voices shouted. Zabuza looked in the tree Hinata sat in front of just in time to see an army of Naruto jump down and grab a hold of him by his arms and legs. Another Naruto walked forward with a smile on his face. Hinata's Byakugan deactivated as she looked at him. You did good, Hinata. I'll handle the rest. Get out of here, Naruto said. But, Hinata said. Trust me, Naruto said. Alright, Hinata said. Hinata ran off to join Shino by Tazuna. Now then, time to finish things off, Naruto said as he looked at the clone. Naruto grabbed a hold of one of Zabuza's hands, and then reached into his pocket and pulled out a kunai with his free hand. Then in an act surprising everyone, he stabbed his own hand. He then formed a single hand sign with both his and Zabuza's hand while smiling evilly. Ninja art. Twin snake sacrifice jutsu. Naruto yelled. No, he wouldn't, he can't. Kurenai thought as she heard the technique's name escape Naruto's lips. From out of the sleeves of Naruto's trench coat slithered two snakes, each one biting both Zabuza and Naruto wrists. The shadow clones that were holding Zabuza's clone vanished, along with Zabuza's clone itself. Naruto fell down to the ground still smiling, and panting heavily. Idiot! Sacrificing his own life to kill one clone, the real Zabuza said. You think? A familiar voice asked. Zabuza looked up just in time to see Naruto jump down from a tree and punch him square in the face. His hand fell out of the water prison that held Kurenai, freeing her in the process. Zabuza swam back to the surface after being knocked into the water. The swordsman was needless to say mad. Naruto smiled at him as he helped his sensei out of the water, onto a rock that was in the water. How? The swordsman asked. Shadow clones. Correct, Hinata. Shino asked. Why yes. I recognized that they were all Shadow C clones when I had my Byakugan A activated. That's why IG gave up on staying behind so easy. Hinata said. For a Jonin, you sure are an idiot. Do you really think I would submit to killing myself that easily? The technique I used is a last resort one. So I just had a shadow clone do all the last resorting for me. While you and your clone were busy, it gave me the time I needed to finish it off while the real me was able to sneak over and free Kurenai. Sensei. Naruto said to Zabuza. You brats think you're hot stuff. Zabuza asked. Zabuza jumped out of the water, placing chakra onto his feet to stand on it and began making several hand signs. Naruto, get back, Kurenai yelled. The blonde Genin followed his sensei's orders as she began to follow through several hand signs as well. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. Zabuza yelled. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Kurenai yelled at the same time. From the water rose a dragon made of water that charged right for Kurenai. At the same time, a blast of fire escaped from Kurenai's mouth. The fire and water clashed, which resulted in both canceling each other out. Zabuza's eyes widened as through the mist flew several shuriken, each one smashing right into Zabuza. The demon the mist flew back and landed against the tree, breathing heavily. Watch out, Hinata yelled with her Byakugan activated once again. Everyone looked up in the trees that Hinata did just in time to a masked boy unleash a handful of Senbon needles that pierced Zabuza in the neck. The swordsman's body fell limp and hit the ground with a solid sounding thud. Dead, Kurenai said to no one direct. Lee as she walked forward and put her fingertips against his neck. Kurenai looked up at the masked boy in the tree as he jumped down and walked towards Zabuza. Thank you for your assistance. We've been after him for quite a while. The boy said. That mask, you're a shinobi hunter from village hidden in the mist, correct? Kurenai asked. Yes. The boy said. Shinobi hunter. What's that? Naruto asked. A ninja who specializes in hunting down rouge ninja and outlaws. Shino said. Strange. Judging from his height and voice, he's not any older than Naruto or the others. He's already a full-fledged shinobi hunter though. Kurenai thought. Wait a minute, who are you? Naruto asked. Calm down, Naruto. He's not an enemy, Shino said. I didn't say he was. But look at this. He killed Zabuza with one flick of a wrist. While we were sweating over it and struggling to stay ahead. To make it worse, he's only about our age. Naruto yelled. Calm down, Naruto. I can understand how this would make you mad. But I have to admit that this won't be the first time you see a person who might be younger than you, with skills that are on a Jonin level. Kurenai said as she walked over to the blonde. At any rate, I'm afraid I must be on my way. I must dispose of the body, so if you'll excuse me, the boy said as he put Zabuza's body over his shoulder and disappeared in a cloud of smoke, leaving Squad 8 and Tazuna alone. Well, that must have been humiliating. Regardless of who finished who off, I owe you all my life, so I'd be honored if you stayed at my house to lick your wounds. Zuna said as he adjusted the brim of his hat. Thank you, Tazuna. That'd be nice, Kurenai said. Kurenai began to walk past her Genin as the bridge builder followed. Well then, shall we be on our way? Kurenai asked. The team immediately began to follow, Shino being his usual quiet self while Naruto was muttering under his breath about the shinobi hunter. Hinata lingered for a moment before she jogged to catch up to the others, deactivating her Byakugan in the process. Zabuza. I don't think he was dead. I'll ask Kurenai-sensei about it alone later tonight, so I don't start up a fuss until we're sure, Hinata thought. What you think? You can have a guess that when Naruto used the cursed seal. Chapter 16. Naruto. Rewrite Chapter 15. Before long, the team and Tazuna arrived at the village that he called home. Much to their dismay, the stories he had been telling them were true. A majority of the businesses had gone under, and the ones that were there, didn't have much to choose from, if anything at all. One of the things that caught Naruto, Hinata, and Shino's eyes were the people sitting on the sides of the streets. They were holding signs, which said they would work for food, shelter, money, anything basically. Here we are, home sweet home. You kids will love it here. Tsunami is a great cook, she can make just about anything. Chizuna said as they came to a house on the edge of town. Anything? Naruto asked. Yep, Chizuna said. Even ramen. Naruto asked, getting more excited. The best there ever was. Chizuna said. Now we're talking. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Naruto yelled. Chizuna and Naruto raced ahead to the house. Hinata, Shino, and Kurenai all sighed before following the two. Chizuna smiled as he swung the door to his house open. He took his hat off and placed it on a hat rack, along with kicking his sandals and dropping his backpack off at the door. Naruto and the others followed suit with their sandals. Tsunami, I'm home, Chizuna yelled. Hi, father, Tsunami called. Tsunami walked down the stairs and threw her arms around the old man's neck. Did you have a nice trip back from Hidden Leaf Village? Tsunami asked. Well, it was an eventful one to say the least. Chizuna said. What do you mean? Tsunami asked. Just a few ninja attacks, that's all. Trying to do the usual. Chizuna said. The usual? You've been attacked more than once. Kurenai asked. Ever since my father and his workers started to build the bridge, Gato and his thugs have been attacking them and the bridge on a regular basis. The bridge is a threat to his rule over the village. So he's doing whatever it takes to stop it, Tsunami said. Enough shop talk though, you kids are to rest. Tsunami, why don't you show them to the guest room while I get myself settled back in? Chizuna asked. Sure, come along, Tsunami said. Tsunami led the others up the stairs and into a small room in the back of the house. She apologized for the size, but I assured her that it was more than large enough for them. The others dropped their backpacks and began to lay out their sleeping bags for the night, when Hinata suddenly got everyone's attention. Sensei, I've been thinking, Hinata said. What's up, Hinata? Naruto asked. It was about T, the shinobi H-hunter that showed up during the fight with Zabuza. You understand his desire. To want to keep their methods secret, but, Hinata said. Yes, I see it now, I can't believe I missed this. Kurenai said. What is it, Kurenai-sensei? Naruto asked. Shinobi hunters who are in charge of body disposal. Destroy the corpse of the killed target right on the spot, without a moment's delay. So how did he dispose of Zabuza's body? Kurenai asked. How should I know? Naruto asked. Exactly. The thing is, he only needed to bring back the head to show that he finished the job. Also, there's the fact of the items he used to kill Zabuza, Senbon acupuncture needles, Kurenai said. What about them? Naruto asked. Those needles are very deadly if they hit a vital spot. However, if they don't, the mortality rate is surprisingly low. Remember that they were also originally designed to be medical tools. Shinobi hunters, and all members of any village's corpse disposal unit, must have a thorough and intimate knowledge of the human body, in both mental and physical aspects. It would be incredibly simple for them to put someone in a near-death state. Kurenai said. In other words, there is a chance that Zabuza is alive and well. Shino asked. Why yes, when the boy W was taking Zabuza's body away. IW was able to get a good look at his chakra systems with my Byakugan. It was still flowing, Hinata said. So, there is no doubt that Zabuza is alive, and the shinobi hunter is probably in league with him. Kurenai said. So what do we do? Hinata asked. We agreed to only escort Chizuna back to the village. Kurenai said. We can't just leave him high and dry though. Naruto yelled. Indeed, even if we got Chizuna to town safely, the mission would still feel like a failure if he were to die shortly after getting there, Shino said. In other words, you want to protect him through the bridge building? Kurenai asked. Of course, Naruto yelled. All right, but we'll have to get some training in. Could tell in the last fight that Zabuza was fighting with all he had, Kurenai said. What kind of training? Hinata asked. I think some advanced chakra training would be for the best. We'll go over the details about it tomorrow. For tonight, let's rest. Kurenai said. The team agreed. Soon, dinner came, and they all went down to eat. Naruto was ecstatic to find a steaming hot bowl of miso ramen waiting on them. Quickly, he grabbed his chopsticks and began to gobble the bowl, along with Tazuna, who ate almost as fast he did. After dinner, Tsunami served some tea, which was when Kurenai decided to tell Tazuna what the others decided earlier. Tazuna, Gato and his men are interfering with your bridge being built and such, correct? Kurenai asked. Why yeah, what's it matter to you guys though? I mean, you're going back to Konoha after tonight, right? Tazuna asked. Not exactly. Seems our mission to guard you has been extended until you build the bridge. Kurenai said. I appreciate the offer, but this village can't afford that. Tazuna said. Consider it a mission of morals, we'll do this for free. Kurenai said. What about your village? Tazuna asked. Don't worry about that. Do you accept our offer? Kurenai asked. Sure. You guys proved to be a reliable lot in getting me here. Tazuna said. All right, this is going to be fun. Naruto yelled. The next day soon came, and Naruto and the team found themselves in the forest on the outskirts of the village. There was a small lake nearby. In the center is where Kurenai decided to hold the team's meeting at. Naruto yawned, as it was early in the morning. All right, it's time to get this training started. I assume you all have the basic grip on chakra control. From what I understand, the Hyuga teach it at an early age to help with control of the Byakugan, and Aburame teach it as well to aid with the controlling of their insects. I also know that Anko taught it to Naruto to help him learn some of his jutsu. However, your current level of chakra control is nowhere near perfect. So we're going to work on another level of it. Kurenai said. Another L level? Hinata asked. Yes, we're going to practice walking on water. Kurenai said. Walking on water. You and the eyebrow-less freak were doing that when you were fighting each other yesterday, right? Naruto asked. Correct. In a way, this kind of an advanced form of tree climbing. The basic difference, being the amount of chakra you have to force down to the soles of your feet. If you use too much, or not enough, you'll be sent under. Kurenai said. Can you show us how to do it? Hinata asked. Of course. Kurenai said. Kurenai gracefully walked out onto the water and stood in the direct center of it. Hinata activated her Byakugan to get a better look at Kurenai's chakra. The Genjutsu mistress smiled. Sorry, Hinata, but seeing as how our chakra outputs are different, you'll need to use a different amount than I do. Kurenai said. Hinata nodded and deactivated her Byakugan. She then slowly began to walk out onto the water, only to fall under shortly after stepping out. Naruto tried next. He stepped out onto the water only for a wave to form and send him flying back to the shore. Shino was the next to try. He made it out to the water, and while he had some difficulty keeping his balance, he basically managed to keep above the water. Alright, Naruto, you used too much chakra. Hinata, you didn't use enough. A basic hint is that it takes just a bit more than it does for you to do your tree walking, or maybe a bit less. It more or less depends on the person. Shino, you've got the basic hang of it. Just try to adjust your chakra output a bit more, and you've got down the basics. Kurenai said. Somewhere else. You really let those ninja do a number on you. Had I not interfered when I did, they may have killed you, Lord Zabuza. A boy said as he finished changing the wrapping an arm in bandages. Shut up, Haku, everyone slips up now and then. The woman and brats just got lucky, that's all. Zabuza said as he retracted his arm from the boy. Still, you should be more careful now. I highly doubt that they went back to their homeland after escorting the old man home. Also, there still is the matter of Gato and his men. Haku said. Only a technicality. Once I have the means to complete my main goal, the pig and his blind followers are done for. Zabuza said. Big words for a demon who can't even defend himself, a voice said. Gato, what do you want? Zabuza asked, checking in to see if the rumors were true. I had heard that the famous demon of the mist was beaten by a bunch of brats. And I hoped it was just a lie. Gato said. Is there a reason you're here? Zabuza asked. Only to make an offer. Gato said. An offer? Haku asked. Yes, an offer. I want you to kill Tazuna in 3 days. As well as the ninja brats that are protecting him. Gato said. Why should I risk my neck out for the likes of you? Zabuza asked. I think you're forgetting your position. Gato said. Gato snapped his fingers and two swordsmen walked into the room where they were. In your current position, you don't have the strength to do anything. You were barely able to escape with your life last time. You should count yourself lucky. Gato said. As if practiced, both swordsmen grabbed their blades and charged straight for Zabuza. They prepared to impale him with their swords, only for Haku to intercept them. He had managed to steal both swords from them, and now held them up against their throats. Touch one hair on his head and I will kill you both, Haku said. Come on, think it over. Zabuza, you and the boy are tough, but not tough enough to kill all of our men, Gato said as he walked out with the swordsman. What do we do? Haku asked. For now, we play by his rules. Besides, I can't have my reputation going downhill like this. Zabuza said. Lord Zabuza, I need to go gather some more herbs for your ointments. Will you be all right while I'm gone? Haku asked. Haku pulled his hair out of its bun, allowing his hair to fall well past his shoulder blades. Go on, kid, I can handle myself for a bit, Zabuza said. Haku nodded and he quickly changed his clothes, from his brown pants and blue robe into a long pink kimono of sorts. He grabbed a nearby basket and bid Zabuza farewell as he stepped out to go about his business. The sun was just beginning to rise over the tips of the trees that surrounded the forest where the herbs grew. As he made his way towards the area where he harvested them, he came across 3 bodies that were sitting by the water's edge. I think we're finally getting this down, Naruto said. You're getting this down. Hinata and I both had the basics down a while ago, Shino said as he walked on top of the water over to where Hinata and Naruto rested. You never let up, do you? Naruto asked. Naruto stuck his tongue out at Shino who simply arched his eyebrows in return before adjusting his sunglasses. I think you're doing good, and Naruto. Hinata said. I knew I could count on you, Hinata. Naruto yelling. Naruto threw his arms around Hinata who had a little blush. Naruto is hugging me, Hinata thought. It seems we aren't alone, Shino interrupted. Shino turned and looked up at the approaching Haku, as did Naruto and Hinata. I'm sorry if I interrupted anything. I'm only here to collect a few medical herbs, after which I'll be on my way, Haku said. Medical herbs? Why? Naruto asked. Call it a hobby of mine, Haku said. We could help if you want, right guys? Naruto asked. Shino gave an partial shrug while Hinata smiled and nodded. The 4 of them sat down to work on collecting the herbs. They were gathering quite an armful together. Haku thanked them for their help, and decided to make small talk to pass the time. So, what are you 3 doing out here at this time of the morning? Haku asked. Just some light training, Shino said before Naruto could respond. Any particular reason? Haku asked. So we get stronger, of course. We need to get stronger so we can fight at our best. Naruto yelled. I see, I take it by your headbands that you're all ninja. Haku asked. Yep, Naruto yelled. That's good, Haku said as he smiled at Naruto's antics. They continued to collect herbs for a few more minutes, before Shino looked up at Haku and arched an eyebrow. Haku smiled as they finished putting the last of the herbs into the basket. Being a ninja sounds like a dangerous career. I bet there have been plenty of dangers and threats you all have faced. Haku said. Well, yeah, I guess, Naruto said. Tell me, do you have anyone precious in your life? Haku asked. Precious? Hinata asked. People that you would do anything to protect. Haku said. Yeah, I got a handful I consider to be that way. Naruto said. That's good. I think that when people protect something truly precious to them, they can become as strong as they want to be. Haku said. Naruto paused for one brief moment. He smiled as he thought back to the night when he became a Genin. The thought of when his mother was giving her life to protect him, which in turn gave him the power he needed to defeat Mizuki and save her life. Yeah, I know all about that, Naruto said. I see, I think you will all grow stronger. I hope to meet you all again one day, Haku said as he took his basket, stood up and walked off. Wait, Shino called. Haku stopped and turned back to look at the bug ninja. So, has Zabuza made a full recovery? Shino asked. What? Haku asked as he nearly dropped his basket that had the herbs in it. Shino, what are you talking about? Naruto asked. My insects recognize the chakra he ever so lightly emits. This is the shinobi hunter who took Zabuza away from the fight before we could finish him off. Shino said. You were the ones who did that to Lord Zabuza? Haku asked. Haku quickly reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of Senbon needles. Our actions were in self-defense. He attacked first, we responded. Shino said. So wait, you mean these herbs we just sat here gathering were for that eyebrowless freak? Naruto asked. Probably. Shino said. Is there a problem here? Kurenai asked as she walked out of the trees. No, I was just leaving. Haku said as he picked up his basket and began to walk off. The teammate watched Haku go out of sight. Kurenai smiled and looked over at Shino, who nodded. That more or less proves our suspicions about Zabuza and the shinobi hunter. Now all that's left to do is wait. Kurenai said. How do we know when he'll come be back? Hinata asked. I left a female insect on his body before he left. They have a slightly different aura about them than most insects do, so we'll know when we see him again, Shino said. At any rate, let's resume training. I know that you all have the basics of water walking down, Kurenai said. The time seemed to fly by. Building on the bridge went better than ever. Without one attack from Gato or his men in 3 days. The guard duty on the bridge shifted to where the genin assisting. Kurenai would switch out with one of the others every 3 hours. The 2 genin, who weren't at the bridge, continued to practice their water walking, which after the first day was expanded into sparring while standing on the water. This was a bit more complicated since the chakra tea they were using to stay afloat on the water was now being distributed elsewhere. Change in plans today, everyone. Today we're all going to go the bridge to oversee the building. Kurenai said as the team finished their breakfast. Why the sea change? Hinata asked. Well, you've all been training hard these past few days, so I felt you could use a slight break. That's all, Kurenai said. The team said their goodbyes to Tsunami and headed off to the bridge with Tazuna. It was a warm, sunny day. The 3 genin were happy with the progress they made in their training, and honestly didn't mind taking a day off from the training. They engaged in small talk along the way, until suddenly, Tazuna came to a complete stop when they reached the bridge, which the others did too. Scattered across the bridge were the bodies of various men who helped Tazuna build the bridge. A few of them were alive, but most were not as lucky. Looks like Hinata was right, he survived, Shino said as a thick fog began to set over the bridge. It's good to see you again, beautiful. I see you've brought all 3 of those brats along with you too. Look, the little blonde kid is shaking in fear, an eerie voice echoed out across the bridge. From out of the mist jumped an army of Zabuza, each one smiling in anticipation. You couldn't be more wrong. I'm shaking in anticipation for a rematch, Naruto said with a grin. Go ahead and have some fun, Naruto, Kurenai said. The clone army of Zabuza began to take off towards the group that they surround, as Naruto took off with a kunai in hand. Soon water splashed around the bridge. In the places where the clones once stood, Shino turned his head to left. They're here, Shino said. Sure enough, the others turned to see both Zabuza and Haku standing there, waiting on them. The biggest difference from their previous encounter during the first confrontation was that Haku did not wear his mask this time. Seeing as how the others knew who he was thanks to Shino, there was no longer a need to hide behind it. Zabuza smirked as he began to walk forward. Good to see you all again. I missed you all so much, I was hoping to have the chance to play with you again. I even brought my friend along for the ride, Zabuza said. Looks like you were right, Shino. He is the shinobi hunter from the other day. Stand back, everyone. All. Naruto was cut by Hinata. And no. Let me, please. Hinata said as she stepped forward. The others were surprised to see normally quiet and shy Hinata step forward. That was, until Naruto remembered the attack that the 2 meters East ninjas launched on the team when the escort mission had began. Hinata was the one that suddenly found herself unable to move, or try to fight back. She hated herself for that. She wanted to herself from the Hinata that froze up when trouble started. Naruto smiled and nodded. Go get him, Hinata. Naruto yelled. Naruto cheered for me, Hinata thought. Right, Hinata said. Hinata AC. Evaded her Byakugan and stepped forward taking a kunai in her hands in the process. Haku, would you care to do the honors? Zabuza asked. Yes, Haku said. In a flash, Haku disappeared and reappeared in front of Hinata. He swung around with a Senbon needle in his hand, which was instantly deflected by the kunai in her hand. Haku swung back around and attacks again, this time locking with the kunai, causing both to be stuck in a deadlock. Just as I thought. He's fast, but with Hinata's Byakugan, she's able to keep up just fine. It was probably for the best that she chose herself to fight first, Kurenai thought. I must say, you're very good. Originally, I didn't want to kill you, but since you are the ones responsible for Zabuza's injuries that he suffered earlier, I think I can let that slide this once. Haku said. You don't know what you're getting yourself into. Hinata isn't any pushover. Naruto yelled from the sidelines. That may be, but she can only keep up with me for so long. Plus I've laid ground for 2 attacks now. Haku said. 2 attacks? Hinata asked. Yes, first there's water splashed all around the field from where your blonde friend went through all of Lord Zabuza's clones. Second, I've trapped one of your hands in parrying this move, which leaves only one hand to defend yourself with. Haku said. Haku began to fly through a series of hand signs, but the most alarming thing about them was the fact that he was doing it all with one hand. The water began to rise off the ground and harden into ice. Hinata's eyes widened as all of the needles aimed at ND crashed down right where she was standing. Haku's eyes widened, as Hinata was no longer where the needles hit, but rather, she was right behind Haku, and managed to slam him in the back with her palm. Haku caught his balance as he began to fall, and spun around, and struck at Hinata with his Senbon needle. Hinata managed to dodge the blow thanks to her Byakugan, and struck at Haku again, this time striking him in the chest and sending him flying back towards Zabuza. This is the best you can do. Not a very good start for someone who wants to kill the ones who hurt me in battle. Zabuza said. Hinata. Kurenai whispered. Kurenai began to run straight for the mirrors, only to be cut by Zabuza. Now, let's allow our kids to play together, while you and I do the same, Zabuza said. If you thought you were fast before, allow me to show you what true speed is. Haku said. Suddenly a barrage of Senbon needles exploded through the mirrors. Hinata's screams could be heard as all of them began to skim or pierce her. Naruto's eyes widened at the sounds that the girl was making. Kurenai was equally mad. Not so fast. If you go to her, then I'll kill the other 2 behind you. Zabuza said. 2. Who's missing? Kurenai thought. You monster. A familiar voice rang out. Everyone's eyes snapped over to the mirrors just in time to see Naruto toss a kunai straight into them at a rapid speed. Haku was knocked clear out of the mirrors and Naruto ran inside of the dome to see if Hinata was okay. Naruto. Hinata said. Now you're both trapped in my attack, Haku said as he reappeared in the mirrors. Oh, please. These mirrors were made out of water. When you hardened them, they became ice. Your little trick is full of holes, just you watch. Naruto yelled. Naruto made several hand signs. Fire style. Dragon flame jutsu. Naruto yelled. A blaze of fire shot out of his mouth and straight at the mirrors. To both Naruto and Hinata's surprise, both mirrors remained the exact same. What the? Fire is supposed to melt ice. Naruto yelled. Do you honestly believe that my jutsu would fall to such an attack? Now, let me show you a real attack. Haku said. Haku flicked his wrist upward as a barrage of needles began to fly forth. Kurenai couldn't tell what had happened, nor could Shino or Tazuna. All they heard were the pained screams of both Naruto and Hinata fill the air. One thing was for certain. Things were definitely looking bad. What you think? The chapter is too long, so I decided to split the chapter up into 2, meaning that the wave arc will end in the next chapter. You'll notice Inari doesn't appear in this chapter, and that's mainly because he's in his room all day, crying about his father. Don't worry, Inari will be in the next chapter. Naruto will use nine-tailed fox's chakra, also the cursed seal, in the next chapter. Chapter 17. Naruto. Rewrite Chapter 15. Naruto staggered to his feet, helping Hinata to hers in the process. He quickly reached up and pulled a needle out of the side of his face. That last attack had happened so fast, he could barely even recall if it was actually wood or not. Hinata was hurt, that much was obvious. Naruto had to pull it together now. He couldn't let his friend die here, nor could he let himself die here. His mother wouldn't let him hear the end of it if he got whipped in this fight. "You all right, Hinata?" Naruto asked. "Why yes," Hinata said as she climbed to her feet. "Good. Don't worry, just sit tight. I'll get us out of here in a minute," Naruto said with a grin. Naruto formed several hand signs and smiled. "Shadow clone jutsu," Naruto yelled. With a large cloud of smoke, several shadow clones appeared wearing the same grin as the real Naruto. Several of them drew a kunai from a pocket on their trench coat, while the rest simply formed fists. Hinata's eyes widened at what came next. Before she could warn them or get the real Naruto's attention, the mass of them jumped straight for the many Haku in the mirrors. Haku smiled as the blondes came forward, and launched another attack. At an almost rapid rate, a blurred form of him began to zip about the mirrored dome, and clones of Naruto began to pop out of existence. Eventually the two Genin found themselves right back in the same position they had started out in. "Naruto, please stop. We have to think this through carefully," Hinata said. "That's well and good, but I doubt if he's going to give us enough time to think of a strategy." "What I want to know is how he did that," Naruto said. "The technique I'm using is part of the art of teleportation. The only tools I need to use are these mirrors that hold my image. I can move so quickly that the two of you might as well be standing still," Haku said. "I see, it's a bloodline limit," Kurenai said as she listened to what Haku said. "Bloodline limit?" Chizuna asked. "A skill that can only be passed from one generation to the next. It's a genetic trait, which runs through the bloodline of those of the purest shinobi pedigree," Shino said. "You got quite a brain on your team. It's a shame that soon he and the others will all be dead," Zabuza said. "Not going to happen. I got some things to do still. There's no way in hell I'm going to die yet," Naruto yelled from the mirrors. "At one point, I would have preferred that the two of you not force me to kill you. But when I learned it was because of you that Zabuza was so severely injured, that I stopped caring. I will not hesitate to act as a true shinobi, and kill you all. As you just said, you have your own dreams, and I have mine. My dream is to fulfill the dreams and protect the one I care about most. I will become a true shinobi to do that, and I will kill you all," Haku said. "Don't listen to him, kids. Get in there and beat him," Chizuna yelled. "Chizuna, please stay out of this. Naruto and Hinata are both strong, but they are not a match for either one of these two. Even if we had a way to counter the boy's techniques, neither Hinata and Naruto would be up to the task to defeat him," Kurenai said. "I see, Hidden Leaf Village doesn't train their new shinobi to turn their hearts to ice, and take another life. While Haku was born into a life that forced him to adjust to the life of a true shinobi in order to maintain his own life, those brats of yours were born into a village of peace and weakness. They grew up in a world without death, or the need to ensure their own survival," Zabuza said. "Sorry, Zabuza, I'm going to have to end this fight quickly," Kurenai said. "You may try all you like, but I'm not going easy on you," Zabuza said as grabbed a hold of his sword. Zabuza swung his blade down at Kurenai, who nimbly dodged underneath the attack. She quickly jammed the blade of her kunai into his stomach. Zabuza smiled, as he seemed to disappear into the mist, leaving a baffled Kurenai wondering what was going on. She didn't see him make any hand signs at all, and yet he missed that he was able to create was strengthening. Suddenly, he jumped out from behind her with his sword and swung it downward. The blade managed to skim her back as she rolled out of the way. Anai winced in pain as she rose to her feet. "You see, it doesn't matter how hard you try, even if you should manage to beat me, you won't have the strength to beat Haku," Zabuza said. "Tell me, Zabuza, is the boy really all that strong?" Kurenai asked. "I've beaten fighting skills into his head ever since he was a toddler. In the process, he has completely given up any and all regard to his own life and safety, becoming a true shinobi in the process. To this day, no matter how great the adversity, he has always managed to prevail. His skills pass mine in every way, and his bloodline limit only make him stronger. The little pieces of trash that follow you at the heels will have no chance in defeating my ultimate weapon. Zabuza said, I'm tired of hearing you brag, it's time to fight. Kurenai said as she drew another kunai. Damn it, we got to take back the initiative, Hinata, a battered Naruto said to the equally wounded Hinata. But how? Hinata said, your eyes, they're the only chance we have now, Hinata. Naruto yelled. Hinata nodded, and began to go through the series of hand signs needed in order to activate her Byakugan. Haku's eyes widened and he shot forward, launching forth a barrage of needles. Naruto realized what was happening and he jumped right in front of the girl, taking the attack for her. Hinata was stunned at the sight, causing her to lose focus as Naruto fell to his knees in front of her. Quite a noble maneuver. However, focusing so much on saving the girl may cost you your own life. Haku said. Then it's worth it. She is one of my precious people. And I'll do whatever the hell I have to in order to protect her. Naruto said. Haku smirked and shot another barrage of needles forth. Naruto rose his arms in front of his face in order to defend Hinata from the attack. However, before any of the needles could hit, Hinata tackled the blonde out of the way, causing them all to hit the ground. Naruto's eyes opened wide and stared at Hinata, who was bent over top of him. Right into her Byakugan eyes. Hinata, Naruto asked. I see, can't let why you do all the W work, Naruto. IW won't get any stronger. If I keep relying on UT to protect me, this time. It's my turn to protect you, Hinata said with a smile. Hinata rose to her feet and stared Haku straight in the eyes. Those eyes. I see. Byakugan, so this girl is a Hyuga. This changes everything. I have to take this girl out before this goes on much longer. She may not be as physically strong as the boy, but she posses the biggest threat now, Haku thought. Haku looked at Hinata and smiled a little. I see, you two have a bloodline limit like myself. This means that I must end this fight now. The technique I'm using consumes a great deal of chakra, so there is a limit to how long I can use it. I must show my amazement that both of you were able to last this long, but it all ends now. Haku said. Haku lunged forward with a mass of Senbon needles in his hands. Of course, this caused all the reflections of him to do the same. Hinata stared in horror as all of them were heading straight for Naruto, who was trying to pull himself to his feet. They all flicked their wrists and threw the needles straight for the boy. Hinata gasped in horror and ran straight to the boy. Kurenai ducked underneath the sword as it swung out of the thick mist. She wasn't sure exactly how much longer she could keep this up. With Zabuza having the ability to literally appear anywhere out of the mist and strike, the Genjutsu mistress was at a huge disadvantage. She breathed heavily as she waited for the swordsman's next strike. His ominous laugh filled the air, sending chills down her spine. It's over, woman. Nothing can save you. There is no hope. Surrender now. Zabuza yelled. The swordsman's blade swung down through the mist, aimed straight at Kurenai. She prepared herself for an attack. The attack never came. Zabuza looked behind him to see none other than Shino Aburame behind him. A mass of bugs was flying out of the sleeves of jacket, and attaching themselves to the sword, using themselves as a rope of sorts to hold the blade back. As the bugs held the sword back, some of them had worked their way down the sword, and attached themselves to his hands. That's enough of that. I think it's for the best if we give Kurenai-sensei a fighting chance to strike when she can actually see the person. Shino said. As the bugs moved down the blade and attached themselves to Zabuza, he began to feel strange. It was best described as if his power was leaving him. His eyes widened as the mist began to dissipate, and his sword began to grow heavier. He turned his head back to the bug ninja with anger and hate in his eyes. What the fuck did you do to me? Zabuza asked. My insects feed on chakra. All I did was send some in to find you in the mist, attach themselves to you, and begin to drain your chakra. This not only affects the mist you've been using to hide yourself in, but your strength as well. I imagine that the blade of yours has gotten a tad heavier than before, Shino said. Thank you, Shino. Go back to Tazuna, I can handle him from here. Kurenai said. Kurenai ran forward and managed to kick the swordsman in the head. Zabuza flew to the ground and skidded across the ground. Slowly he picked himself off the ground, the mist becoming even more useless as it faded out of sight. He cursed under his breath as he grabbed his sword with both hands and ran forward. He took a sloppy swing, which Kurenai dodged with ease. She followed through by making several hand signs, causing roots to wrap around Zabuza's feet. A tree grew out of the bridge, trapping the swordsman in the branches. "There is no escape for you this time. Death is certain for you this time," Kurenai said as she began to walk towards the tree. Naruto opened his eyes wearily. He wasn't sure how he was alive. It made no sense. He had seen Haku coming straight for his weakened body. In all fairness, he should be dead now. Slowly, he managed to get on his hands and knees. His vision came into focus, and he saw what he recognized as the bottom of Hinata's legs. Across from her, lay a tired Haku on the ground, breathing heavily. "Hinata, you did it," Naruto said happily. Naruto froze at the sight in front of him. Hinata was covered in blood. Needles were sticking out of her body like a pincushion. The Hyuga heiress's breathing was heavily restricted and painful, as if it was taking everything she had to do so. His eyes widened as her legs gave out from underneath of her. Quickly, he managed to catch the girl as she hit the ground. He shook in fear as he held her battered and bloody body in his arms. Naruto, are why you alright?" Hinata asked. "Hinata, why did you do that?" Naruto asked. "I had to protect you and Naruto. IW was tired of being the one that was W watched over. Why you've done it so many times F for since W we met, it was my turn to do it for you, to be strong," Hinata said. "Hinata," Naruto whispered. Naruto, IW want to tell you, since we met." Lo, Hinata said but was cut because her body fell limp in his arms. Naruto looked down at his adopted Hinata's body in his arms. He was feeling so many things at once. His eyes were burning, his lips were dry, his fingers were tingling. He held her close and cried on her shoulders. Haku rose to his feet and watched as the blonde shinobi cried for his fallen ally. Naruto still sat there, holding Hinata, his body shaking in anger and sadness. "She struck me with a single blow. She risked it all and sacrificed herself to save you. A true shinobi, worthy of the utmost respect. She did it knowing full well it was a trap. Is this the first time you've lost an ally?" Haku asked as he watched Naruto set Hinata's body down gently, still looking at her lifeless form. "Shut up. You killed my friend. Hinata was my only friend and you took that away from him," Naruto said. Haku watched as steam began to rise and suddenly gave way to red chakra. "What is this? Chakra isn't visible but I am clearly seeing it. The bloodlust and rage are overwhelming. What is he?" Haku thought. Naruto head shot and glared right at him. Haku gasped in shock as the boy's eyes were red, his whisker marks were more defined and his canines were longer. Black tattoos moving around his body. The tattoos were shaped like flame, like Sasuke. But it would be the next words that he would never forget. "I'm going to kill you," Naruto yelled. Outside of the mirror dome, everyone stopped as they began to feel the hate and chakra. Kurenai exactly where it comes from. Naruto, after all times the seal is broken. And that mark has started to take effects. No, the Nay-tailed fox's chakra has got though the cage but the nine-tailed fox is still seal and it feel like the fox's chakra has combined with the cursed seal, that make Naruto stronger than ever. I have to end this fight, Kurenai thought. Naruto didn't care about how he got this power or where it came from. Right now he thought about Hinata's killer. Haku was about to die for it. He charged at the nearest mirror with amazing speed. He watched as needles flew at him. He roared and deflected them with the chakra. He continued to charge at him when he stopped. His opponent disappeared and reappeared all around him. He was stuck from all sides with needles but with a burst of chakra, he pushed every needle out of him. Suddenly Naruto smelt him and charged again at a mirror. With one punch, he destroyed the mirror. He missed him but quickly dodged the attack from above. He saw as his prey attempted to get to another mirror but he moved quicker and caught his forearm. He sent another blast of chakra and focused it into his fist. He threw everything into the punch and sent his opponent flying through another one of the mirrors. As he watched the person tumble, the mirrors broke into tiny shards. Naruto watched in hatred as he plummeted to the ground. It's over, Haku whispered. What the hell are you going on about? Naruto asked. I failed Lord Zabuza. I've failed myself, please, finish me. Kill me, Haku asked. Wait, what, you want to die? Naruto asked. I told you before. My goal in life was to protect Lord Zabuza, and do whatever I had to in order to make his goals come to life. In my current state, there is no way I could do either. I'm useless if I can't do this. Kill me, Haku said. Naruto froze as he looked back up at Hinata's lifeless body, and then back down at Haku. He put the kunai away and kicked Haku away. Haku looked up at Naruto, confused at his actions. I just killed your friend, one of the people you care about more than anyone, and you don't kill me. What happened to that pure killer intent that was coming from you before? Haku asked. You didn't beat me, and now you want to die because you may have let Zabuza down in one fight. What makes that browless wonder so great, huh? He doesn't care who he works for, who gets hurt, or anything. Naruto yelled. You said you were training earlier to become stronger, correct? Haku asked. Naruto nodded. Why was the real reason you were doing that? Haku asked. My reason? To be the snake Sannin, so I will gain respect. To be able to show the village I live in that I'm not just some monster or loser, but, Naruto said. I see. Tell me, Naruto, if you had someone who did more than that. If there was one person in particular who acknowledged your existence beyond what the others did, and even went as far as to love you and care for you, wouldn't that one person be the most cared for and important person in your life? Haku asked. Naruto's eyes widened as images of his mother started to show up in his head. Anko was that person, even before he became a genin, before he even trained to be one. She was that person who cared that much, even after he learned he had the nine-tailed fox in him. Her thoughts of him never changed. I can tell from the look on your face that there is someone like that to you. It is the same for Zabuza-sama and I. He took me in and raised me, when no one else cared. When everyone else hated me because of my bloodline limit, he overlooked it, cherished it, wanted it. I was so happy. Haku said. Haku. Naruto whispered. Please, Naruto, take my life. Haku said. There's no other way, I have to kill you. Naruto asked. I'm sorry, because of me, you'll have to bloody your hands. Haku said. Haku watched as Naruto pulled a kunai back out and held it tightly in his hands. Naruto took a deep breath, and began to run forward towards the boy. It was then that Haku gazed up at the area where Kurenai and Zabuza were engaged in battle. The Genjutsu Mi. Stress had returned her attention to the swordsman, and was running towards him with ready to stab him in the heart with a kunai. Haku's eyes widened as he grabbed Naruto's arm at the last minute. I'm sorry, Naruto. I can't die yet, Haku yelled. Haku shot forth and dashed straight for Kurenai and Zabuza. Naruto realized what was going on and chased straight after him. He made several hand signs. Striking Shadow Snake, Naruto yelled. Naruto shot his arms out as two snakes shot out of the sleeves of his trench coat. The long snakes managed to grab a hold of Haku's arm, causing him to stop dead in his tracks. And grabbed onto the arm that held the kunai on Kurenai, causing her attack on Zabuza to stop as well. Everyone gazed at the blonde who held both snakes in his hands, pulling both He Shinobi Hunter and the Genjutsu Mistress back. Naruto, what are you doing? Kurenai asked. I don't know who is right, and who is wrong. My mommy told me though, that killing for the sake of killing isn't right. I don't think that Zabuza or Haku want to kill anyone here, and I know that you and Shino don't either. Naruto said. Naruto. Kurenai whispered. The tree disappeared and Zabuza dropped to the ground. That's real cute, kid, a voice said from behind them. Everyone turned to see Gato and his army waiting behind them. The short, ugly businessman smirked at them. I see you and Hawk. You failed again. Looks like I was right just to come and take care of this myself. Gato said. Friends of yours? Kurenai asked back to Zabuza. Hardly. Zabuza replied while shakily grabbing a hold of his sword. Lord Zabuza, Haku asked. No more, kid, you not in the shape to handle this. Zabuza said. Neither are you, Kurenai said. True, but I'm older. Much older. Haku's got a life ahead of himself. So I figure it's my job to be the sacrifice, Zabuza said as he prepared himself to run forward. No, there's got to be, Haku began only to be knocked out from behind. Lady, take care of him. I won't be coming back from this alive, Zabuza said. Zabuza said not another word. He simply charging forth straight towards Gato. The businessman turned and ran to the back of his army, but that didn't stop Zabuza. He began to hack through the men. His attacks didn't go unnoticed though. In fact, he took several deadly blows to his already wounded and exhausted body. Kurenai realized that it was pure hate for Gato that was keeping him alive. Now, eventually, Gato ran out of places to run, and found himself trapped against a wall. Zabuza smiled as he swung his sword one final time. Gato's body was sliced in half, and he fell to the ground. Dead. Zabuza dropped his sword to the ground afterwards, he closed his eyes, and died right afterwards. Lord Zabuza, Haku whispered. Haku fell to his knees as he looked at his dead master's body. That freak killed Gato, one of the men in Gato's army said. They killed our paycheck. Another said, what are we going to do now? Another asked, what else? We kill these guys, and then go loot the town for anything we can find. The last one said, they run right to the teammate. Kurenai-sensei, you must have some jutsus to get these guys. Naruto said, sorry Naruto, I run out of chakra. Kurenai said. Suddenly, an arrow came out of nowhere and hit the ground. They turned around to see Inari with a crossbow in his hands at the head of a large crowd of villagers. There's one thing you forget, you have to go though all of us. One of the villagers said. Cool, they all here. Well I'm now going to let had some fun. Naruto said. Naruto he bit his thumb. Made some hand signs and put his hand with his bleeding thumb on the ground. Summoning jutsu. Naruto yelled. Suddenly a large cloud of smoke puffed through the area, revealing a maw. SSIVE red snake with Naruto stood atop a giant red snake's head. I may have enough chakra to help you. Kurenai said. Kurenai made some hand signs. Shadow clone jutsu. Kurenai yelled. With a large cloud of smoke, 18 shadow clones appeared. Shino did nothing, but simply extended his arms forward once again. A mass of bugs began to fly out of his sleeves, crawl out of the collar of his coat, anywhere. The sight of so many bugs coming at them at once began to drive them into a panic. Naruto smiled as the snake dove for them, causing them to run, never to be seen again. It's over, Naruto said with a sigh of relief. The crowd cheered and celebrated the end of Gato and his reign of terror. Chizuna went to his grandson's side while the 3 surviving members of Team 8 remained where they were. That was when he caught eye of Hinata. His eyes widened as he noticed a slight breathing motion. She's alive, Naruto whispered as he ran to her. Hinata, you're alive, Naruto yelled. Naruto threw his arms around Hinata and hugged her tightly, causing her to blush. Naruto is hugging me again. Hinata thought, so you didn't kill her after all, Kurenai said to Haku. I couldn't. Naruto minded me so much of myself, I couldn't bring myself to do it, Haku said. Haku, about Zabuza, Kurenai began. I will take care of him, Haku said as he walked towards the corpse. Haku's arms began to glow with a green chakra, and suddenly he was able to move his arms once more. He gently lifted his corpse up and sighed. Haku, where will you go now? Shino asked. I need to think for a bit. Haku asked. You could come back to Hidden Leaf Village with us, your skills would be awesome to have there. Naruto said. Maybe, but not yet. There are things I need to think about. Haku said. But, Naruto began, only to have his mouth covered by Kurenai. Go on, Haku, take all the time you need, and when you are ready. Know that Hidden Leaf Village will be there to welcome you. Kurenai said. Haku nodded and disappeared into the fading mist. Naruto watched as he left before looking up at his sensei confused. Kurenai put a hand on his shoulder and smiled at him. His life has taken a huge turn, Naruto. It is not our place to choose what he should do for him. Haku needs time to grieve, and to think things through. When, and if he's ready, we may see him again one day. But not before or after. Kurenai said. The team stayed in mist long enough to fully recover, and for the bridge to be completed. The team had completed their first high-ranked mission, and had definitely become stronger during it. Kurenai smiled to herself as she thought about an upcoming event in Konoha soon. Her team just may be ready for it. What you think? I got an idea. In the Chunin exams, Gaara and his siblings will be there for the Chunin exams along with their mother, Karura. That right, Karura is alive and their sensei. Chapter 18. Naruto. Rewrite Chapter 17. Life had begun to go back to normal Squad 8 after they returned from the Land of Waves. After such a mission, Kurenai, as well as the Hokage, felt that getting some D ranks for a while would suffice for the team. As much as Naruto hated them, he could use a break for 1 or 2 missions. Yet, when the team found themselves on about the 5th cat retrieval mission, the blonde was getting testy to say the least. He ran after the cat and literally jumped on top of him, causing the feline to panic, squirm around in his arms, and claw his face. The cat calmed down as Hinata took it away from Naruto, who muttered "You." Under his breath as they returned the feline to the Hokage tower where its owner was waiting. The 3 genin left the tower, as Kurenai handed in a report on their missions they ran that day. Been pretty busy lately, Iruka asked as he took the report from her. More or less. Then again, when you have the son of Anko around, things tend to be a little more interesting than normal. Kurenai said. How is the little snake boy? Getting along well with his team? Iruka asked. For the most part, he and Hinata are almost inseparable, but then again that's expected since they've known each other for so long. His relationship with Shino Aburame gave a fear that the two wouldn't get along at all, but they seem to be hitting it off as well. Kurenai said. You know your team has been doing a lot of FD rank missions lately since they got back from Wave, Iruka said. Anyways, I'm going to go wait in the break room for a bit, seeing as how Hokage-sama says there'll be a meeting in about an hour. Kurenai said before she walked off. Naruto happily slurped his 3rd bowl of ramen. There was nothing like a little post-lunch, pre-dinner ramen snack in his mind. He smiled at the old man as he tossed some money onto the counter and walked out to get some air. These lousy D-rank missions were boring as hell. He couldn't wait for another mission like that at Wave. Then again, having some company would have been good too. Unfortunately, Hinata had a clan meeting, Lee and Tenten were still training with their squad, and Shino was in a meeting with his clan. There was his mother, but she was busy in the Hokage tower and such all day. And the last time he decided to hang around there, he ended up doing her share of paperwork. He trudged along the road from the ramen stand that led to the Forest of Death. When he heard a faint sound from behind, he sighed as he turned around and came face to face with a square-shaped rock. Konohamaru. Rocks aren't perfect squares like that, Naruto muttered, as if it had happened before. The box-shaped rock was tossed up into the air. From underneath it, climbed 3 kids, who just so happened to call themselves the Konohamaru squad. The first member was of course, Konohamaru, who just so happened to be the 3rd Hokage's grandson. The next member's name was Moegi, a small girl with bright orange hair that she kept in pigtails. The final member was a boy with glasses by the name of Udon. He was the shortest, though that wasn't saying much, and looked like he had no idea what a tissue was so he could blow his constantly running nose. What are you guys doing here? Naruto asked. Did you forget? You promised you'd play ninja with us this week. Konohamaru said. Did I promise that? Doesn't sound like something I'd do, Naruto said. Naruto. All 3 yelled. You're not going to leave me alone until we do this, are you? Naruto asked. All 3 shook their heads proudly. All right, let's do this, Naruto said. Do what? Isn't it a little weird for a ninja to be playing ninja? A female voice asked. Naruto and the kids looked up to see Tenten smiling at them while trying to hold back from laughing at the thought of Naruto babysitting a bunch of kids. She had her hair pulled up in 2 buns like always. Her headband was tied around her forehead. She was wearing a pair of green capri pants, with a sleeveless pink, Chinese-styled shirt. And a pair of blue shinobi sandals. Hey there, Tenten, what's up? Naruto asked. Not much, just got done with some training is all. Guy-sensei is good at running us into the ground, always. Going on about the power of youth. Then Lee goes on about it, Tenten said. Hey, Naruto, who's the babe, huh? Is she your girlfriend or something? She's got a pretty face, but she could use more in the rack and caboose department. You know, Konohamaru asked. Naruto froze in his tracks. Slowly, the blonde looked up to Tenten, her face turned red. Her hand reached into her pocket and pulling out a kunai. Her eyes seemed to turn blood red. The blonde turned back to the Konohamaru core, and looked them dead in the eye. Run, now, was all Naruto said. The kids took off with Naruto close behind, and Tenten on his heels with pure killer intent radiating from her. The kids and Naruto ran for all they had as kunai and shuriken came flying at them from behind. Naruto smiled as the path split into two ways. Split up, now, Naruto yelled. The kids followed, Udon and Moegi going right and Naruto and Konohamaru going left. Unfortunately for Naruto, Tenten went left too. You better run like hell, Mitarashi. Tenten yelled as Naruto narrowly dodged another kunai. The girl had killer aim. Konohamaru turned around to look back, just in time to run straight into another person. Naruto skidded to a stop, as did Tenten. Before them was a boy and a girl, both shinobi judging from the headbands on them. The boy was wearing solid black. He had purple paint lines across his face, and a hood over his head that looked like cat ears. Attached to his back was a strange bandaged-up thing. Naruto and the others couldn't tell what it was. The girl had blonde hair the same color as him. She wore a short purple dress outfit, with fishnets underneath. Strapped across her back was a large fan. Her hair was done up into 4 pigtails, 2 on top and 2 on the bottom. The boy reached down and picked up Konohamaru, glaring at him with a smirk across his face. Meanwhile, across town, various Jonin and Chunin were in the Hokage's office where the meeting was taking place. Most of the Jonin there were the ones in charge of Genin squads. The most particular of which, happened to be the ones in charge of this year's rookie teams. The Hokage lit his pipe and cleared his throat before addressing the crowd. Seeing as how all who were invited into this meeting are here now, we finally begin to discuss them, the third Hokage said. I see, so it's time for the Chunin exams already. I thought I was seeing a few more foreign ninja coming through the gates today than normal, a Jonin said from the back of the room. Correct. The day after tomorrow, on the 1st of July, we shall begin the exam. Nations for the promotion to the rank of Chunin. That being said, let's hear from those responsible for overseeing our newest Genin. The third Hokage said. At the sound of this, Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai all three walked forward. Jonin-sensei Kakashi Hatake, Kurenai Yuhi, and Asuma Sarutobi, do you have among your charges any Genin you recommend for the Chunin exams? Keep in mind that they must have completed a minimum of 8 missions. Other than that, use your own judgment as to whether they are ready to aspire to the next level. The third Hokage said, there's no way any of these Ri will recommend any Genin for the exams. It's way too early for any of them. Iruka thought. Kakashi Hatake, leader of Squad 7, which consists of Kiba Inuzuka, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha. I vow on my name and the honor of my clan, the Hatake, that all 3 of them are ready for the Chunin exam. Kakashi said. What? Iruka whispered in shock. Asuma Sarutobi, leader of Squad 10, which consists of Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akamichi. I vow on my name and the honor of my clan, the Sarutobi, that all 3 my Genin are ready for the Chunin exam. Asuma said as he puffed on his cigarette. Kurenai Yuhi, leader of Squad 8, consisting of Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, and Naruto Mitarashi. Kurenai began. Kurenai paused as she heard a few people mumbling at the naming of the last Genin. I vow on my name and the honor of my clan, the Yuhi, that all the Genin in my squad are ready for the Chunin exam. Kurenai said. No, a random Chunin in the room. Everyone turned to look at him. Before he could even blink, the snake was wrapping the said Chunin. Everyone followed the snake all the way to the sleeves of Anko's trench coat. Anko grabbed the snake harder and began to pulling the Chunin to her until her face was right against his. I will give you one warning. Not only did you just violate the Hokage's law, but that is my son you're talking about. If I ever see you speak about him, look at him, think about him, then you going to wish you not being born, you got that? Anko whispered. The Chunin nodded, and Anko released him. He immediately fell back into the arms of the Anbu, who carried him out of the room. The Hokage cleared his throat, and sighed. Is there anyone else who has any objections? The third asked. I'm sorry, but I have to say something. Iruka said as he walked forward. Everyone look at him. None of the genin that were named are ready for an exam like this yet. All 9 of them were students of mine back at the academy. And while they may show promise and potential, they are all far too young to be stepping up to the Chunin level yet. Only with time will they obtain the maturity and skill required to pass the exams. Iruka said. Now, Iruka, I was 6 years younger than the rookies when I obtained the rank of Chunin. Kakashi said as he walked forward. I didn't ask about you. These kids aren't like you. Iruka yelled. That doesn't matter to you anymore, Iruka. I understand that you still care about them, but the minute you allowed them to pass on to the rank of genin, they were no longer your students but soldiers under our command. Kurenai replied as she walked back to the front where the others waited. But, Iruka began. No buts. Get over your problems, and deal with the fact that the kiddies are growing up. Asuma said. The boy in black looked Konohamaru over in his hands. He pulled tightly on the end of his scarf as he smirked evilly. The small boy gulped in fear, something that the older boy who held him seemed to relish. That kind of hurt, you little snot face. The boy in black said. Will you just let him go? You're just going to make you know who mad. The blonde girl beside him said. Look, we were just fooling around. Please put him down, Tenten said. In a minute, I just want to have some fun with him while we're waiting for the annoyance to get here, the boy in black said. The boy in black looked back to Konohamaru and grinned. Besides, I'm allergic to shrimp, so I should get rid of this one here, and then I'll get you 2 jumbo ones. The boy in black said. The boy in black reached up and balled his hand into a fist and began to send it down to Konohamaru. Suddenly, the boy in black found himself unable to move his arm. He looked up to see a snake wrapped around it, and he followed the snake all the way to the sleeves of Naruto's trench coat. I'll give you 3 seconds to put him down before I rip your arm off. Naruto said as he began to pull the snake. Better do it, Kankuro. He looks like he could do it, the blonde girl said. Like he could, Kankuro said back. Naruto grabbed the snake harder and began to pull. Kankuro winced in pain as he tried to keep hold of the boy. Damn it, Kankuro yelled as he dropped Konohamaru. The small boy ran from Kankuro and hid behind Naruto's leg. That it, time to kick your butt, Kankuro yelled as he sat high. Bandaged bundle on the ground and smiled. Kankuro, you're being ridiculous. The blonde girl said. I don't care. I'm going to beat the crap out of all of you, Kankuro said to them all. Kankuro turned back and looked at the blonde girl. Stand back, Temari, Kankuro said. Kankuro, that's enough, Temari yelled. Stop it, an eerie voice said. Everyone paused and looked up towards a tree to see a red-haired, green-eyed, pale-skinned boy standing upside down on a tree limb. He had thick, black circles around his eyes, a giant gourd strapped to his back, and the kanji for love tattooed on his forehead. You're a disgrace to our entire village, red-haired boy said. Gaara, I can explain, Kankuro yelled. Shut up. To think that you would get into a fight with a bunch of kids, Gaara said. But Gaara, Kankuro began. Gaara simply glared at Kankuro, causing him to shut up immediately. He glared back down at Naruto and Tenten and jumped down the tree, landing on the ground gracefully. He turned around and looked at the 2 Konoha genin before walking back towards Temari and Kankuro. I apologize for the trouble my siblings caused, Gaara said as they began to leave. Wait a minute, Naruto said. What? Gaara asked as they stopped. Those headbands. I remember that emblem on them now. You guys are from Hidden Sand Village, right? Sand Village and Leaf Village are allies. What are you doing here? Naruto asked. Yeah, you're not even supposed to cross the border without proper authorization. Tenten said. We are allowed to be here, a voice said behind the Sand sibling. Everyone turned and saw the Sand sibling sensei. A woman with red hair, green eyes and giant gourd strapped to her back. I mean sensei. Temari said. There's no need to call me sensei, my daughter. A red-haired woman said. So you their mother and their sensei? Naruto said. Yes, red-haired said. Kankuro looked at Naruto with angry and run right to him. Before he got to Naruto, Suddenly a large cloud of smoke puffed through the area and in front of Naruto, revealing Anko with a kunai in her hand. Don't even think about it. Anko said. Kankuro, stop right now. Red-haired woman yelled. The red-haired woman walked to Anko. I apologize for my son behave. Red-haired woman said. Not at all, Sand Ninja. Anko said. So, why are you allowed to be here? Naruto asked. Well, we're 3 genin from Sand Village here to take the Chunin exams. Tamari said as she pulled out a passport. Yeah, and we need to go check in now, so buzz off, Kankuro said. The 4 turned to walk away again. However, this time Gaara paused. He put his hand up to his forehead, as if he had a headache or something. Red-haired woman saw this and hugged her son. Gaara closed his eyes for a brief moment before he and his mother turned back to face Naruto and Anko. What's your names? Red-haired woman asked. Our names. I'm Anko Mitarashi and this is my son Naruto Mitarashi. And you are? Anko asked. My name is Karura and these are my kids, Gaara, Tamari and Kankuro. Karura said before turning back and walking off. What a group of freaks, Tenten whispered. Gaara, there's something interesting about that guy, Naruto said. Yeah, well we better head home. Anko said. Okay, Konohamaru, we'll play ninja some other time, okay? Naruto asked. Before Konohamaru could even respond, Naruto and Anko were up in the trees and heading for the Forest of Death to their home. They went to do some training and after at night, they had dinner and went to bed. The next morning had come, and Naruto and his team waited at their usual meeting spot in a tea shop that Kurenai frequented quite often. She's late, Shino said as he sipped some tea. Tell me about it, Naruto said as he drummed his fingers on top of the table. I'm sure she'll be here as soon, Hinata said. Sure enough, as soon as Hinata had uttered those words, Kurenai walked into the shop. She spotted her team and sat down at their table, ordering a cup of tea for herself. She greeted the squad and they greeted her back. Sorry I'm late, I had to stop by the Hokage Tower to pick these forms up. Kurenai said as she handed them 3 sheets of paper. Kurenai-'s sensei. What are these? Hinata asked. No way. These are applications for the Chunin exams. Naruto yelled excitedly. Indeed, Shino said as he looked the form over. Yes, as you no doubt have all guessed, I recommended you for the Chunin exams. All you have to do is fill out these applications. Kurenai said. Is it required for us to do so? Shino asked. No, not a single one of you has to take Chunin exams if you don't want to. This is a decision that you should not take lightly. I want all 3 of you to think it over carefully. If you do decided to take the exam, and then please report to room 301 in the Ninja Academy. Tomorrow afternoon at 4, there will be no training today, so use your time to think about this. Kurenai said. As soon as she drank her tea, Kurenai disappeared in a whirl of leaves, leaving the team alone. They had thought about heading to their homes, but instead opted to just hang out instead. They made their way to a small pond in the park and just sat by the water being quiet. The Chunin exams, Naruto said as he looked back the paper in his hands. Are you going to enter? Shino asked. Of course, you'd have to be stupid not to take an opportunity like this. Naruto yelled. Would you, or would you be making a smart move? Shino asked. What do you mean, Shino? Hinata asked. I've heard that the Chunin exams have been the breaking point for many hopeful genin. The exams tend to be a dangerous time indeed. Some ninja become so scared during the test, and they quit the path of a shinobi altogether. Some of them have even died. Shino said. Died? Hinata asked. That is why Kurenai-sensei asked us to think it over carefully. Taking this test is a life-altering decision on many levels. Shino said. Shino rose to his feet and began to walk off, sticking his hands in his pockets. I'm going to think this over some more alone. Before I leave, I want you both to know that if either one of you don't show up tomorrow, I will not think any less of you. You are both valuable comrades. Friends, Shino said. Shino walked off leaving both Naruto and Hinata on their own. Both genin looked at each other. Before rising to their feet and following Shino's example, Hinata returned to the Hyuga complex to do her thinking, and Naruto returned to the tower. As he went inside, he saw Anko sitting in a simple robe reading on the couch. She smiled at him as he walked inside. "How'd your meeting go, Squirt?" Anko asked. Oh, fine," Naruto said. "Doesn't sound like it went fine. What's up?" Anko asked as she stood up and walked over to the boy. "Kurenai-sensei showed up to the meeting today with these," Naruto said, showing her the application to the Chunin exam. "Chunin exam? Seems like a long time ago. I was still letting you sleep beside me because you have a bad dream," Anko said with a smirk. Shut up," Naruto said with a blush. "What's wrong, Squirt? I thought you'd have jumped at a chance like this," Anko said. "I am excited. Was anyways," Naruto muttered. "What's up, Naruto?" his mother asked back. "It's just, this could be my one shot, you know. To show everyone in the village I'm not just some demon, or a loser, but to show them that I'm an awesome snake Sannin worthy of their respect," Naruto said. "Then what are you waiting for? Sign that form and go kick some butt," Anko yelled. "What if I fail? They'll all think they were right, and I'm just..." Naruto began to go on. "Naruto, you are my son. You have good friends who would do anything for you. No matter how you do, you'll always have the respect of them," Anko said. "Mommy," Naruto muttered. "Besides, you're a Mitarashi. One of the greatest clans Konoha knows. Now go show the village just what kind of dynamic Hell Rising ninja you are," Anko yelled. "Thanks, Mommy." Naruto smiled as he grabbed a pen and started to fill out the form. Hinata stared quietly at the meal that was before her. She light drugs her chopsticks through the curry, her mind focusing solely on the application for the Chunin exams. She normally didn't say much during dinner and other meals, but Hiashi noticed that she seemed even more quiet and reclusive than normal. As he finished his meal, he stood up and looked over to the Hyuga heiress. "Hinata," Hiashi called. The startled girl looked up at him in surprise. "Come to my study after dinner. I wish to speak to you alone," Hiashi said. "Yes, father," Hinata said quietly as she finally began to eat her curry. After her meal, she made her way to the specified area, knocking on the door gently. "Come in," Hiashi said from behind the door. Hinata entered and sat down in a chair that was in front of the desk where Hiashi sat. He closed the book before he looked up at Hinata and cleared his throat. "You seemed distracted during your training afternoon. I admit that after you completed your mission to Wave, you actually began performing a lot better in training and sparring. Just the other day you managed to beat Hanabi in all 3 matches you normally have. Today though, you began to vaguely remind me of the way you were before the mission, the way you were before becoming a Genin. What is on your mind that's causing you to space out so much?" Hiashi asked. Hinata reached into her pocket and pulled out the application form. She carefully handed it to Hiashi, who looked it over. "The Chunin exams, very interesting. You act just like me when I was your age," Hiashi said with a smile. "Father," Hinata said as she felt a shade of blush rising to her face. "I'm proud of you, Hinata," Hiashi said. Hinata hugged her father. After that Hiashi left the room, leaving Hinata alone with the form. She looked back down at it, holding it close. She took a pen from the desk and began to fill the application out. Shino sat before his father at the table in the dining room. They were both having their after-dinner tea, a tradition that the two have done for years now. It was usually a quiet occasion. Although, that didn't say much for the Aburame clan. They usually quiet to begin with. Shino sat his tea on the table, thinking back to the application for the Chunin exams. Father was given an application for the Chunin exams today, Shino said. "I see." His father, Shibi Aburame said. "I've been thinking this over carefully for the afternoon, and I think I'm going to sign up." Shino said. Shibi didn't say anything. "I wanted to ask if you believe my skills are up to the challenge," Shino said. "Shino, you are one of the finest shinobi to come from our clan for some time. I have no doubt in my mind that you can handle the exam with flying colors. You've proven to be an asset to the clan, and a valuable comrade to your teammates. However, this doesn't mean that you will let us down if you do not become a Chunin. As long as you do the best you can, you will be making us proud," Shibi said. Sooner than they had expected, the next day came. Naruto, Hinata, and Shino found themselves at the Ninja Academy around 4 in the afternoon, like they were supposed to be. All three looked a little apprehensive, and yet they were all glad to see that they all decided to take the exams. They all three looked at each other, before heading inside and to the floor where the exams would take place. They reached a floor that had an interesting sight. There were several groups of genin standing outside of a door. The said door was being blocked by two shinobi, who were refusing to let anyone else in. Two of the people that caught Naruto's eyes the most were Lee and Tenten. Lee was on the floor, rubbing a bruise on the side of his face, while Tenten was by his side, checking to see if he was all right. "You weaklings really want to take the Chunin exams? You've got to be kidding me," one of the shinobi said in front of the door that said room 301 on it. "Please, let us through. We have to take the exam," Tenten yelled. One of the men blocked the door reached out and punched her across the face hard. The girl began to fall to the floor, only to be caught by Naruto, who had a kunai pressed right against the face of the man that hit her. He stared him straight in the eyes with pure killer intent. "Apologize, or I will kill you," Naruto said. "Like to see you try," the man said. Naruto jumped back and gently put Tenten on the ground. He then charged forward with a kick, as did the shinobi who hit her. Suddenly, Lee showed up in between both of them, managing to catch both of their kicks easily. The most noticeable thing about Lee was that all the bruises he had earlier were gone. "All healed up, Lee?" Naruto asked. "You know me well, Naruto-kun," Lee said. "Regardless of who did what," a voice said. Everyone turned to see Sasuke smirking with his team of Kiba and Sakura right behind him. "I suggest you drop the genjutsu on the door and let us through," Sasuke said. "You were the rookie of the year," Shino suddenly asked him. "Shino," Sasuke said, looking at him. "If you were, you would have known that this was obviously a ploy to weed out the weaker candidates for the exam. Of course, because you had to open your mouth about the door and such. Now there will be even more competition for us to go through during the exams," Shino said. Shino put his hands in his pockets and began to leave with Hinata and Naruto, who bade farewell to Lee and Tenten after checking if they were okay. Shino smiled as he looked back. "To think that they called Naruto an idiot," Shino said. They didn't stick around long enough to hear Sakura whine about the disrespect just showed to the great Sasuke, or Kiba laughing his ass off at the Uchiha being told off by the quietest kid in their class. Squad 7 walked by the others and into the doors. Lee smiled as he said he was going to make a bathroom run, and went up the stairs too. Tenten looked back over at Neji. "Neji, are you all right?" Tenten asked. "Fine. Just fine. So, Hinata and Naruto are taking the exams. This should be fun indeed," Neji said. Neji walked past the other two and began to head up to the third floor. Tenten soon followed. Eventually, Naruto, Hinata, and Shino reached the doors to the real room 301. Their eyes widened as they saw Kurenai leaning against the wall waiting on them to show up. A smile graced her lips as she saw all three members of the squad approach her. She stood up straight and walked the rest of the way to them. "Good to see that you all made it. Now you all qualify for the Chunin exams," Kurenai said. "What do you mean?" Naruto asked. Quote, "All three of us are required for the exams, aren't we?" Shino asked. "Correct, Shino. The test is set up to be taken in three-person teams. The reason why I essentially lied to you, and told you that the choice was up to you take the exam, was because I didn't want you to feel pressured by your teammates to take the test. No offense meant, but if Naruto would have told you to take the test, even if you didn't want to, chances are you would have done so anyway," Kurenai said. "What would have happened if one or two of us didn't show?" Naruto asked with a smirk. "I'd have turned you away. None of you would have been allowed past this point without the others. But, you're all here, and of your own will. I'm proud of you all. Go in there, and show them why Squad 8 is the best one in Konoha," Kurenai said. The three genin looked at each other and nodded. A smile was obvious on all their faces, even Shino. Naruto walked forward and opened the doors. "Shino, Hinata, let's go kick some butt," Naruto yelled. "What you think? If you guess that when Naruto is fighting Gaara, Anko will fight Karura, then you might be right. Anyway, the first test of the Chunin exams will be in the next chapter. Hitch also reunites all of the Rookie 9 for the first time since they graduated. Has anyone changed since then? Find out in the next chapter. Chapter 19. Naruto. Rewrite Chapter 18. Naruto, Hinata, and Shino were in total awe at the sight in front of them. The classroom was literally swimming with Genin. They all came representing many areas, including Village Mist Hidden, Hidden Leaf Village and Village Sand Hidden. All of them seemed to look up as the three kids walked in, only to look back down in disappointment, as if they were expecting someone else. Naruto couldn't help but whistle at the sight. There's sure a lot of them, Hinata said. Just more for us to beat in the ground. Naruto yelled as he gave her a thumb up. Naruto, don't draw attention to us. The best thing to do now is lay low and blend in. Shino said. Really, idiot, an unfortunately familiar voice called. Team 8 turned around just in time to see Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji walk up to them. Shikamaru looked completely bored with the desire to be somewhere, anywhere else. Choji was munching on a bag of chips as always. Ino was disappointed to see that the team who walked in wasn't the one that had Sasuke in it. What the hell are you doing here anyways, Naruto? There's no way a idiot like you could handle a test like this. Ino said, if you all can be here, so can we. I mean, what was your major skill, Yamanaka? Stalking Sasuke? Naruto asked. No sooner had Naruto mentioned Sasuke's name, did his team walk in the door. Ino immediately pushed Naruto out of the way, and tackled the Uchiha, hugging him around the neck tightly. It was then that Naruto and the others noticed the bruises on him. Naruto smiled, as it was obvious that someone just beat him. Sasuke, what happened to you? Ino asked. Hands off Ino pig, Sakura said as she shoved Ino off of Sasuke. Why would Sasuke want someone with a mutant forehead to touch him when he can have someone like me? Ino asked. What did you say, pig? Sakura asked back. Troublesome, Shikamaru said. Well, it looks like all three of this year's rookie teams decided to apply for the exams. Kiba said. I wonder how far we'll get. What do you think, Sasuke? And by the way, what the hell happened to you? Naruto asked. Some freak in green spandex and bushy eyebrows challenged him to a fight, one that he got his butt completely beat in. Kiba said while trying to fight back a laugh. Kiba was quickly whacked on the back of the head by Ino and Sakura. Naruto smiled while cheering on Lee in his mind. Sasuke just got blindsided, that's all. Besides, at least he wasn't taken down in one hit. Sakura yelled. One hit. Damn, Kiba, you think that your team is ready for the exams when both of its strongest members got taken down by one guy? Naruto asked. Excuse me. A voice said. All 9 kids turned around and saw a Konoha Genin walk towards them. He was wearing a pair of glasses, with a gray shirt and a gray pair of pants. He also wore gray fingerless gloves and shinobi sandals. He ran a hand through his silver hair as he smiled at them. Guess who? You guys are all rookie Genin, right? Kids fresh out of the academy. Genin asked. Maybe. What's it to you? Kiba asked. I take that as a yes. Take it from someone who has taken this test a few times. Stop drawing attention to yourselves so much, especially if you want to live. Genin said. Sure enough, when the rookie 9 gazed about the room, a majority of the other Genin there were glaring right at them. I'm not trying to be mean or anything, Jay. Us trying to give you some friendly advice. Most of the people in this room are waiting to take the first exam, and are kind of on edge. Just thought I'd give you a heads up before someone snaps and kills you guys. Genin said. Who are you anyways? Sasuke asked. My name is Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto said. Kabuto, you said you've taken this test a few times. Like, how many times? Choji asked. This will be my 7th. I've taken it twice a year for going on 4 years now. Kabuto said. And you still haven't passed. What do you suck that bad or something? Kiba asked, only to get hit in the back of the head by Sakura again. I apologize for my friend. He doesn't get enough oxygen to his brain. What he meant to ask was, is the test that hard? Sakura asked. Well, there's no walk in the park, if that's what you mean. Believe it or not, there are probably people who have tried more than I have and still haven't become Chunin. Kabuto said. Well, I guess you got some experience on what to expect during this, huh? Naruto asked. That's true. Tell you what. I like you kids, so I'll give you some vital advice with these shinobi skill cards. Kabuto said with a smile. Shinobi skill cards. What are you talking about? Sasuke asked. Basically, they're cards that I pump chakra into, which then display information depending on what it is I want to see. Take this one for example. Kabuto said. Kabuto pulled out a blank card and made several hand signs. He then put his palm down on the back of the card, and then flipped it over to reveal a map on the front with various numbers. What kind of card is this? It's a combo of a map and graph in one, Choji said. This particular card shows how many genin are partaking in the Chunin exams, and how many are from each nation. Kabuto said. Kabuto, can your cards show on each individual applicant? Sasuke asked. Oh, do you have interest in a certain applicant? While it is far from complete, I do have cards that pertain at least some basic information on the genin from this year's set of applicants. Just give some data you have on the people you wish to know about, and I'll look up what I have in the cards. Kabuto said. Rock Lee and Naruto Mitarashi from Konoha. Sasuke said. You know their names and villages. That makes it too easy. Kabuto said. What? Why do you want information on the loser? Ino asked. I got to admit, I'm curious too. Sasuke. I always thought with the way you blow off fangirls, that you'd want to get to know guys better over dinner and movie. Naruto said with a grin. Shut up. Sasuke said. All right now, kiddies, Kabuto said as he drew 2 cards and put some chakra into them. Calm down, and I'll let you know what I have, Kabuto said. Kabuto picked up the first card and flipped it around. First up is Rock Lee. He is 1 year older than all of you. He serves on Squad 9, alongside of his teammates Neji Hyuga and Tenten. His Jonin instructor is Might Guy. He has completed 26 D-ranked missions and 13 C-ranked. His taijutsu skills are amazing, and have improved drastically over this past year, however he had no other skills worth mentioning. He was a standout among last year's rookies. However he didn't apply for the Chunin exams until this year, meaning he's a first-timer like the rest of you. Kabuto said. Kabuto put the card back into the deck and then looked at the other one. Next up is Naruto Mitarashi. He serves on Squad 8 with Hinata Hyuga and Shino Aburame. His Jonin instructor is Kurenai Yuhi. He has completed 14 D-ranked missions, and 1 A-ranked mission. Very unusual for a first-year genin, mind you. He was the bottom of the class when he graduated from the academy, however he does have a few higher-level jutsu to his disposal, and those who have witnessed his skills close up have reported that he has the potential to rival the Rookie of the Year, Sasuke Uchiha, Kabuto said. Ah shucks. You flatter me. Naruto said with a blush. Everyone seemed to sweat drop at this. And Kabuto cleared his throat to continue. This year, there are applications Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Sand Village, Hidden Mist Village, Hidden Rain Village, Hidden Grass Village, Hidden Waterfall Village, and Hidden Sound Village. The villages sent a lot of outstanding genin this year to participate. I don't know about Hidden Sound Village that much since it's relatively new. However, the other villages are all well respected, and home to some truly skilled shinobi. Kabuto said. Does anyone else besides me suddenly feel outclassed? Choji asked. Just as I thought. Naruto has been holding back. At least a little. There's no way he's stronger than me, but still he is someone to watch out for. Sasuke thought. So, are you saying that? Sakura asked. Yeah, most of them are like Lee and Naruto. Either they are incredibly strong, or they've been hiding their true potential, and have been waiting to unleash it here. Kabuto said. Everyone other than Hinata and Shino paused and glanced back at Naruto. What? Is there something on my face? Naruto asked. Everyone sighed at the same time. Naruto couldn't help but get a kick out of this. Kurenai had been standing outside of the door the whole time, listened as the rookies talked to Kabuto, smiling at Naruto's quick shots to some of the others. She walked away giggling, deciding to see if Kakashi and the others were somewhere in the building. Meanwhile, while back in the room, 3 genin from Hidden Sound Village were watching the Leaf Genin talk. The first of which was a girl who had long, black hair. She wore a yellow sleeveless shirt, gray camouflage pants and a scarf, and black shinobi sandals and armbands. Next was a strange-looking man. He had most of his face wrapped completely in bandages, except for his eyes. He wore a long gray jacket that had sleeves, which covered his arms. He had a large, fuzzy object on his back, and was constantly hunched over. The final member had spiky black hair. He wore a gray camouflage scarf and pants like the girls, and a yellow shirt with the kanji for death written on it. "Shall we?" the spiky-haired boy asked. "Let's go," the bandaged one said. The three sound genin suddenly dashed forward and launched an attack at Kabuto. The one with spiky hair attacked high, throwing some kunai. Kabuto barely managed to jump out of the way coming face to face with the sound village genin with bandages on his face. He dashed forward with his arm extended and took a swing at Kabuto that he managed to duck back to avoid. However, when he returned upright, his glasses suddenly shattered. He managed to dodge that. How did his glasses break? Choji asked, dropping his chip bag on the ground. He probably got grazed in the nose, Shino said. Serves him right for acting all superior, Shikamaru said. Kabuto looked at his glasses, and then suddenly dropped them to the floor. He fell to his knees, shaking violently, and then he began to vomit. Hinata cringed at the sight, and the others stared on in with widened eyes. Even Shino was slightly freaked out by the attack. Naruto and Ino walked forward and helped Kabuto to his feet. "You alright?" Naruto asked as he and Ino helped Kabuto up. "Yeah, I'm fine," Kabuto said. What the hell is wrong with you three?" Naruto asked as he looked up at the three sound genin. "Just checking out some of the competition. You're pretty sad for someone who's taken this test for 4 years now," the female of the group said. "Tell me about it. If this is the competition this year, then you better add this to your cards. All 3 of us genin from Hidden Sound Village are going to make Chunin this year," the spiky-haired genin said. Kabuto dodged that attack clearly, so what the hell happened to him? Why did he vomit? Sasuke thought. Lee, Tenten, what did that look like to you? Neji asked as he watched the event unfold from a distance. That Kabuto guy definitely dodged the attack, Tenten said, so there has to be some trick to it. Something in the attack that made him vomit like that, Lee said. Suddenly, a large cloud of smoke erupted in the front of the room. As it cleared, a large man appeared in front of a group of Chunin. He was wearing a larger version of Naruto's trench coat, a pair of black gloves and black boots. He wore a gray button-up shirt, gray slacks, and a headband combined with a bandana tied on his head. His most standout feature were the large scars on his face. "Everyone shut up, now. You 3 from Sound, chill out or you'll be on your butts. UT side of this building faster than you can blink, got me?" The large man asked. "My apologies. It's our first exam, and we just got a little carried away," the bandaged member of the squad said. "Is that so? In that case let me set a ground rule or 2 for you and any other hotshots thinking they can just do whatever the hell they feel like. From now on all forms of fighting are forbidden, unless the examining officer says otherwise. Even then, anything that directly threatens the life of another applicant's life is still strictly forbidden. Anyone who breaks this rule is out of here. Any questions?" the large man asked. No one said anything, which he assumed allowed him the right to move on. "All right then, we'll now begin the first examination. Everyone line up here at the desk and turn in your application. We'll then give you one of these seating assignment cards," the large man said. The large man paused as he held up a small plastic square with a number on it. "Report to the seat that the card indicates. When everyone is seated, we will hand out the written tests," the large man said. A written test, Naruto thought. The genin all lined up and turned in their applications. After obtaining their numbers, they went to their assigned seats. Naruto ended up being close to the middle. Shino was closer to the front. Hinata was stuck in the back of the room. He sighed as as hoping that he could at least be close by to one of them. Naruto wasn't hiding his ability to be bad at written tests. When it came to them, he always just for some reason blanked out, choked, and failed the test. He sighed as he sat down in his chair, watching as the tests were passed out. He was suddenly snapped out of thought as he heard someone sit down beside him. He looked up and realized She was the blonde ninja girl from Hidden Sand Village that he met the other day. Naruto-kun, Tenten asked as she sat down. Hi Tenten, Naruto said. Hey, blondie, shut up already. I'm going to go over the rules to the first test. And I refuse to repeat myself. These rules are very important, so pay attention because I'm not going to answer any questions. Ibiki said. If you must know, the large man's name is Ibiki Morino. Rules. It's a written test. What kind of rules do we need to hear for that? Sakura thought. Do not turn your papers until I say so. Now let's start. Rule number 1. Each of you starts with 10 points. There are a total of 10 questions on the test, each one worth a point each. For every question you get wrong, you will lose one of these points. Next is rule number 2. The written test is still a team event. So in light of this, not only do your scores count, but those of your teammates do too. In other words, all 3 members of your team's points will be linked into one final score. Now, the final rule. If during the exam one of you candidates do anything out of the ordinary, or in other words, leads a proctor into thinking that you're cheating and you get caught, it will cost 2 points from each member on the cheater's team. Ibiki said. I get it. Sakura whispered. Bingo, Pinky. There is a good chance that during the exam, most of you will run through the total allotted points. In the event that that occurs, you will be forced to leave. Also, since no team can pass this exam without all 3 members, when one of you leave, the whole team goes. Ibiki said. There were various murmurs among the crowd as they looked at their tests before them and the Chunin that were scattered about the room. Naruto took a deep breath and felt a shiver run up his spine. He looked up and saw Shino looking over at him from across the room before looking down at his paper. Not good. Despite how his skills are in the field, Naruto never did well on tests. Hopefully there'll be one question he can answer on the test, the bug ninja thought. You all have 1 hour. You may begin, Ibiki said. Alright, Naruto, calm down, it's just a test. If you can handle a life-threatening, incredibly dangerous A-rank mission, then this should be nothing, Naruto thought to himself. Naruto paused and his widened in surprise as he read the first question. What the hell is this? No basic genin in this room should be capable of answering his question, or the second, or even the third. Naruto thought. I get it. There's no way we should be able to answer these questions. Well, most of us anyways, Shino thought. Shino looked ahead of himself and saw Sakura's pencil moving down the paper at a rapid rate. Those of us who can't answer the questions on our own have to manage to cheat and collect the answers without getting caught. Shino thought. Shino looked up from the test and noticed Orochimaru sitting on the head of his neighboring tester, Kiba. Looking around the room and barking quietly, he snickered as he wrote down the answer to one of the questions. Alright then. Let's go find some answers. Shino thought. 3 small bugs crawled out of the sleeves of his jacket and crawled up to his index fingers. You know what to do, Shino whispered to them, before they took off into the air. Shino's using his bugs. Kiba is using Orochimaru, Hinata thought. Hinata looked a few seats down and noticed Sasuke's eyes turning Sharingan red. Sasuke is using his Sharingan. Looks like you pretty much have to cheat to get the answers, Hinata thought. Hinata activated her Byakugan and looked around the room. This is good. I can see everyone's test around me. I hope Naruto can think of something though, Hinata thought. If I don't manage to get at least one answer, Hinata and Shino are going to kill me, Naruto thought. Naruto paused in his thoughts and looked up around the room. His eyes widened as a bug passed his face. The chi was one of Shino's bugs, Naruto thought. Naruto was suddenly caught off guard when a Chunin's voice rang out into the room. You, number 27. Chunin called. Naruto looked to his side to see a mist. Genin looking at the Chunin who called his number. You're out of here, get your stuff and leave. Numbers 26 and 28, you're gone with him. Chunin said. The 3 mist shinobi left the room. Naruto turned back to his test and stared down at it intently. Ibiki sat there glaring at the boy, trying to think of where he had seen him before. He couldn't place his finger on it, but he had this feeling that he reminded him of someone. He shook the thought out of his head, grabbed a seat from behind the teacher's desk in his room. There were still 30 minutes to take the exam in, so he might as well get comfy. Meanwhile, Other students continued to attempt to take the test, or use their innate talents to cheat. Shikamaru was using his naturally high IQ to answer the test normally. Ino waited until Sakura finished all of her questions, and then used her family's trademark jutsu to take over her body and get all the answers. Afterwards, she returned to her body. She put the answers down on her paper, smirking in satisfaction. Choji didn't have any natural talents to aid him in getting answers, but he did have a best friend in Shikamaru on his team. The said lazy Genin used his shadow jutsu to control the chubby ninja's body and write down the answers. Tenten managed to use kunai, a mirror, and chakra strings to get answers for her test, and help Lee get answers for his test. Conquer add a puppet disguised as an examiner to look for answers. The team from Sound was listening for the movements of the pencils against the paper to get the answers, and Gaara manipulated some sand into his hand and it began forming something. Soon it took the shape of an eyeball, which Gaara could see out of. He crushed the eye of sand and sent it towards a genin near him. He used some of the sand blind the boy before reforming the eye near the test and looked at the answers. He then moved his sand over to his sister's desk and was able to write the answers with sand for her to copy onto her paper. Numbers 44, 75, 98. You're out of here, get your teammates and go, a Chunin said. Number 11 and 62 beat it, you're done, another one called. Got to think of something, Naruto said in whispered. Naruto, Tenten whispered. Naruto looked up from his test and over towards the bun-haired girl. If you want, you can copy some of the answers off of my test, Tenten said. Tenten, Naruto asked, I mean, this is a big thing. You know, I'm your friend, so I want to help you out. I don't want you to have to leave so early. I mean, this is the first time taking the exam for you, Lee, Hinata, and me, you know. The old gang. We need to try to see this through as long as we can. Tenten said. Okay. Naruto said. Here, look at my test, Tenten said. Naruto began to look down, but his eyes caught those of a Chunin glaring right at him. He sighed in defeat and looked back at Tenten. I can't do it, Tenten. Naruto said. Tenten looked surprised at him, and slightly angry, but Naruto went on. If I get caught, we'll both lose points. If that happens, then in the end both our teams will be out. Don't worry about me, I'll find a way to get the treacherous snakes taken care of, you just go on. Naruto said. Tenten nodded and went back to her test, but Naruto sighed again in defeat and began to think once more. A good speech, but now all I've got is honor and a blank test. Wait a minute, what did I say earlier? Snakes, Naruto thought. He couldn't believe how dumb he had been. He made several hand signs and focuses as little chakra as possible, sending 3 tiny gardener snakes out of his sleeves. He had to thank his mom later for teaching him this jutsu and how to talk to snakes, but that was later. He simply nodded to the 3 snakes, and they slithered off around the room. Several moments later, they would return to Naruto and quietly hiss out the answers, before crawling up his sleeve and vanishing from existence. While this was going on, several more teams were dismissed from the room. Until finally Ibiki looked around. At the remaining students, Naruto in particular. He smiled as he saw one of the snakes crawl up into his sleeves. I thought he looked familiar. Anko's kid is taking the test this year too, things will definitely get interesting soon. Ibiki thought, what's this? Naruto whispered as he reached the final question. Wait until the test time is over. At this point, the proctor will give out the final question, which you must then answer. Naruto asked as he read the final question. Naruto paused as he looked up at the clock. Only about 3 minutes. Until then, guess I'll just chill and wait. Naruto said. Outside of the academy, on top of the roof, Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma were all relaxing, enjoying the time off. They had during the Chunin exams. Much as they were growing attached to the balls of energy known as their students, they welcomed the off time with open arms. Kakashi leaned against the fence, reading his usual orange book. Asuma was gazing at the clouds while having a smoke, and Kurenai was having a light lunch of some dango that Anko brought by before running off to get ready for something. The Genjutsu mistress wasn't exactly sure what her former teammate was planning, but she felt it was the best if it remained as such. The quiet was slightly relaxing, but all good things come to an end. Especially when a whirl of leaves appear in the center of the roof, revealing the one person you really don't want to see. "Hey everybody, life treating you good?" Mighty Guy yelled as he appeared. "Guy, don't you think you could tone it down a little bit?" Asuma asked as he gazed over at the man before looking away. "Asuma, you disappoint me. Your flames of youth are being extinguished much too early for your age." Guy yelled. "So, what did you come to talk about, Guy?" Kurenai asked. "I was just wanting to discuss how you think our teams are faring in the first exam. Surely mine is using their youthful energy to pass with flying colors, unlike my rivals." Guy yelled. "I'm sorry, did you say something, Guy?" Kakashi asked, barely looking up from his book. "Curse you and your coolness, Kakashi. Don't you realize who was giving the first exam this year?" Guy asked. "I believe it was Ibiki Morino, wasn't it?" Kakashi asked. "Yes, that sadist is in charge of it this year," Guy said. "The same one. He probably got some elaborate plan to use to weed as many genin out as possible at the end. After all, it wouldn't be the first time he's done something like that," Asuma said. "The question is whether or not our teams are able to hold their own when that moment comes. However, I think they have a good chance, or at least mine do," Kakashi said. Ibiki stood up and walked to the front of the room. The number of students had been drastically reduced from there once was, but in his mind, that was still not enough. He cleared his throat, causing everyone to tense up for a moment. They pretty much figured he was going to give them the last question, so immediately every pencil went down to the final question on the test. What happened instead though, threw them for a loop. It's time for the final question. However, before I give it out, there is one final, absolute rule that must be announced first. Ibiki said. An absolute rule. Now what the hell is going on? Naruto thought. First, you must choose whether or not you accept this question. Ibiki said. Choose. You mean this question is optional? Tamari asked from the back of the room. Correct. Know this though. If you choose not to answer the final question, you and your teammates will automatically fail the exams. Ibiki said. What kind of idiot would choose not to answer it? A genin from Rain Village said. One who knows of the other half of this rule. If you choose to attempt to answer the final question, and get it wrong, then you and your team will still fail the test. Also, you will be banned from ever taking the Chunin exams again, being forced to remain a genin forever. Ibiki said. A chill ran through the air at those words. Various whispers were heard among the genin in the room. The choice had basically come down to either you fail and wait almost a full year, or you fail and never get to do it again. Even Shino was slightly tenser than he was before. Suddenly, Kiba slammed his palms on the table in anger, causing all the attention in the room to be focused on him. You got to be kidding me. There are plenty of ninja here that have taken this exam more than once, we know there are. Kiba yelled. Well, I guess you're just shit out of luck, are you? I wasn't making the rules in the past, but I am now. Either you take the failing grade, leave now and take the exam next time, or you try, fail, and never take it again. It's your choice, Ibiki said with a grin. Talk about a no-win situation. I kind of feel sick to my stomach now, Sakura thought. Ready? Then let's begin. Those who do not wish to partake in the final question need only to raise their hand. Once their number has been confirmed, they may leave the room with their number is confirmed, Ibiki said. Almost immediately after saying that, several genin began to raise their hands and leave. Naruto couldn't believe that the man had shaken them up so bad. All thought, truth be told, he had his doubts too. Like all the others, he was faced with a lose-lose situation. He sat quietly, thinking it over, not noticing that Hinata was staring at him with her own confused thoughts. Naruto, he sighed. That this was going to be his big shot, to become Snake Sanin and get some respect from the villagers. I can understand why he doesn't want to raise his hand, but if he gets it wrong, his dream will be crushed forever. Hinata thought, man, what am I supposed to do? If I flake out and reject the question, then Shino and Hinata have to pay for me being a chicken, and they'll fail too. If I choose to answer the question and get it wrong, then I'm going to end up being a worthless genin forever, every single one of those villagers will be right and I will never become to new Snake Sanin. Naruto thought. He's not raising his hand, Hinata thought as she looked back to her friend, teammate and her crush. Hinata watched as more and more teams left, but Naruto remained in his seat, staring down at his test. Become the Snake Sanin is all you want to be, but your dream will rip away from you forever. I can't let that happen, Naruto. Hinata thought. Hinata shakily began to raise her hand, but then gasped in shock at what she saw happening before her. Shino's eyes widened, though you'd never have seen them past his sunglasses. Lee nearly choked, and Tenten gasped in horror. Naruto had begun to slowly raise his hand, now having it hover just above his head. One of the Chunin proctors began to search for his name, only to come to a stop when Naruto suddenly slammed his palm down upon the table. Hell no. No way in hell am I about to quit. The word is not even in my dictionary, and if it were, I still wouldn't do it. So bring on that last resort question of yours, because even if I end up as a Genin for the rest of my damn life, I still be the new Snake Sanin. I'm not scared of you. Naruto yelled. Idiot. I don't think you even gave a thought to Hinata and myself. Still you have guts, Shino thought with a chuckle. Yosh. His eyes were burning with the flames of youth. Guy-sensei would be proud, Naruto. Lee thought. Naruto. There's no way I could run aft. Hearing that, Hinata thought while blushing. That was amazing. He gets so fire. Tenten thought. It was more than I thought. He seemed a little weird at first, but now I'm starting to think he's kind of cute, Tamari thought. No one else is leaving. Not that I'd expect them to after that, but still, let's see, that brought us down to 78 candidates still left. That's one hell of a kid you got there, Anko Mitarashi. Ibiki thought. The proctor broke into a hearty laugh. Everyone looked confused at him for a moment, before he regained his cool and suddenly smiled brightly at them. Congratulations to those of you who are left. You've just completed the first part of the Chunin exams. Ibiki yelled. What? What do you mean we're done? What about the last question? Choji asked in shock. There is no 10th question past the whole, accept or reject thing. Ibiki said. So why did we have to suffer through those other 9 questions? That was such a waste of time, not to mention troublesome. Shikamaru said in a lazy tone. The questions were neither troublesome, nor a waste of time. The point of those questions was to test your abilities of spying and gathering information. Ibiki said. Spying? Konkuro asked. Yes. Remember the rule I said at the start? That you pass or fail as a 3-man team. It was using that rule that I pressured you with the fear that anything you did wrong would bring your teammates down with you. The catch was that the questions on the test were beyond the answering level of the basic Genin. So most of you came to the same conclusion. That being that the only way to retain all of your answers was in fact to cheat. Ibiki yelled. In other words, you set up the test with the assumption that we would cheat. Sasuke said. Correct. To ensure that you would be able to sneak, we snuck 2 ringers in, 2 Chunin who knew all the answers to the test. Ibiki said. Of course. Any idiot could tell, right Akamaru? Kiba asked. The dog barked happily in response. That idiot had no idea, Sasuke thought. Of course, anyone who cheated in an obvious way, failed, Ibiki said. Ibiki paused as he untied his headband bandana combo. The Genin in the room gasped in horror as they noticed the scars, bruises, and wounds that were all over the top of his head. There are times when being sloppy and getting caught in an act of espionage can cost you dearly. Sometimes in ways that cost more than life itself. Ibiki said. Ibiki tied the bandana back on, and smiled. He paused as he looked over to the window and smiled. That time already, huh? Ibiki asked. That time, Ino asked. A large black shadow began to make its way to the window. Suddenly, Naruto got a shaky feeling in the pit of his stomach. He laid his head on the desk and prayed to God that he was wrong. That it was just a dream. Funny how things go when you hope for those kinds of things, huh? The glass shattered to pieces as a woman jumped through the window. A banner launched from behind her, which had her name and shinobi rank painted on it. Team Guy and the Rookie 9 all read the banner, and then glanced back to the Naruto with his face on the desk moaning. Alright pukes, listen up. It's time for the second test of the Chunin exams. I am the chief proctor, Anko Mitarashi. Anko yelled. Why me? Naruto cried to himself. What you think? The second test of the Chunin exams will be in the next chapter. Chapter 20. Naruto. Rewrite Chapter 19. The room was dead quiet as everyone stared at the woman who just jumped through the window. Naruto's face couldn't be any redder. He thought it was kind of funny when Anko refused to tell him anything about what the exams would be like, and now he knew why. Anko looked about the room at the remaining genin, and a slight scowl came to her face. She looked back at Ibiki and rolled her eyes at the scarred man. 78 genin. You passed 26 teams this year. Anko asked. What can I say? We had a slightly higher caliber of kids this year. Ibiki said. You just went too easy on them. You're getting old, Ibiki, Anko said. And you think you can do better? Ibiki asked. Hell yes I can. By the time I get done, at least half of these guys will be toast. Anko yelled. Cut us down by half. Sakura thought. I'm getting a charge just thinking about this. I'll explain the details of the exam at the next testing area. Everyone follow me to the next destination. Anko yelled. That next destination was training ground number 44. It was a rather odd-looking training ground to the others. There were no training dummies or posts. In fact, the grounds around the area looked as if it had been forgotten about years ago. The genin gazed in awe at the large wired and chain fence that held a giant forest within it. Well, all except for Naruto. Unlike the last test, he knew what to expect. Now, it had to do something with the forest, something that he had experience in dealing with since he passed through there on a regular basis. Welcome to the arena for the second test of the Chunin exams, otherwise known as the Forest of Death. Don't worry about the meaning of the name. You're all about to find out why it's called that. Anko said. Please, is that supposed to scare us or something? This place is probably just like the other forests around Konoha. Just another walk in the park. Naruto yelled. Naruto laughed to himself, finally having the chance to mess with his mother. Bad move. Very bad move. No sooner had those words left his lips, and Anko tossed a kunai at the boy. He smiled as he moved his head to the left, dodging the blade, only to have another kunai fly at him, grazing the right side of his cheek. She had already appeared behind the blonde genin, and had her arms wrapped around him. She smiled at the blood that was trickling down his cheek, and reached into her pocket for something. Naruto, what is Anko doing to him? Hinata thought and worried. Ah, you got something on your cheek there, Anko said. Anko pulled a handkerchief out of her pocket and licked it some before wiping it on his cheek. Naruto had never been redder. There, now my big, strong man is all nice and clean. Anko yelled. There was an audible silence among the genin, as they didn't know whether to laugh or piss themselves from the fear that the crazy woman seemed to fill the air with. Though it was fair to say that Kiba and Sasuke were rolling on the inside with laughter. Suddenly the air grew tenser, as Anko grabbed another kunai from a pocket on her coat and held it out behind her. It was pressed rather closely to the throat of a grass shinobi. The said genin had a smile on her face as she held two kunai to Anko, wrapped in an oddly lengthened tongue. I'm sorry, but you dropped these, the grass genin said. No offense, but there are only a handful of people that I trust to be behind me. You aren't one of them. I suggest that you not do that, especially while radiating bloodlust, unless you want to die, that is, Anko said as she took the knives from the girl. I'll try to keep that under control. You see, the sight of fresh warm blood just makes me lose control, the grass genin said. The other genin watched as the grass genin slipped back into the crowd with her team. Naruto couldn't quite put his finger on it, but there was something familiar about the woman. She had a smell that he had smelled somewhere recently, but he couldn't remember who it was. Meanwhile, the other Konoha genin were still in shock about what happened. Kiba already had the hot for Anko. Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, and Sakura thought she was nuts. Sasuke was confused as to why Naruto even let the kunai graze him. He knew Naruto could have dodged it, but didn't. This Proctor is also Naruto's mother. She's even more insane than he is, must run in the family, Sakura thought. Did you really have to do that? Naruto asked Anko as he rubbed his cheek and rejoined his team. Talk about embarrassing, Naruto mutters. Ah, You'll get over it, Anko said as she walked with him. Anko handed him a stack of papers and grinned. Now hand those out while I show everyone. Pictures from one of the first baths I ever gave you. Anko said. What? Naruto yelled. Relax, Squirt, I'm kidding, Anko said. Anko walked back to the front of the Genin. What Blondie is handing out here are consent forms. Everyone has to sign them and return them to me. Anko yelled. Consent forms. What do we need these for? Kankuro asked as he took one from Naruto. We want all the details covered before the first death occurs. Read it over, and then sign it so we won't be held liable for when you die. You wouldn't want me to get in trouble, would you? Anko asked. Deaths. Naruto goes through that forest every day. It's not that dangerous, is it? Hinata thought. First, I'll explain what the second exam entails, then you can sign forms. After that, bring the forms to the hut behind you with your 2 teammates. And submit them. Now for the exam itself. Simply put, it's a no-holds-barred survival test. Let's start with the basic topography of the training ground. Anko said. Anko paused as she pulled a scroll out of one of her coat pockets and opened it up to reveal a small map. Training ground number 44 is bordered by a perimeter, interrupted at 44 locked gates. Inside of that is a series of forests. A river, and about 10 kilometers out from that is a tower. Anko said. Troublesome, Shikamaru said as he yawned. Shut up, brat. This is the part you need to listen to. As I said, inside the forest, you will undergo a survival test. During the test, you may use any skills or tools available to you. In a sense, it's kind of a fight to the death version of Capture the Flag. Or in this case, Capture the Scroll, Anko said. Capture the scroll, Ino asked. Yes, Anko said. Anko pulled out 2 more scrolls, a black one and a white one. The black one had the kanji for earth written on it, and the white one had the kanji for heaven on it. She held them both up for the Genin to see. There is a scroll for earth and a scroll for heaven. It's your job to get them both. There are a total of 78 of you here, or in other words, 26 3-member teams. 13 teams will start out with a heaven scroll and the other 13 teams will start out with an earth scroll. The catch is you need them both to pass. You'll have to hold on to the scroll you're given at the start, while managing to get a hold of the other scroll you need to pass the exam with. And then bring them to the tower in the center. Anko said. But there are only 13 of each scroll. That means that half of us won't be able to pass the exam. Sakura said. Congratulations for figuring that out on your own. Not only that, but you have a time limit. You will have 5 days to get both scrolls and make it to the tower. Anko said. 5 days. What are we supposed to do for food? Choji asked in fear. About no food, of course. That's your problem. It wouldn't be a survival test if we held your hand and walked you through it all, would it? The forest is full of berries and such that you should be able to use for nourishment. Of course, there are also ferocious beasts, deadly insects, poisonous snakes, and other types of creatures in there to deal with, not to mention the fact that when you all enter, you become each other's enemies, no matter what kind of relationship you had before. That being said, it should be obvious now that there's no way that a full 13 teams won't pass. As time shortens, the trials will come harder and faster. The time needed for recovery from injuries and mistakes will shorten drastically. Enemies also surround you at all times. So you'll have to sleep with one eye open. In addition to those who will die trying to capture a scroll while protecting their own, many of you will probably succumb to exposure, starvation, dehydration, and exhaustion. Anko said. Anko paused as she let all that sink in. There were questionable looks on all of the faces of the Genin, Naruto included. He always knew that his mother was a hard head, but the fact that she would give out a test that everyone could die from. Maybe the jokes Kakashi, Iruka, and Kurenai were right and she was borderline insane. His attention was SNAPPED back to Anko as she resumed the test's explanation. Now we have the basic rules out of the way, let's talk about the rules that pertain to being disqualified. Rule number 1, if you fail to reach the tower before time expires. As a 3-member squad, or with both scrolls in your possession, then you are out. Second, any team that loses a member during the test, be it to death or injury, are also out. Third, If you leave the forest for any reason during the test, you're out. Last, you are forbidden to look at the contents of the scrolls until you reach the inside of the tower. Anko said, "What happens if we look at them?" Kiba asked. "If you're so curious about it, crack it open when the test starts and found out. On the slim chance that any of you make it to Chunin, there will be times that you will be trusted with top secret documents. Consider this a test of your trustworthiness," Anko said with a grin. A slight chill filled the air as they took that in. "One last piece of advice, stay alive," Anko said. The teams were dispersed and began to read over and sign the consent forms. They would then take their forms to the hut Anko mentioned earlier, and trade the forms for a scroll. A black curtain was attached to the front of the booth. The curtain would open to allow a team to walk inside and then close as the team inside would trade their forms for a scroll. Sasuke SM irked as he watched several teams do this. Pretty sneaky. They conceal which scroll each team gets and which member carries it. That Ibiki guy was right, stealing intelligence is a matter of life and death. In the event that all of us were to fight like she wants us to, this could very well become a massacre, Sasuke thought. This is nuts. I think she's excited at the thought of some of the OT. Hers dying, Naruto said as he signed the form without even passing it a second glance. "Hey, Naruto," Kiba yelled as he ran to the blonde. "What?" Naruto asked. "The proctor is pretty hot, huh? I'd love to." Kiba was cut off. "Idiot. That's my mother," Naruto yelled as he kicked Kiba in the stomach. Naruto walked away from the wailing dog ninja who was rolling around on the ground. He rejoined his team, and they went behind the curtain to trade their forms for a scroll. The three of them were handed an earth scroll. Naruto looked Shino dead in the eye and handed the boy the scroll. They then exited the hut and went towards the gate that they would enter the forest from. Naruto and his squad took gate number 32. As they walked towards the said gate, Shino noticed the slight concern on Hinata's face, and decided to voice her concern for her. "Naruto, exactly how dangerous is this forest?" the bug ninja asked. "Well, it can be pretty rough if you're unprepared. Like mommy said, there are lots of snakes, poisonous insects. And now enemy ninja to keep an eye out for." "But," Naruto said. "But," Shino asked, "that shouldn't be a problem for us. We got you to keep an eye out for the insects and such. The place I call home is here, so I know my way around here pretty good, and we also got a secret weapon." Naruto yelled. "What weapon is that?" Hinata asked. "You, with your Byakugan, we have the ability to see anything coming at us. There's no way we can lose." Naruto yelled. "Let's just see how long you keep that train of thought," Dosu thought as he watched Squad 8 talk amongst themselves from a neighboring gate. "Dosu, you coming or not?" Zaku called out. "Right," the fellow sound Genin said as he walked towards gate number 41. When he was sure that he was far away from the rest of the Konoha teams, he looked both Kin and Zaku in the eye and nodded. "You remember who we're going after, right?" Dosu asked. "Yeah, but what about the other one?" Kin asked. "Don't worry about him. The boss said he'd take care of him first, then go after the original target." Zaku said. "While he goes after the first brat, we take care of the other target long enough for him to show up," Dosu said. Over at gate number 14, Squad 7 readied themselves to enter the forest. Sasuke was leaning up against the gate, Sakura was busy swooning over him, and Kiba was talking to Orochimaru. The small puppy barked happily as Kiba petted him on the head before turning to face his team. "This is going to be cake. They're not a team here who can take us down," Kiba said. "Just don't get in the way," Sasuke said. "What's that supposed to mean?" Kiba asked. "What the heck do you think it means? Because of you, we almost failed that C-rank mission to Hidden Rain Village." Sakura yelled. Quote, "Please, if Sasuke would have been a team player like Kakashi-sensei said we should be, none of the mishaps would have happened." The dog boy yelled. "It was both of your faults. I work alone, which is when I become Chunin. I can finally reach a step closer to killing him," Sasuke thought. Sasuke paused in his thoughts as he noticed both of his teammates staring at him intently. "Hey, Sasuke, you alright?" Kiba asked. Sasuke didn't say anything. He turned away and waited for the gates to open. Shikamaru yawned lazily at the gate number 26. The whole thought of this thing was so troublesome. The written test was bad enough. But being stuck in the middle of a forest like this for 5 days. That was just too much. If it wasn't for fear of hearing another one of Ino's seemingly endless whining and screaming fits, he'd have jumped ship from this thing long ago. He had just begun to doze off to sleep, when all of a sudden he got the back end of a fist to the head. "Wake up, loser. This isn't any time to be sleeping," Ino yelled as she tossed Choji the scroll they had just received. "What do you want, woman? We have another 5 minutes before they open the gates," the Nara said while rubbing his head and yawning. "Because this is time we could be using for planning." Ino grinned while looking over at Sasuke and the rest of Squad 7. Ino looked at her 2 boys and tried to encourage them. "All right, this is it, Team 10. This is going to a brutal, desperate fight where everyone we run into will be an enemy out to attack us. Now what are we going to do?" Ino asked. Ino waited for them to shout. "Fight," loudly and in unison. "Hide," Choji suggested. "Quit," Shikamaru offered. Ino buried her head in her hands and screamed. "Idiots," Neji thought as he watched the scene unfold from gate number 27. "They're almost as pathetic as Hinata's team. No matter, I'm sure they'll be eliminated soon enough," Neji said. Neji opened his eyes and turned his attention back onto Lee and Tenten. "Yosh, is something wrong, my fearless comrade?" Lee asked. "No, now be quiet," Neji said. "That was kind of rude, Neji," Tenten said. "Listen," Neji said, completely ignoring what the girl had said. "Once we enter the forest, everyone is an enemy. I don't care what kind of relationship you may have with Mitarashi or my cousin, but the same goes for them, got it?" Neji asked in angry about Naruto and Hinata. "You should know why. But Neji, they are our comrades. It would be unyouthful to just hunt them down like that," Lee said. "If Hinata and her team can't handle the chance that they run into us, or anyone else, then that is their fate. Remember that destiny cannot be changed. What is meant to happen, will happen," Neji said as he turned away. "Be careful out there, Naruto. And Hinata. Looks like Neji's gunning for you too," Tenten thought. Gaara and his siblings sat in anticipation as they waited for the gates to open. The Sand team had taken gate number 2 as their choice, and were basically sure that they would pass this test. Man, 5 days in the middle of some damn forest. Kankuro thought. "I also hope I get the chance to run into that cute blonde boy Rom the other day in this place," Tamari thought. Gaara too was lost in thought as he waited for the gates to open. His cold, deathly stare floated from several of the gates, until he caught a glimpse of Naruto. Almost immediately, he could feel a sense of bloodlust rising as the blonde chatted amongst his teammates. A small smile crept across Gaara's lips as he felt the anticipation rising. Naruto Mitarashi, one-tailed raccoon dog says you are someone to watch out for, that a familiar presence is inside of you. Could you possibly be like me?" Gaara thought. No sooner had those thoughts left Gaara's head, the gates to the forest suddenly fly open. Immediately, all the various Genin squads took to the forest, bouncing along the various trees and branches that lined the area. Nko smiled as she watched Naruto and the others take off. She wanted Naruto to be safe, but she knew she didn't have much to worry about with him. Still, she had a feeling that this would be an interesting test to monitor this year. "What you think? I know that the Sand Demon was called Shukaku, the Sand Spirit. But since the Fox Demon is called the Nine-Tailed Fox, I thought that I called Shikaku, the One-Tailed Raccoon Dog." Chapter 21, Naruto. Rewrite Chapter 20. A team of Mist Genin make their way through the Forest of Death. They are clad in all black. Only their faces are visible, with their headband over top of the foreheads. Unlike other teams, who hunted down safe spots in the forest to plan and strategize, this team was busy trying to hunt down the weakest team they could find. And an easy-to-nab scroll to boot. Suddenly, their leader smiled as he came to a stop, a smile on his face. His 2 teammates stopped behind him, curious as to what was going on, until EY looked below and a smile came to their faces as well. Down below, completely unaware of the Mist team's presence, was Squad 8. "All right, since the tower is where everyone wants to get, we should get to the area just outside of there. and set our traps there. Naruto said to Hinata and Shino. Yes, however, let's make sure that we are alone first, Shino said. Naruto and Hinata's eyes widened as they heard Shino stress the alone. The leader of the team of the Mist team chuckled as he watched the team below chat as if they had nothing to worry about. He knew that they knew of their presence, but that didn't matter to him. Look at them. Those stupid kids might as well paint a huge target on themselves, the leader said. Still, we should be careful. From the sound of things, they do know we're somewhere close by. We should, one of the other members of the team said. The Mist Genin froze. Both the leader of the group, as well as his teammate looked over, just in time to see a shiver run up the boy's spine. The boy's skin color seemed to pale slightly as his shivering worsened. The leader of the group reached out and put a hand on his shoulder. Hey, Sano, you all right? You're white as a sheet. What the hell is wrong? The leader asked. The leader of the team's eyes widened as he saw something moving under Sano's shirt. From out of the neck of the article of clothing, crawled a leech, which was in the middle of a most delicious drink. Before either of the other two teammates could react, a rustling of leaves were heard from above. Both teammates looked up, and saw ass of leeches begin to fall from the trees, and attach themselves to the Mist Shinobi. The three fell from the trees, landing in front of Squad 8. Hinata cringed slightly at the sight of the leeches sucking the blood of the Mist team. Naruto grinned at the sight of the blood covering their bodies while he grabbed the scroll that the team had dropped. He stopped just short of the leader, looky. Some of leeches were going to town. Man, these things really suck, huh? And pun is totally intended, Naruto said as he poked a leech with a nearby stick. Flying leaf leeches, they can sense body heat and perspiration, and fling themselves en masse at their prey, which is almost anything that moves, if the victim cannot manage to remove them within 5 minutes, or if you panic trying to get rid of them. Then you're finished. At any rate, one team down. Shino said. What scroll did they have, Naruto? Hinata asked. Believe it or not, we just got ourselves a heaven scroll. That was almost too easy, Naruto said. So we'll head to the T-Tower now? Hinata asked. Are you kidding? I'm just now starting to have fun. Naruto yelled. In his own way, Naruto is right, heading to the tower now will still leave us with too many competitors to face in whatever the next test may be. Let's remain in the forest for now, and see if we can't get rid of a few more enemies. Shino said. Hinata agreed with the two, and the three leapt up in the trees to continue making their way through the forest. As they left, nets resting underneath the downed Mist team snapped, trapping them in the trees. The team let out a blood-curtailing scream as Squad 8 left them, one that managed reached the depths of the forest, and even as far as outside, where Anko sat staring at the clouds, waiting for some time to pass before heading to town for a bit. One team already down. This year's teams are definitely interesting, Anko thought with a grin. Anko hopped off of the log she was eating at and made her way into town to grab a bite to eat. After all, just because the kids have to fight life and death and hunt down anything they can for food didn't mean that she had to do the same. Team 7 was progressing through the forest at a nice pace, but found themselves stopping as they heard the screams of the Mist team spread through the forest. Sakura moved slightly closer to Asuke as if he would be able to protect her from harm, however he simply scoffed at her and moved further away. Sakura looked around, making sure they were alone before speaking. Man, this place is repeat. Why in the world did that crazy proctor have to hold it in some place like this? Sakura asked. Come on, Sakura, this place is no different than any other forest we've been in. I'm telling you, there's nothing to be scared of. Kiba yelled. For once I agree with Kiba, you're just getting in the way, stop being annoying and keep your eyes peeled for enemies. Sasuke said. There was a brief silence for a moment as the three looked around. Suddenly, Orochimaru began to bark. Kiba looked up at his canine companion as he did so, nodding every so often as he listened to the pup. Needless to say, this scared Sakura slightly more than she was already, and she walked closer to the dog ninja to see what was up. What is it? Enemies? Sakura asked and whispered. No, Orochimaru and me are going to take a leak, Kiba said. Kiba led Orochimaru away into a slightly deeper part of the forest. The two remaining members of Team 7 waited only a moment or two before both Kiba and Orochimaru returned. A grin was plastered on his face as he sighed happily. Phew, that's better, Kiba yelled. Orochimaru barked happily in response. Sakura sighed again in disbelief. She didn't understand how anyone could be so vulgar, and was beginning to wonder if all of the members of the Inuzuka clan were this way. However, Sasuke's eyes narrowed at the boy. Something didn't seem right to him. Then suddenly, his eyes widened, and quickly ran forward and backhanded Kiba, sending the dog ninja to the ground. Needless to say, Ino was shocked. Luckily, Orochimaru managed to hop of Kiba's head before the boy hit the ground. Sasuke, I appreciate the chivalry, but don't you think that was overdoing things a bit? Sakura asked. What the hell is your damn problem, Sasuke? Kiba asked. Where the hell are Kiba and Orochimaru? Sasuke asked. What are you talking about, Sasuke? They're right there, Sakura yelled. No, look at his headband. The leaf symbol on it is backwards. Also, Orochimaru's ears are brown, not black. Kiba isn't the best at transformation jutsu, but even he's better than you are. Sasuke, not bad, the fake Kiba said. A cloud of smoke exploded from where he was sitting, revealing another Miss Genin. Orochimaru too disappeared in a cloud of smoke, revealing the dog to be nothing more than a genjutsu at the time. The Uchiha prodigy lives up to his nickname. Let's see how he fights, Miss Genin said. The enemy shinobi ran straight at the two members of Team 7. Sasuke cursed as Sakura made no move to fight back, as if she was frozen in place. Quickly, the boy ran forward, and leapt into the air while making the necessary hand signs. Fire style. Phoenix flower jutsu. Sasuke said. Sasuke blew a barrage of fireballs at the enemy ninja who barely managed to dodge them. Quickly, the Miss Genin countered the Uchiha's attack by leaping at him with a kunai in hand. Sasuke was ready for him though, and descended towards the man with a kunai in his hand as well. The two knives clanged together as they clashed, which was followed by the two opponents jumping away from each other. Not bad, Sasuke, not bad at all. However, I have other things to do, so why not hand over that pretty little scroll of yours? And I'll be on my way, Miss Genin said. I don't think so, buddy. A voice yelled from above. Sasuke and the Miss Genin looked up just in time to see the real Kiba jump at them from a tree limb up above. He tossed a handful of kunai at the enemy shinobi, who jumped back as they landed. He looked over the reassembled Team 7, and chuckled. 2-on-1 won't make any difference, Miss Genin said. We'll see about that, Sasuke said. Sasuke ran forward and attached a kunai to the sole of his shoe as he ran, a technique he learned through the tree climbing exercise with Kakashi. The mist ninja jumped back, trying to avoid whatever attack Sasuke was planning, but all the Uchiha did was smile. He stopped his pursuit and reared his leg back, letting loose a powerful kick. Kunai flew forward, causing the mist ninja's eyes to widen. He was about to dodge the attack, when suddenly Sasuke jumped forward, Sharingan activated, and finished thrusting the kunai into the ninja's chest, just narrowly missing his heart. Now for the finisher. One fang over fang coming up, Kiba yelled. The dog boy jumped forward and started spinning in a rapid movement. He aimed straight for the enemy ninja, blowing straight into his stomach, and sending the man falling straight to the forest floor. The mist ninja stumbled up to his feet, and ran away as fast as he could from Team 7. He was in no condition to survive another full attack like that from Sasuke and Kiba, and would be damned if he would die here. That was close, but did you really have to stab him and stuff like that? Seemed kind of over the line, Sakura said. Sakura, tell me something, do you want to live? Sasuke suddenly asked. What kind of question is that, Sasuke? Of course I want to, Sakura said. Then next time, I suggest doing something other than standing around with your hands in your pockets. Just standing around like that in a situation like that could get you killed, especially if that guy would have had his friends with him. Sasuke said. The Uchiha began to walk away, and then stopped to look over his shoulder at Kiba and Sakura. Come on, we need to plan, Sasuke said. Within the next few minutes, Team 7 was in another forest clearing. Trees surrounded them closely, and a hollowed stump rested behind them, serving as a hiding spot if need. The three Genin and Puppy sat in a closely closed circle, barely whispering just in case they happened to be close in the presence of others. All right. Remember that if we get separated like that again, we can't trust each other blindly like we did back there. We barely got out of that one all right, and things could get worse next time. Sasuke said. So what are we supposed to do? Sakura asked. No problem for me. Orochimaru and I can smell the difference between you guys and imposters. Kiba yelled. Yeah, but we can't do the same as you, nor can we do that if you aren't around. As useful as your skills might be, we have to think of another idea, Sasuke said. What about a code? Like a password? Sakura asked. Good idea. That way, no matter how an enemy looks or sounds, if they get it wrong while looking like us, we'll know they're a fake. Sasuke said. So what kind of password should we use? Kiba asked. A poem. It's called the Nikki. When I or one of you asks for it, here's how you respond. We thrive in chaos of the enemy tide. Quiet. Shinobi don't need dens to hide. Our only concern is to watch and wait, until the enemy lowers the gate. Sasuke said. Sakura nodded her head in agreement. Kiba on the other hand, had his eyes closed, trying to focus and replay the poem in his head. He grunted in dissatisfaction as he opened his eyes and glared at Sasuke. How do you expect us to remember something like that? It's too long and complicated. Kiba yelled while Orochimaru barked as well. Idiot, I already have it memorized. Sakura yelled, punching him on the back of the head. I think we need a better, shorter password. How about swordfish? Kiba asked, rubbing the new lump on the back of his head. We're using the Nikki, Sasuke simply said. Sasuke reached forward and grabbed the team's scroll, placing it in one of his pouches on his belt. I'll hold on to the scroll. Now, let's go, Sasuke said. The team began to stand up and move, when suddenly, a blade of grass blew through the air, cutting against Kiba's cheek. The dog ninja didn't have time to question it though, as a massive gust of wind soon blew through the clearing. Team 7 did their best to hold on and not be blown away, but in the end, all efforts were wasted. And everything went dark. The point of the second test was to whittle down the remaining teams from the first exam by as many as possible. Kankuro and Temari both knew this well. It was hard not to, seeing as how the proctor seemed to enjoy talking about that aspect the most when giving out the rules of this test. The problem though, was the fact that their third teammate was Gaara. Which in most cases meant that whatever opposing team they ran into, well, they just hoped they wouldn't run into too many. Though as expected, things never went their way for long. Kankuro was really wishing that God would be on his side just once. Looks like we got lucky. A couple of wet behind the ear brats from Hidden Sand Village will be nothing to take down, said one of the shinobi on the team from Hidden Rain Village. I really suggest you guys just turn and run. You idiots wouldn't last a minute against Gaara, Kankuro said. We'll see about that, Rain Genin said. The Rain Ninja leapt forward and pulled out several umbrellas that he had strapped to his back. He launched them all into the air, and smirked as he began to run through several hand signs. Gaara seemed unimpressed though, and simply continued to stand with his arms crossed, watching as the Rain Ninja attacked. Suddenly, the umbrellas seemed to stop in the air as they opened. They all began to spin around, unleashing a barrage of needles, all of which flew downward, heading straight for Gaara. You're completely surrounded. There aren't any gaps or blind spots with my Jirosen Bon. Just Hausen needles that will use my chakra to zero in on you like missiles. An easy and effective end. Rain Genin yelled. It's my turn now. Desert Coffin. Gaara said. Sand began to flow around the attacking Rain Ninja, wrapping around his feet, arms, hands, body, and head. Soon, the man was cocooned inside of a giant mass of sand. Gaara slowly began to rotate his hand as the sand cocoon rose into the air, hovering there momentarily. The Rain Man tried to escape, twisting left and right, screaming, but it was futile. He was right where Gaara wanted him. Gaara rotated his palm just a bit more, ousing the sand to squeeze down on the man just enough to send 3 umbrellas shooting out of the holder on his back. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro each picked one up, and opened them. Sand burial. Gaara yelled. Gaara then closed his open palm completely. The sand crushed down all the way, causing an explosion of sand, blood, and a scream to flow out into the area. As the mess cleared, not one trace was left of the Rain Ninja. Gaara and his siblings were completely clean from the splattered blood, although the umbrellas weren't. Slowly, one of the remaining members of the Rain team walked OUT and placed a scroll down on the ground. "Please, Jay, just take the scroll, and let us go." Rain Genin said, pleaded. "Fine, just go," Gaara said. The remaining members of the Rain team run away like a scared little girl. Kankuro walked over calmly to the scroll, smiling as he picked it up. "A full set of scrolls. Looks like we're done here. Now that we have this heaven scroll, we go straight for the tower," Kankuro said. The team slowly left the field, heading for the tower. Anko relaxed with a sigh as she took another bite of the stick of dango. For some reason, the taste of her favorite foe, OD, had increased by 20% during the exams. While normally she would have wondered what could account for this, but she determined it had to do with the thoughts of all the genin probably engaging each other in mortal combat. Then, she had the thought of Naruto, and began to wonder if he was all right. "What the hell am I thinking? The kid's a Mitarashi. I raised him to be my own son. He's probably the one kicking the most ass in there," Anko said to herself as she took a sip of the bean soup. Anko took the final bite of dango, and tossed the empty stick into a nearby tree. Said tree was now decorated by what must have been almost 30 or 40 sticks. All of them were arranged into the Konoha leaf symbol. She took the final sip of her bean soup, and tossed the cup into a nearby trash can, and hopped to her feet. "Guess I'll head for the tower. The actually talented squads ought to be able to clear the test in under a day's time," Anko said to herself. No sooner had those words left her mouth, did a cloud of smoke appear behind her. The woman turned around to see a Chunin with glasses and a headband tied on top of his head like a bandana. He looked worried about something, causing the woman to sigh in disgust. "What's with the look?" Anko asked. "Terrible news, Anko," Chunin yelled. "Already? What the hell could the problem be this soon?" Anko asked. "We've found dead bodies. 3 of them," Chunin yelled. "Dead bodies?" Anko asked. "Yes, please, it's easier to show. Come quickly," Chunin yelled. Anko followed the Chunin as he requested. He ended up leading her to a small graveyard located in the outer parts of Konoha. 2 other Chunin were already there, examining the dead bodies that the one with glasses informed Anko about. "Here they are," the Chunin said. Anko walked over for a closer look. "We went through some of their personal belongings, were able to determine that they were from Hidden Grass Village, here to take part in the Chunin exams. The weird thing about them though, was that their faces were gone, almost as if they had been melted off. The skin is smooth, like they never even had them to begin with," Chunin said. Anko's eyes widened as words of the Chunin came together in her mind. What the hell are you doing here?" Anko thought. Anko's head jerked back and looked at the Chunin. "Quick, show me the pictures from their ID cards," Anko yelled. The Chunin produced them at once and handed them to Anko. She gasped in horror as she saw them. "What is it?" the Chunin asked in confusion. "Just go get Hokage-sama. Tell him about what you found, and that he sends 2 Anbu into the forest of death. I'm going ahead to catch the imposters," Anko yelled. The Chunin nodded and left Anko to do as told. Said woman jumped the fence into the forest, and began jumping from tree to tree. Her heart was racing in fear, anticipation, and anger. "Please, Naruto, please don't be anywhere near Orochimaru," Anko thought. Sasuke awoke in a daze. The last thing he remembered was some huge gust of wind blowing through the woods. He was alive, and that was a plus. However, he was alone. Kiba, Sakura, and even Akamaru were nowhere to be seen. And that actually caused him to feel a little bit more nervous than he normally would. He looked around, determining that he had somehow managed to land under a bush, and slowly crawled out, kunai in hand. "Sasuke," a familiar voice yelled. The boy turned around to see Sakura coming towards him. Quickly, the boy jumped back, and drew a kunai. He couldn't be too careful, and therefore he had to be on guard. He didn't need to go through a battle similar to what he went through earlier. "Stay back. Don't come any closer until you give me the password," Sasuke yelled. "Password. Right, the Nikki. We thrive in chaos of the enemy tide. Quiet shinobi don't need dens to hide. Our only concern is to watch and wait, until the enemy lowers the gate. Sakura said. Good. That takes care of you. Now we need to find Kiba and Akamaru, Sasuke said as he put the kunai away. No sooner had Sasuke said those words did the said boy and dog come out of the nearby bushes. Kiba sighed happily as he spotted Sasuke and Sakura. He began to run over to them, with Akamaru following close behind, barking happily. Good. You guys made it. Kiba yelled. Hold on, Kiba, what's the password? Sasuke asked. The Nikki right. No sweat. We thrive in chaos of the enemy tide. Quiet shinobi don't need dens to hide. Our only concern is to watch and wait, until the enemy lowers the gate. Kiba said. Phew. Looks like we're all back together again. Sakura said. Sasuke smirked though. As Kiba came closer, the Uchiha suddenly reached back and threw a kunai straight at the boy's head. Kiba managed to dodge the kunai, but he was mad. As imaginable. Also, Sakura didn't look too pleased either. What the hell are you doing, Sasuke? Kiba got the password right. Sakura yelled. He was fast enough to dodge. My kunai this time too, the Uchiha said. What? Sakura asked in confusion. This isn't Kiba. Don't you remember from earlier? Kiba didn't memorize the password. He said that there was no way he could memorize something like that. And then we got blown away. Sasuke said. Not bad, Sasuke, not bad at all, Kiba said evilly. A large cloud of smoke exploded from where Kiba and Akamaru were standing. Both Ino and Sasuke ready to kunai. Both on edge as they waited for the smoke to clear. As it did, a female grass ninja came into view. Well, that means that it's not that missed team, Sasuke said. Indeed, I am quite impressed that you figured it out so easily. Please tell me, how did you know that I was a fake? Grass Ninja asked. As I said before, Kiba had said that he wouldn't be able to memorize something like that in such a short time. Also, I knew you were watching us earlier, the Uchiha said. Watching? Sakura asked. Yeah, she was hiding underground the whole time, Sasuke said. Quite impressive. This might be more fun than I thought. Grass Ninja said. Elsewhere in the forest, Kiba and Akamaru slowly came to. The boy sat upright, shaking his head as he tried to get his bearings straight. Akamaru slowly got up on all fours, stretching in the process. That was a little rough, huh? Kiba asked the dog as he rose to his feet. Kiba took a look around, frowning in the process. Looks like Sakura and Sasuke are missing. We better go look for them. Kiba said. Akamaru barked in agreement. The puppy began to sniff the ground trying to pick up their scent, but suddenly screeched to a stop and began to growl. Kiba looked down, and took a quick sniff of the air. His eyes widened as he looked around, trying to pinpoint the smell. Snakes. I know I've smelled this in more than one place, stay on guard. Akamaru. Kiba said. The air became tense as both the dog and Kiba were on guard. The sound of a faint slithering and hissing became present as they carefully stepped forward. Kiba pulled out a kunai, slowly looking around the forest with every step. Suddenly, the growling of Akamaru became barking. Kiba turned around just in time to see a giant snake lunge out of the trees, and straight for the duo. Kiba and Akamaru both managed to jump out of the way just in time. Kiba tossed his kunai at the snake, but as expected it didn't make much of a dent. Didn't think that would work, Kiba said. Kiba reached into his pouch and pulled out a small pill. Didn't think I'd have to rely on these so soon. Good thing I brought more than one, Kiba said. Kiba tossed the pill downward to Akamaru, who caught it with ease. The puppy began to chew the pill, and then quickly swallowed it. His fangs began to grow longer, as well as his claws. His fur turned a reddish-brown color, and he began to growl more ferociously. All right, time for the all-fours jutsu, Kiba said as he began to run through several hand signs. Kiba hunched down on all fours. His teeth became a little sharper, resembling those of a dog's. His nails also became longer, resembling claws as well. Akamaru began to growl more as well. Kiba smiled as he nodded, and made another set of hand signs. As he did so, Akamaru jumped on his back. The dog vanished in a cloud of smoke, only to be replaced by a second Kiba. The Kiba on top hopped down to where both were side by side, and the original Kiba smirked. He's going to lunge again. Just got to time it right. Kiba thought. Sure enough, the snake curled back. It glared at both of the two dog ninjas, licking its tongue across its lips. Then, without warning, it lunged forward with its mouth open. Kiba and the morphed Orochimaru stared intently as the snake's fangs came closer. They both leapt towards the snake's open mouth. Man-beast ultimate taijutsu, fang over fang. Kiba yelled. Kiba and the morphed Orochimaru leapt into the air, spinning at a rapid rate. Kiba knew that this was a one-shot only deal. If he and Orochimaru missed, it was all over. He closed his eyes as they neared the snake. He felt the two of them connect to the reptile. He smiled and cheered as he felt them rip through the roof of the snake's mouth. Blood squirted into the air, covering nearby trees, bushes, rocks and such as the creature began to die. It emitted a noisy screech as it died, while Kiba sighed as he fell onto his butt. Luck. No reason anyone else needs to know that though, Kiba said. Kiba paused as he looked up in the trees and sniffed the air. I still smell snakes. I got a bad feeling about this, Orochimaru. We better find Sasuke and Sakura, and fast. Kiba said before he and Orochimaru walked to find others. What you think? In the next chapter, Kiba and Sasuke will fight with the grass ninja, which is Orochimaru in disguise. Then after that maybe in the next chapter after that, Orochimaru will go after another Genin. If you want to guess who he's after then go right ahead. Chapter 22, Naruto. Rewrite Chapter 21. Sasuke and Sakura both stood cautiously against their foe. Kiba was still missing, and to their knowledge, he was possibly dead. Sakura kept one eye on the grass ninja, but her other on Sasuke. She decided, she would only act based on how the Uchiha did, and he had yet to make a move, as if he was planning something. This woman gives me the creeps, something about her definitely isn't right. And where in the world is Kiba? We could really use him in a situation like this, Sakura thought. I suppose you would like to steal my Earth Scroll, wouldn't you? The grass woman suddenly asked. Grass Ninja reached into her pocket and pulled out the said scroll, holding it out for Sasuke and Sakura to see. I'm sure it would go quite well, your heaven scroll, Grass Ninja said. How? When did she? Sakura began to question, looking at Sasuke. I'm not sure how she knew, Sasuke said. Sasuke reached into pouch on his belt, which held their heaven scroll. But let's not worry about that now. Let's just take her down, get her scroll, and then find Kiba, Sasuke said. A bold statement, Sasuke. However, there are more important things to worry about than this silly scroll, the Grass Ninja said. Grass Ninja raised the scroll for both Genin to see, just before she literally ate the item right in front of them. Now, let's put this whole silly scroll business aside for the time being, and get to the real matter at hand, Grass Ninja said. Matter at hand? Sasuke asked. Indeed, a fight to the death, Grass Ninja yelled. The Grass Ninja slowly raised a hand to her face, her fingernails clawing into her own skin around her eyes. Suddenly, she ripped her hand forward, sending forth a downpour of blood, engulfing both Sakura and Sasuke. Both Genin found themselves slamming into a tree trunk, and falling to their knees. Through the blood sailed two kunai, one each embedding itself into their foreheads, managing to pierce straight through Sasuke's headband even. Both Genin sat on the ground, shaking in fear, neither one able to move an inch. Slowly, their eyes widened as the blood and kunai disappeared. A genjutsu. It was just an illusion, Sasuke whispered. Sasuke felt something in his stomach gurgle, and he fell to his knees just in time to vomit. Slowly, Sasuke managed to regain his composure just enough to fall back onto his backside, staring in fear at his attacker. I could have sworn that we were dead. I felt it. The pain. It was so real. Just who the hell is this? Sasuke thought. Sasuke gazed over to his teammate quietly and slowly. Sakura. Sasuke whispered. Sakura didn't respond though. Her body was shaking. Tears were streaming from her eyes and down her cheeks. Sasuke cursed under his breath as his eyes shot over to the Grass Ninja, who was laughing once more. Damn it. We're dead if we don't get out of here, Sasuke thought. What's the matter, Sasuke? Paralyzed with fear, The grass ninja asked. Not quite, Sasuke said as he managed to shakily rise to his feet. A kunai resting in his hand. Sasuke's Sharingan eyes were active once more. I can move just enough, Sasuke said. As that's so, then let's see just how much, Grass Ninja said. The Grass Ninja flicked her wrist in the direction of Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke's eyes darted to Sakura beside him, and suddenly, he managed to take off running as he looked back, spotting two kunai flying through the air, embedding themselves in the trees as Sasuke managed to get Sakura out of the way just in time. Too close. A minute later, and she'd have been gone. Sakura's still out of it too, Sasuke thought. Sasuke paused as he looked down at his kunai. Slowly, he brought it up, his wrist shaking as he did so. No choice. I have to do it, Sasuke thought. The sound of steel breaking flesh entered the air. Sakura's eyes suddenly blinked, and she stared in shock at Sasuke. The Uchiha had taken his kunai, and driven it into his thigh, using the pain to keep himself alert and moving in. Instead of falling back into that near-paralysis state, the grass ninja watched this from the trees with amused eyes. Good, Sasuke-kun, it appears you are far more worthy of my time than the common prey. Keep it up, grass ninja thought. Sakura was worried about Sasuke though. That measure he had taken was quite wild. And he seemed to be losing his cool quickly as he breathed heavily. Sasuke, are you all right? Sasuke, what is it? Sasuke answer M, Sakura said. Sasuke's hand quickly went over top of Sakura's mouth, silencing the girl effectively. Her eyes widened as Sasuke began to panic, looking around for any trace of the two's attacker. We've got to move fast, or she'll find us again, but where do we go? Where can we go? Sasuke thought. Sasuke, I've never seen him so so scared, Sakura thought as she watched the Uchiha boy quickly fall apart. Sakura's eyes widened as she began to hear a slithering sound. Slowly, Sakura's eyes drifted upward, coming to meet those of a snake. Slithering down the tree to behind Sasuke, she began to struggle, trying to get Sasuke's attention. The Uchiha's eyes shot over to his teammate's direction, and came face to face with the snake. He cursed as he quickly released Sakura's mouth, both jumping of the branch as it lunged forward. Sakura managed to land away on another branch, safe from harm. However, the snake had already attacked again, chasing after Sasuke as he moved through the air. The boy reached into his shuriken pouch, and pulled out a handful of the throwing stars, and quickly hurled them at the snake, ching through the beast as its mouth was snapped open in an attempt to devour Sasuke. He sighed in relief as he landed on a branch to catch his breath, Sakura doing the same as she watched. However, the two's celebration didn't last long. As the snake landed on a lower branch, a sizable lump appeared in its throat. Sasuke's eyes widened as the lump began to press against the snake's skin, until a loud rip echoed through the air. From the hole in the snake rose the grass ninja, smiling in a sadistic manner as she eyed Sasuke. Shame on you, Sasuke, letting your guard down like that. Good prey-s. Stays on their toes, it makes the chase so much more enjoyable, for the predator, Grass Ninja said. The Grass Ninja began to wrap herself around and scale upwards against the tree. Much like a snake, Sasuke quickly grabbed his kunai once more, preparing himself for battle. However, before he could engage the Grass Ninja in combat, a gray blur spun out of the trees, colliding into the woman, knocking her to the ground below. Sakura gasped in surprise. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. The Grass Ninja frowned. Hey, Sasuke, I don't remember that damn password, Kiba said with a smirk as he eyed the Grass Ninja. Akamaru landed beside him, still in the shape of Kiba. He simply nodded in agreement, eyeing the Grass Ninja as his master did. Sakura smiled and cheered. All right, Kiba, that was amazing, Sakura yelled. Kiba, about time you showed up, but it's too late now, Sasuke said. The Uchiha sighed as he put his kunai away. He slowly walked forward, gaining the attention of all who were present. Kiba, I know you must be stoked to finally be doing something useful, saving the day and all, but forget it. The best thing to do right now is retreat. This woman, she's way out of our league, Sasuke said. The Grass Ninja smiled. My compliments on defeating the giant snake, Kiba, it is quite impressive that you managed to do so. Grass Ninja said. Kiba glared at the woman cautiously. Akamaru looked around and nodded, gaining the attention of his master. Kiba sniffed the air and nodded back. You're right, boy, I smell them coming from her too. She smells just like a snake. And when I look at her, all that comes to mind is snake. I bet that snake was hers, and she's probably the one that beat Sasuke and Sakura like that, Kiba said. Akamaru nodded, and Kiba grinned. Let's take care of this, Kiba said to his dog. Kiba looked straight at the woman and smiled. You've been having it pretty easy up till now, but you're out of luck. So go slither on back to whatever hole you climbed out of. Because you got no hope of beating me, Kiba yelled. That idiot, he's going to get us all killed. I have to think of something, now, Sasuke thought. Sasuke looked at the Grass Ninja and Kiba, and then frowned more. His Sharingan eyes deactivated, and he then slowly walked forward. He reached into his pocket, and pulled out the team's scroll. This is all I can think of. Here goes nothing, Sasuke thought. Sasuke gripped the scroll tighter, and slowly reached out. Kiba and Sakura's eyes narrowed as they watched the display, Kiba beginning to feel more and more angry with every passing moment. Slowly, Sasuke extended his arm forward, holding the scroll for anyone to take. Here, if it's this damn scroll you want, then it's all yours. Just take it, leave, and leave us alone, Sasuke yelled as he eyed the grass. Ninja, what? Sakura whispered. Sasuke, what the hell are you doing? Kiba asked. Pure anger was hanging in his voice. This better be some clever way of beating this woman and not just handing over everything we got. Kiba yelled. Shut up, Kiba, Sasuke yelled. The Grass Ninja laughed as she watched the display. Now, Kiba, don't be too hard on Sasuke, I mean. It is only the natural defense of prey to try and distract the predator with tastier bait. Grass Ninja said. Sasuke spit in the woman's direction. Whatever. Just take the scroll and go, Sasuke said. The Uchiha tossed the scroll to the Grass Ninja. However, before the scroll got to her, it was intercepted by two gray blurs. Both Kiba and Akamaru had jumped in the way of the flying scroll. Akamaru, who was still shaped like Kiba, was holding the scroll tightly in his mouth. Sasuke stared at Kiba, anger welling up. You idiot, stay out of this, you're going to ruin everything, Sasuke yelled. Sasuke didn't have another chance to say anything though. Kiba made sure of that, as his clawed hand flew right into Sasuke's jaw, sending the Uchiha falling on his butt. Sakura gasped in shock, and the Grass Ninja merely watched in amusement. Kiba, what the hell are you doing? Sasuke asked. Shut up, Sasuke, I forgot the password, so I can't prove it, but you clearly are not Sasuke. Kiba yelled. What, you idiot, I am Sasuke. The Uchiha yelled. I said to shut up. Sasuke may be a fool, but he's not some chicken. He doesn't quit just because something gets tough. Besides, even if we did hand over the scroll, this woman may not let us live. So not only are you a chicken, but you are the idiot, Kiba yelled. At this point, the Grass Ninja was no longer chuckling, but laughing as hard as she could. She smiled as she wiped a tear from her eye, looking at Kiba and Sasuke. Kiba, you are a riot, Grass Ninja said, licking her lips. Slowly, the Grass Ninja pulled up the sleeve on her right arm, revealing a snake-shaped tattoo. You are right, though, why bargain, when I can simply kill you all and take the scroll? Grass Ninja yelled. The Grass Ninja quickly bit her thumb and dragged it across the tattoo, leaving a line of blood down the middle. Kiba and Akamaru both growl and ran on all fours at the Grass Ninja. Kiba bared his fangs and claws as he launched himself at her. Yet the woman remained perfectly calm. Although the said can't be said for Sasuke, who began to panic once more. Kiba, get back here and stop it, Sasuke yelled. The genin in question didn't reply, however. He didn't stop charging either. Kiba's sights were set directly on the woman, and he was ready to take her down. Damn it, my faith in Uchiha is completely shot, Kiba yelled. Kiba's eyes narrowed as he and Akamaru neared their target. A mass of chakra began to build up around the woman, and then it swirled outward. A massive shape began to form underneath the Grass Ninja, revealing a giant snake. The woman smirked as Kiba and Akamaru's eyes widened. Damn it, he shouted as the snake snapped itself forward. The snake breaking the branch that Kiba was charging on straight in half. And sending both the boy and the dog into the air. Akamaru. Kiba yelled as the dog hit the ground with a thud. A puff of smoke erupted from the mark where the dog hit, transforming him back from a Kiba look-alike to his normal and tiny dog form. Kiba landed on another branch. His eyes were glaring at the grass ninja with pure hate. Alright, you, no more fooling around. You will go down here. Kiba yelled as he got on all fours again. A foolish attempt. Finish him off, but make sure to eat him too. I don't want to take any more chances, Kiba said. The snake seemed to nod and edged forward at the branch Kiba was standing on. Kiba remained silent and still as the snake charged. Sasuke and Sakura looked on in anticipation. He waited a moment more, and then began to run along the branch as fast as he could. Kiba then launched himself through the air, still keeping his sights on the snake and woman, as they got closer. Slowly, a grin came to his lips, right as the snake opened its mouth to swallow Kiba. Now, fang over fang, Kiba yelled. Kiba began to spin at a rapid and furious rate once more. He spun right into the snake's mouth, and literally began to rip through its innards. Sasuke and Sakura watched in shock and amazement as the boy tore through the serpent, which was also impressive to the grass ninja as well. Incredible. Kiba took it down like it was nothing, Sakura thought. Kiba smirked as he landed in front of Sasuke. The snake crashed down to the ground shortly in front of him. Breathing heavily, Kiba arose to a normal stature and looked over his shoulder at the Uchiha. Hey, Sasuke, are you alright, you big chicken? Kiba asked. He is, but you should worry more about yourself, a familiar voice said. Kiba and Sasuke's eyes snapped upward to meet those of the grass ninja. She began to laugh as her tongue shot out of her mouth, and wrapped around Kiba, lifting him up into the air. The Inuzuka began to struggle around in the air trying to free himself. The grass ninja smiled more at his feeble attempts. You've gotten in the way enough, boy, grass ninja muttered to Kiba, as her tongue slammed him into the ground. So I think it's time you took a little nap, grass ninja said. Kiba screamed in pain as he was slammed into a tree. So sleep, grass ninja said. This time the boy was slammed into the ground again. And stay out of business that does not concern you, grass ninja said. The woman slammed Kiba into the ground one final time, and smiled as he was reduced to a motionless mass in her grasp. The woman smiled as she reached into his pocket, and pulled the team's scroll out. She then tossed Kiba into the air, and right over her shoulder. Sakura's eyes widened while Sasuke remained motionless, watching the event taking place before him. Quickly, the Haruno fired a kunai after Kiba, which managed to snag through the back of his coat, and embed itself into a tree, managing to keep him hanging there in the air before he fell to the ground. Phew, got him. Sakura looked over at the boy hanging in the air, and then back over at Sasuke. Sasuke was still watching the display, not joining the fight at all. Sakura felt herself get mad. Slowly, she got up, and walked over the branch from where she once stood, and jumped over to the one Sasuke was, and smacked him. Loud and hard. How could you just sit there and watch that? Kiba just fought with everything he had, and you gave up. Sure, he's nothing like you at all. Kiba's loud, annoying, he smells bad, and he's a pain in the butt to deal with. Almost all the time, but at least Kiba's not a chicken who gives up like you. Sakura yelled. Sakura. Sasuke whispered. Sakura's eyes widened as she looked at Sasuke. She gasped as the Sharingan eyes reappeared once more. The Uchiha rose to his feet once more, and began to walk toward the grass ninja again. She smiled as he walked closer, slowly licking her lips in anticipation. It appears Sasuke-kun is going to come at me with the strength of his ancestors. Well then, I'll take my time, so you can show me what you can really do, grass ninja thought. Sasuke reached into his weapon pouch on his belt. He quickly pulled out a large shuriken, and several kunai. His Sharingan eyes glared at the grass woman, before he charged off in her direction, ready to strike once more. The grass woman watched in amusement. Quickly, Sasuke jumped down the tree, and fired off his kunai in her direction. The woman smiled and ran in a motion resembling a Slithering snake. She easily managed to dodge all the blades, and ran straight for Sasuke. The Uchiha's eyes narrowed and he grabbed the bark of the tree to slow himself as he fell. He managed to swing around the tree, making it to where he was facing the grass woman as she ran along the branch. Sasuke threw his shuriken at the woman, who easily managed to dodge the attack by jumping over the weapon. However, as Sasuke threw the shuriken, he swung back around the tree. Taking a final kunai that he had been holding onto in his mouth, Sasuke took a deep breath, carefully eyeing a wire that had been tied around the loop on the base of the handle. Sasuke focused some chakra into the kunai, and then flipped around the tree to face the woman once more, letting the blade fly in her direction. The woman smiled as she leaned in one direction to dodge it. But this only lasted a moment. It was at that moment as that Sasuke quickly leaned back against the tree, and pulled back as he did so. A string was in his mouth, and one in each hand. The woman traced each string. One in the kunai he had just fired, one in a kunai he had threw just a moment ago, and one from the shuriken she jumped over. The grass woman's eyes shot back at Sasuke, who smirked in satisfaction while making a quick hand sign. Way to go, Sasuke. Now finish him off, Sakura yelled. The grass woman smirked, but this went unnoticed by the Uchiha. He began to breathe gently, sending a flame down the wire, which he held in his mouth. Stray sparks of flame managed to land on the wires held in his hand, catching all three on fire, and the flames heading straight for the woman. She began to laugh as the flames went by her, and to the surprise of Sasuke and Sakura, engulfed the woman's head as well. They watched as the flames died, and the woman slowly turned around. Sakura gasped in shock. Her face. It looks like it's melting, Sakura whispered. Not only that, there's something else, a face underneath, Sasuke thought, as he looked closer. Marvel. Ouse. Simply marvelous. That one so young would have such a mastery over the power of the Sharingan. I was right to come after you after all, Grass Ninja said. Sasuke. Sakura whispered as she leapt over to the branch the Uchiha stood on. You truly do live up to the name of Uchiha, the grass woman said as she brought a hand to her headband. Grass Ninja rested her palm over top of the grass symbol, before slowly lowering it to reveal a music note instead. A music note? Where have I seen that before? Sakura thought. You really are his brother, aren't you? You have potential, such power. There as you can see and conceal with those eyes that Itachi never dreamed of, Enemy Ninja said. Sasuke froze in horror at the mention of that name. His eyes darkened, his hands clenched together, he glared at the enemy ninja with a new level of hate. How do you know that name? Who the hell are you? Sasuke asked. My name, the enemy ninja asked. Both Genin's eyes widened as the voice switched from female to male. My name is Orochimaru, the Sannin of the snake, Orochimaru said. Orochimaru held the scroll out, the one he took from Kiba moments ago, and grinned as it caught fire in his palm. He slowly looked up from the burning heaven scroll, and into the eyes of Sasuke and Sakura. He smiled as Sasuke's eyes had returned to their normal state. If you should ever want to remedy CH, then I suggest you finish this exam as fast as you can. Sasuke, I'll see you again if you manage to survive this exam, and those of the sound shinobi who answer to me. Orochimaru said. What are you talking about? We don't want to ever see your face again. Sakura yelled. Maybe not. However, simply wishing will not make me disappear, Orochimaru said as he made a set of hand signs. At that moment, Orochimaru's neck shot forward. It slithered around, resembling a snake as it aimed straight for Sasuke. It traveled at a speed that neither Genin could track. Before he could move, Orochimaru had latched onto the back of Sasuke's neck, biting down with his fangs. He sat there for a moment, before slowly pulling away from the Uchiha's neck, and then the Sannin's own neck returned to its normal place. He smiled as the black marks appeared on the back of Sasuke's neck where the Sannin bit, and swirled around making an evil design. Sasuke began to shake slowly. He hunched over, holding his head in pain as he fell to his knees. Screaming in pain, Sasuke! Sakura yelled. Sakura tried to help Sasuke stable himself. Worry was evident in her eyes as she stared at the boy screaming in pain. Laughter of Orochimaru filled the air, causing her eyes to shoot back over to him. I look forward to seeing you again, Sasuke, in your quest for power, Orochimaru said. Sakura frowned and rose to her feet, a kunai in hand as she shakily pointed it at the Sannin. What the hell did you do to Sasuke? She screamed as she tossed the kunai at Orochimaru. Just a little something to remember me by, Orochimaru said, easily dodging the kunai in the process. In the meantime, I got other brat to find, Orochimaru said as he began to sink into the tree. Sakura was about to chase after the Sannin, but Sasuke's screams snapped her attention back over to him. She watched as Sasuke began to have a fit of pain. His body shook, as he screamed once more, trying his hardest to overcome the pain. Sakura fell to her knees, trying to calm the boy. Sasuke, please answer me. Sakura yelled, pleaded. The plea fell to deaf ears. Sakura's eyes widened as one of Sasuke's hand rose into the air, as if reaching out for her. Sakura quickly gave him a hand, grunting in pain as Sasuke tightly held onto hers. Sakura watched with tears in her eyes as her idol, her crush, cried in pain, trying anything to get it to stop. Sakura looked up and around. Sasuke, please hold on. Kiba, get over here. Sasuke is, Sakura said. Sakura trailed off as her eyes met Kiba's limp form, still hanging from the tree by a kunai through his jacket. Sakura's eyes followed the tree down, seeing Orochimaru whimpering in pain at the base, as if every breath was a pain for him. Her eyes then went back to Sasuke, focusing on the black mark on his neck. Slowly, Sasuke's cries fell to a hush, as the boy began to fall unconscious. Sakura quickly reached out and pulled the Uchiha in before he hit the branch of the tree, as if he was the final lifeline for her to hold to. Kiba, Sasuke, and Orochimaru, all of them were down and out for the count. Sakura realized that this time, she was alone, and the fate of the team was now in her hands. What you think? Kiba did put a good fight, but he's no match against Orochimaru. In the next chapter, Orochimaru will go after another Genin. If you want to guess who he's after, then go right ahead. Chapter 23, Naruto. Rewrite Chapter 22. Teammate walk through the forest of death. Naruto really want to fight. When do we see some teams? Naruto asked. Naruto. It think the some team A are in the tower. Hinata said. I think we should head to the tower. Shino said. Fine, let's go. Naruto said. Teammate walks to the tower. Not having fun, a voice said behind them. Teammate turns around and saw Orochimaru with melted face of the grass shinobi. Orochimaru. Naruto said in angry. Well, Naruto, it's been long since I met you. Orochimaru said as he ripped away the melted face of the grass shinobi he was impersonating, revealing his true serpent-like features. Well, it's time to kill you and become the new Snake Sannin, and also have my and mommy's revenge. Naruto said. Naruto tossed a kunai at Orochimaru. Orochimaru easily dodging the kunai in the process. You missed, Orochimaru said. Hinata activated her Byakugan and run to Orochimaru. Orochimaru saw Hinata and did some hand signs. Striking Shadow Snake, Orochimaru said. Some snakes come out of his sleeves and wrapped around Hinata, making her fall. Hinata, Naruto yelled. You should worry more about yourself. Orochimaru said. Orochimaru pulled up the sleeve on his right arm, revealing a snake-shaped tattoo. Orochimaru quickly bit his thumb and dragged it across the tattoo, leaving a line of blood down the middle. Summoning Jutsu, Orochimaru said. A mass of chakra began to build up around Orochimaru, and then it swirled outward. A massive shape began to form underneath the Orochimaru, revealing a giant snake. Snake charged forward at Naruto, but the wall of bugs blocked the way. Orochimaru saw the bugs are coming from Shino. The snake swiped its tail back, which pillowed straight into Shino, smashing him into the ground. When the snake pulled its tail back, Shino was unconscious. Shino, Naruto yelled. Naruto bit his thumb, made some hand signs and put his hand with his bleeding thumb on the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Naruto yelled. Suddenly a large cloud of smoke puffed through the area, revealing a massive red snake with Naruto stood atop a giant red snake's head. So, he can use the summoning jutsu. Anko, you sure train him a lot. Orochimaru thought. Two snakes charged at each other. They were rapping and biting until they vanished with a puff of smoke. Naruto run though the smoke but can't find Orochimaru. Suddenly, he felt something wrapped around him. Naruto looked down and saw a tongue. The tongue lifted Naruto up and pulled him to Orochimaru. So, the nine-tailed fox's chakra is blocking the cursed seal. Well, I just have to block the fox's chakra, Orochimaru thought. Orochimaru lifted Naruto's shirt and saw the sealing mark. Five-pronged seal, Orochimaru said. Orochimaru rammed his hand into Naruto's stomach. Naruto screamed but it died out and he went limp. Orochimaru threw Naruto to the ground next to Hinata. That better, Orochimaru said as he began to sink into the tree. When Orochimaru was gone, the snakes that wrapped Hinata vanished. Hinata got up and checked on Naruto and Shino. Shino woke up and saw Naruto. Hinata and Shino carry Naruto to the safe place. What you think? I don't know how the snakes fight. If you know how, then please let me know. Chapter 24. Naruto. Rewrite Chapter 23. Anko cursed under breath as she leapt through the forest. It was already dusk, and there had still been no sign of her target. With every moment that slipped by, Naruto, all of the other Konoha Genin, the other participants of the Chunin exams, and Konoha itself, slipped into danger. She wasn't sure what her target was doing here, but Anko knew that she had to take him down here and now. It was her goal, her mission, and her life's ambition. I have to find Orochimaru and soon. The darker it gets, the worse this whole mess will get. Anko said. Anko saw a face appearing in the tree. She headed to it and saw it was Orochimaru. Well, Anko, it's been a while, Orochimaru said. You put that cursed seal on my son. I will be the one to kill you, even if it kills me. Anko said. Anko got the handful of kunai. After all, it's what I learned from my greatest sensei ever, what I learned from you. Isn't it, sensei? Anko asked. Not quite, Orochimaru said. Orochimaru's tongue shot out of his mouth, and wrapped around Anko's wrist. Striking Shadow Snake, Anko yelled. Anko thrust her hand forward and 4 snakes shot out from her coat. Each latched on him and sunk their fangs into him. With every bit of strength, she pulled him to her and flung him into the tree. Orochimaru was dazed, which gave Anko enough time to pin him down with a kunai. That's good, now give me your other hand, Anko said. Anko grabbed it and placed it in a seal. Just so he could move, she pinned their hands together. She moved her free hand back to his pinned hand. She gave him an insane look and he actually looked worried. Shocked sensei. Well, you should be. I will put you out of your misery, Anko said. Anko took a deep breath. Ninja art. Twin snake sacrifice jutsu. Anko yelled. The killer chakra filled into the two. Anko thought she had him. Still as hot-headed as ever. A voice said. Anko turned around to see that Orochimaru was still alive. That right, substitution, Orochimaru said. Anko turned back just to see the one she held was nothing but a clone. You forgot who taught that jutsu, Orochimaru said. Anko pulled out the kunai. She threw it at him but he easily caught it. Once again, too slow, Orochimaru said. Orochimaru formed a one-handed seal to activate the curse seal on Anko to render her helpless. Anko dropped to her knees from the pain emanating from the seal on her shoulder. Why are you here? Anko asked. I thought that you would have been happy to see me again after all these years, Orochimaru said. Have you come to assassinate Lord Hokage? Anko asked. No, not yet, Orochimaru said. Anko grabbed her shoulder in pain. Oh yes, it's that mark. I put the same mark on the kid just a little while ago, Orochimaru said. How selfish. He'll die before he work for you, Anko said. Don't be so sure. There is a 1 in 10 chance of survival. So he could live through the process like you did, Orochimaru said. You must think pretty highly of him, Anko said. Jealous are we? Are you still upset that I threw you away? He's a kid who carries Uchiha blood after all. He's also very beautiful, a perfect vessel to be my successor, Orochimaru said. Orochimaru walked off, but before he's gone, he turned to look at Anko. If you try to end my fun, I will unleash a terrible force upon the Leaf Village and also killing your son if he'll not come to me, seeking power, Orochimaru said. With that said, he sunk into the ground and disappeared, leaving the injured and sobbing Anko. What you think? In the participate, who should fight who, like Sakura versus Ino. The T was just to show you what I mean, but if you really like to see Sakura and Ino fight, let me know. Also, will you let me know that who you want to fight against? Chapter 25. Naruto. Rewrite Chapter 24. Shino and Hinata carry Naruto to find a cave or something. Just then, they saw Team 7. They put Naruto down and Shino walked to Team 7. Kiba and Sasuke are unconscious. Sakura was crying. What happened? Shino asked. Sasuke is hurt. He was bitten and is in a lot of pain. Sakura said. Kiba woke up and looked around. Where that ninja? Kiba asked. She or he or whatever is gone. Sakura said. Just then, the bugs that Shino sent to find a cave or something has returned. My insects have found a defensible cave that is near water. We can rest there, Shino said. It took 5 minutes to get both Sasuke and Naruto situated in the cave. It was more like the roots of a tree than an actual cave. Shino then took Sakura out of the cave to set up traps. He was surprised that she was very adept at this skill. She seemed to be able to place the traps where they would be most effective. Hinata and Kiba rested while Sakura and Shino worked. Well, I guess we get the first shift. Sakura said as she and Shino returned to the cave. No, Sakura. My insects get the first shift. We need sleep. There are a few hours of daylight left and my insects will alert me if someone approaches. I suggest we get some sleep, Shino said. They slept until the next morning when Shino then woke Hinata, who was embarrassed to have slept on Naruto's chest all night. He woke the others stating that someone was approaching. 3 sound ninjas were on the outskirts of the camp watching their target. Will they be much of a problem? Dosu asked through his bandaged face. We'll be taking on 4 injured leaf ninjas. It's no big deal, Kin said. The sound ninja approached the camp and Shino then confronted them. You should not attack. You are outnumbered and we are prepared for any assault, Shino said. Oh really? You make obvious traps right here in front of your camp. All we have to do is jump over them and then you are ours, Dosu said. The 3 sound ninja jump up in the air and all are surprised as a log comes swinging towards them. Very good, but it is not good enough, Dosu said as he slides his sleeve back on his right arm and reveals a bracer with holes in it. The log shatters when it came close to the jumping ninja. Then the sound team land in front of Team 7 and 8. You might as well go find some other team, because our scroll is already taken by some grass ninja, Sakura yelled. We don't care if you have a scroll or not. We're not here for the exam. We're here to kill Uchiha Sasuke, Zaku said. Sakura screams. Everyone turns to find her on her knees while Kin has a handful of Sakura's hair. Nice hair. But to be a shinobi you should worry less about your hair and worry more about your jutsu, Kin said. Sakura is crying from letting everyone down and not the pain of her hair being pulled. Hinata is blown into the cave by a strong gust of wind that came from Zaku. Sakura pulls a kunai. That won't work on me, girl, Kin said. Who said it was for you? Sakura says with an evil grin. Sakura then proceeds to cut herself out of Kin's grasp by cutting her hair and sending Kin off balance. All fours jutsu, Kiba yelled. Kiba run to Kin then sent a powerful elbow on her stomach. Zaku send a strong gust of wind at Shino. Wall of insects jutsu, Shino said. Wall of bugs block the wind. The battle goes on until they felt something, 2 strong chakra from the base of the tree. There they saw Sasuke and Naruto getting up onto their feet, but instead of instilling hope into the leaf ninja like it should have, it instilled fear. Sasuke appeared very menacing with his Sharingan blazing. Naruto looked so serious and black fire markings covering half of their body. But what truly frightened the onlookers was the purple chakra that swirled around them, giving off some sort of tainted feeling. As if it was poisonous. Naruto is holding Hinata bridal style. Who did this to my friend? Naruto asked. We did. What are you going to do about it? Zaku asked as he sends a wind attack at the cave. You got them, Kin said. Zaku's arms are suddenly behind him being pulled by Sasuke. There are black marks all over Sasuke's left side. Naruto did the same with Kin's arms. You seem to like your arms, Sasuke said as he twists both of Zaku's arms out of joint with a sickening crack. Naruto smiled evilly as he twists both of Kin's arms out of joint with a sickening crack. Hinata woke up and saw what Naruto is doing. Let go of my arms, Kin yelled as she in pain. Naruto just twists both of Kin's arms very hard. Hinata and Sakura see that Sasuke and Naruto are going to kill Zaku and Kin. Hinata and Sakura runs behind Sasuke and Naruto and embraces them. "No, Sasuke. Please don't," Sakura yelled. "Naruto, please stop," Hinata said. The curse marks recede and G.O.'s back into the heaven mark on Sasuke and Naruto's neck. They collapse. Dosu puts his scroll on the ground. "We offer this as a token, so that you do not kill us," Dosu said as he picked up Zaku and Kin. "Wait, who is Orochimaru? And what is this seal he put on Sasuke?" Sakura asked. "I don't know. We were simply ordered to kill Sasuke, nothing else," Dosu said. With that, the team of ninja from Sound Village disappeared into the forest. Naruto and Sasuke wakes up about 20 minutes later. Completely drained. Both groups break camp and head towards the tower. The trip to the tower was most uneventful. What you think? I'm still waiting for you to answer about the fight in the participate. Please help me with that. Chapter 26. Naruto. Rewrite Chapter 25. The remaining TEAMS arrived at the tower where they had a couple days to rest and recuperate. Team 7 and 8 goes their separate ways. Naruto opened the doors and entered a very large room. What he found odd though, as how there was no proctor or even a Chunin to welcome those who made it to the tower. "There's nobody here. What are we supposed to do now?" Naruto asked. "Hey, look at that," Hinata said as she pointed out a large plaque with an inscription on the wall. "Without heaven, seek wisdom. Without earth, run in the fields." "What's that supposed to mean?" Naruto asked. "Heaven, earth, it's obviously referring to the scrolls. It could be telling us that we have to open the scrolls now," Shino said. With that, Hinata got out the heaven scroll she was carrying, while Naruto held out their earth scroll. They both held out the scrolls, knowing that if they were wrong then all their work to get to the tower would be for nothing. On an unspoken command, both Naruto and Hinata opened their scrolls, revealing an intricate series of seals that looked familiar. Only a second later the scrolls started smoking and Naruto finally recognized the purpose of the seals. "Hinata, drop the scroll," Naruto yelled. No sooner were the scrolls on the ground when there was a large poof of smoke that dispersed to reveal the form of one Iruka Umino. "Congratulations Team 8, you passed the second of the Chunin exam," Iruka Umino said. "Iruka-sensei, what are you doing here?" Naruto asked. "The test is set up so that when a team opens their scrolls here in the tower, a Chunin is summoned to greet them and explain what they are supposed to do now. Since it's only the third day, you'll just be waiting here in the tower until the test ends. When that happens, they'll gather all the genin that passed and inform them of the rules for the third test," Iruka said. "Iruka-sensei, what would have happened if we opened a scroll before reaching the tower?" Naruto asked. "Well, if a genin did that then the summon Chunin would have made sure that they were knocked out until the 5 days were up," Iruka said. "Sensei, what does that inscription O on the W wall say?" Hinata asked. "I was getting to that. That is the Chunin motto, which was written by Hokage-sama. In the paragraph, heaven refers to the mind, while earth refers to the body. The first part that says, if you lack heaven, seek wisdom, be prepared, essentially means gain knowledge and prepare for missions ahead of time. The second part that says, if you lack earth, seek advantages, run in the fields, means to train your body so it is fit and able. So having both means that you can take on any mission. As a Chunin you will eventually be expected to lead a team of shinobi into hostile territory, so the purpose of this test was twofold. First, it was to test if the genin could follow their orders and not break the rule of opening the scroll. Second, it was to test if the genin had the strength and knowledge to survive against not only the forest, but also the other teams. These qualities are essential for a team leader, Iruka said. "Now, you guys should be getting upstairs," Iruka said, sending the genin to their rooms to rest. After the 5th day all those who had completed the second exam were brought into an underground arena where there was a statue on the north wall with a couple monitors on both sides of the statue. ND platforms with stairs on either side of the arena. There were varied reactions between the Jonin and Chunin that gazed upon the genin who were recognized as the cream of the crop. Naruto's mother Anko, who had recovered from her encounter with Orochimaru, was patting herself on the back for surpassing her own expectations for cutting down the number of genin taking her part of the exam, even her son. Well Kakashi, it looks like you team are here as well. Now let's see which of our students are stronger, after all your rival. Guy said. Sorry, did you say something? Kakashi asked, barely looking up from his book. Damn you Kakashi and your coolness. Guy yelled. The third Hokage stepped forward. To the genin here, congratulations for passing the second test of the Chunin exam. The third Hokage said. The Hokage proceeded to inform the final contestants of the reasons for the exam. It was for preserving the balance of power between the nations and to avert war by limiting the armies of each village and also by fighting with the contestants as proxy for the villages. The next proctor Hayate Gecko, a very sickly man who was always coughing, explained that there were still too many contestants and that they needed a preliminary round to reduce the numbers so that they could showcase the best talent for the visiting dignitaries. Kabuto immediately backed down from participating, as he felt that he was too hurt to continue. This left 20 people to participate in the preliminaries. As the names roll across the screen, everyone waited for 2 names to appear on the board. Those names were Yoroi Akato and Sasuke Uchiha, the first names that appeared on the board. Yoroi chuckles and smirks. Perfect, I will be able to draw out the curse seal. Yoroi thought. Will, cough. Yoroi Akato and Sasuke Uchiha. Cough, please remain while. Cough, the other contestants. Cough, please move to the upper. Cough, catwalks on either side. Hayate asked. Others walked to the balcony, leaving Sasuke and Yoroi facing each other. Now the, cough, rules are, cough, very clear. You can, cough, either kill or, cough, knock out, cough, your opponent and, cough, if I call the, cough, match you, cough, will stop immediately. Anything, cough, goes. Any questions? Hayate asked. Sasuke and Yoroi shook their heads. Okay, you, cough, may begin. Hayate yelled. Yoroi made some hand signs and his right hand started to glow blue with chakra. Yoroi started with punches aimed at the Uchiha, but Sasuke was able to dodge all of the blows for a while. Fatigue was starting to set in, with Sasuke becoming lightheaded. Yoroi was able to give Sasuke a glancing blow with his right hand off Sasuke's right shoulder. Sasuke suddenly felt weak as if his strength was being sucked out of him. With this lapse of attention, Sasuke was caught by Yoroi's right hand on his forehead. Sasuke felt his chakra being leached from him. Ha! Bad luck getting me. I can steal your chakra, boy. You might as well give up now because you're going to lose. Yoroi said. Orochimaru disguised, as the sound ninja Genin was watching. Sasuke finally kicked Yoroi in the chest, breaking his hold on him as he lay in pain. He then kicked him off of him. I hope this works, Sasuke thought. Yoroi started to advance towards Sasuke again to steal more chakra. I have you now, you little punk, Yoroi said. Just then Sasuke disappeared. Where did he go? Yoroi asked. Suddenly Sasuke was beneath Yoroi, and kicked up, sending Yoroi into the air. Sasuke jumped up behind him. As they reached the apex of the kick, Dancing Leaf Shadow, how do you know that move? Yoroi asked. Sasuke was now behind Yoroi, pressing his fingers into his back. Up until this point, I have borrowed the move, but it is all original from here, Sasuke said. Sasuke suddenly felt pain on the back of his neck. The cursed seal is starting to cover Sasuke's body. No, I will not let it take control of me, Sasuke thought. Suddenly, the cursed seal slowly returned into the heaven mark on Sasuke's neck. After that, Sasuke attempts a kick to his right side, which is promptly blocked. He then spins and hits Yoroi's left side. Lion's Barrage, Sasuke yelled. Sasuke sent Yoroi crashing into the ground. Both are lying on the ground. Sasuke slowly gets up to a shaky standing position. Yoroi is not moving and Hayate calls the match in Sasuke's favor, making Sasuke the winner of the first round. Sasuke falls to the ground, but is caught by Kakashi's knee. Medical ninjas came out and took Yoroi out of the hull on a stretcher. One came over to Sasuke. Is Sasuke okay? Medical ninja asked. Yeah, he'll be fine. I take him to the hospital, Kakashi said. With that, Kakashi and Sasuke vanished with a puff of smoke. What you think? I'm still waiting for you to answer about the fight in the participate. Please help me with that. The end. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.